Chapter 1584. She's back. In the void, the heavenly venerables of the human world looked at the woman who was fighting against the Lord of Darkness with solemn expressions. Fan Lingyue was once the strongest person in the divine prefecture and the wisest person in the world. In the battle, Qi pierced through the sky. The white moonlight was dazzling, purifying all the darkness in the world. The chest of the Lord of Darkness was purified by the white moonlight. Her flesh and blood dispersed, revealing her bones. Not far away, Ning Fan suppressed the astonishment in his heart when he saw this. He took a step forward and dashed out at lightning speed. He formed a sword with his fingers and pierced the chest of the Lord of Darkness with a deadly sharp sword Qi. Ugh! The sword Qi pierced through the body and blood splattered everywhere. Zhu Yi took a few steps back. Looking at the two people in front of him, his face was filled with shock. It was like the reincarnation of fate, meeting each other again and again. After 100 reincarnations, everyone would finally return. The power of light had yet to fully recover. The Lord of Darkness raised her hand and grabbed Ning Fan's arm, intending to kill him before he returned. Behind her, Fan Lingyue arrived. She condensed her primordial essence and blocked the power of darkness. "You are too weak in this life," Fan Lingyue said while blocking the Lord of Darkness at a close distance. The aftermath of the battle shook the surroundings. Ning Fan's body was already severely injured several times. His white robes were dyed red, which was unusually dazzling. "You don't have to interfere in this battle. Retreat first." Fan Lingyue waved her hand and pushed Ning Fan, who was at the side, away. With a soft shout, she raised her cultivation technique again. The white moonlight rose to the extreme. It was holy and bright. It was a pure technique that could purify all the techniques of heaven and earth. The power of darkness was impacted and trembled continuously. The Lord of Darkness's dark Qi was strong and destructive, confronting the pure power head-on. The strongest darkness and light clashed in the void. Rumbling sounds resounded throughout the universe. They were in a stalemate. Injuries kept appearing on the Lord of Darkness's body, but they were recovering rapidly. After going through reincarnation, her undying body became more complete. Destruction and rebirth were continuously reincarnated in the Lord of Darkness. The ruler of darkness was also getting closer to the Genesis realm. In the battle, Fan Lingyue sensed the change in the Lord of Darkness's aura. She no longer dragged the battle on. She activated all of her primordial essence and strengthened her attacks. Facing the strongest person in the divine prefecture, who had returned after 100 reincarnations, even though the Lord of Darkness was already close to the Genesis realm, she still felt a great pressure. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Fan Lingyue raised his hand and grabbed the Lord of Darkness by the shoulder, throwing him directly toward the mountain peak in the distance. 100 miles away, the body of the Master of Darkness crashed into a mountain peak, directly breaking the mountain ridge. Crushed rocks flew everywhere like a rain of rock. In the void, Fan Lingyue looked 100 miles away. Taking a step forward, her figure shot out swiftly. The Master of Darkness rushed out from the rain of stones. However, before it could retaliate, Fan Lingyue's figure had already arrived. The aura of darkness couldn't be stopped. Fan Lingyue's body was shrouded in a moon-white brilliance. He raised his hand and grabbed the throat of the Master of Darkness once more, flinging it towards the ground. Boom! 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 With a series of violent tremors, the body of the Master of Darkness smashed into the ground, causing 1,000 feet of sand and dust to fly up. The Master of Darkness was injured again and again, but he charged out again and again. His heavily injured body was recovering at an extremely fast speed. He was almost indestructible. Jingye absolute beginning. Fan Lingyue spoke. The ancient divine sword flew over and slashed down, unleashing the cleansing karma severing Daos. The Master of Darkness raised his hand and blocked the sword. However, it was only a momentary stalemate. The Jingye sword cut through the obstruction of Devil Qi and severed the arm of the Master of Darkness. blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the blue sky red. The Master of Darkness let out a muffled groan. His expression became more and more shocked. His blood flowed back and the severed arm of the Master of Darkness regrew. In the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. When Fan Lingue saw this scene, his eyes flashed with cold intent. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to kill the ruler of the dark world without destroying the origin of the Master of Darkness. With that thought in mind, Fan Lingue glanced at Ning Fan, who was outside the battle. Her expression turned grim. She needed his help. The Master of Darkness knew the importance of his origin. Thus, he would definitely be cautious. She needed the cooperation of someone with absolute speed to destroy the origin of the Master of Darkness. However, he had yet to awaken. Boom! In the battle, Fan Lingue sent the Master of Darkness flying with a palm strike. Then, he flashed past and thrust his sword at the Master of Darkness Dantian. The Master of Darkness raised his hand and grabbed the sharp edge of the divine sword. Even though his body was injured, he wanted to protect his origin of darkness. Outside the battle, Nu Chang and the others also saw the key to the battle. Their expressions turned grim. It wasn't easy for an opportunity to appear. However, it was even more difficult to seize it. Not only did they have to cooperate well with each other, more importantly, they had to have absolute speed to seize the opportunity. However, knowing destiny had yet to awaken. If knowing destiny hadn't awakened, the phoenix wouldn't have awakened. Without the phoenix's extreme speed, it would be very difficult for them to win this battle. In the battle, the Master of Darkness raised his hand and counterattacked. The moment he touched Fan Lingue, the pure karma primordial sword arrived and cut open his flesh. Darkness and light restrained each other. In Fan Lingue's hand, the pure karma primordial sword cut through all laws. Even the darkness could not stop it. Since the appearance of darkness in the mortal world, it was the first time it was suppressed like this. Strong. The strongest person in the divine continent, the wisest person in the world, had returned after 100 reincarnations and displayed astonishing ability. Outside the battle, Ning Fan looked at the great battle in front of him. His eyes flickered continuously. The familiar feeling seemed to be engraved in his bones. After 100 reincarnations, he could no longer forget it. Buzz. In the mortal world, the blades of swords vibrated. The sounds of swords clashing resounded through the sky. In the mortal world, the cultivators looked at the swords in their hands with astonishment. In the void, the venerated beings in the mortal world heard the sounds of swords and looked at the mortal world. What happened? Master. Ener looked at the figure in plain clothes in the sky and murmured softly. Has Master returned? Beside her, Qing Ning also looked at Ning Fan in the sky, waiting for the result. The extraordinary phenomenon was astonishing. The venerated beings in the mortal world regained their senses one after another. All of them looked at the white-haired figure in the void. Is the former ruler of the mortal world coming back? At the next moment, rays of sword light appeared in the mortal world. Boundless sword pressure shook heaven and earth. In the void, the figure in plain clothes stood quietly. His white hair fluttered in the wind. In the battle, Fan Lingue swung his sword to repel the Master of Darkness. When he felt the pure karma primordial sword in his hand, his face revealed a strange expression. He has finally returned. At the same time, the 4 immortal swords that were buried in the depths of the starry sky that were destroyed by the power of darkness began to vibrate, as if they had sensed the chi of their master. In the void above the Emperor's star, the white-haired figure in plain clothes slowly opened his eyes. His chaotic eyes gradually became clear. Raise your swords. As soon as he raised his sword, heaven and earth shook. In the mortal world, tens of thousands of sword lights soared into the sky. The terrifying power caused the entire Emperor's star to shake. In the battle, the Master of Darkness was shocked when he saw what happened. In the void, tens of thousands of swords floated up and down, condensing into sword clouds. The brilliance of the swords dispersed the darkness and illuminated the mortal world. In an instant, 4 rays of sword light broke through the void and flew towards the Emperor's star at an extremely fast speed. Welcome, Realm Lord! The return of the mortal world's ruler made all the venerated beings in the mortal world come back to their senses and salute respectfully. Chapter 1585. In the mortal world, tens of thousands of swords rushed over from all directions, flying towards the horizon. It was an earth-shattering scene. Tens of thousands of swords gathered to form a cloud, and the sword light illuminated the world. In the void, knowing destiny opened his eyes. The 100 reincarnation cycle was completed, and the memories of each life began to flow backward. With the return of the power of 10 lifetimes, the knowing destiny state directly broke through to the monarch realm. His sword pressure swept out and his sword momentum was shocking. From all over the starry skies, the 4 immortal swords turned into streams of light that flew towards the Emperor's star, leaving behind dazzling sword scars in the void. On the North Star, everyone bowed, respectfully welcoming the return of their master. Everyone's attention was fixed on knowing Ming. Phoenix flames rose around him, and the cries of phoenixes resounded through the starry sky. Welcome back! In the battlefield, Fan Lingyue, who was dressed in a light blue dress, spoke with a calm expression. It's been 1,000 years. How have you been? Ningchen said with a smile on his face. 5 kilometers away, the Lord of Darkness rose into the air. Dark energy swirled around him as he looked at the 2 cultivators in front of him. His expression darkened, and he didn't say a single word. Sky Breaker. Ningchen glanced at the Lord of Darkness. He slashed with his fingers, and the sword light broke through the darkness. It was a simple sword strike, but it contained the power of heaven and earth. Within 10 miles, the sword light cut through the void and blocked the dark aura. Prairie Fire! After the first sword strike, Ning Fan swung his sword again. The phoenix flames around his body soared to the sky. With the help of the flames, all the darkness in the world was incinerated. The sword light surged and instantly reached the Lord of Darkness. Its shocking power shocked all the gods and demons in the heavens. The Lord of Darkness focused and clasped his hands together to block the blazing prairie sword. Phoenix flames and the power of darkness clashed against each other. The shock waves from the collision shook the heavens and the earth. After a moment of stalemate, the blazing prairie sword broke through the darkness. The sword was unstoppable and slashed across the left shoulder of the Lord of Darkness. Blood splattered everywhere. It was so dazzling. The Knowing Destiny sword had become even more powerful after reincarnation. The 2 swords displayed their might. Not far away, Fan Lingyue's figure moved at the same time. Jingye Taichu slashed out, his sword might similarly shocking. The 2 strongest warriors of the divine Great Land had joined hands, wielding their swords with perfect coordination. Faced with the combined might of the 2 strongest king tiers, the Master of Darkness, who was already half a step into the Genesis tier, was still at a disadvantage. There were many parts of its body that were dyed red. Reverse form. Ning Chen's divine energy surged as he struck out with a palm strike right at the Darkness Sovereign's chest. The Qilin Peerless Qilin used the reverse formless style to reverse the flow of his meridians and forcefully destroy the Master of Darkness' martial bones. The martial nullification technique had instantly dealt a heavy blow to the Master of Darkness. With a rumbling sound, the Darkness King's figure flew out, smashing into a distant mountain ridge. In the void, Ning Chen and Fan Lingyue walked side by side. Their eyes were fixed on the Master of Darkness at the foot of the mountain ridge in the distance. However, under the collapsed mountain ridge, the dark aura continued to rise and did not weaken at all. Let's work together to destroy his source of darkness. Otherwise, he will be reborn endlessly. Fan Lingyue said solemnly. Who's first? Ning Chen asked. I'll do it. You look for an opportunity and get ready to attack. Fan Lingyue said. She took a step forward and leaped out. Below the mountain ridge, the Darkness Master stood up and roared angrily. In the air above, the phantom of a giant desolate beast appeared. It was ferocious and terrifying. In the battle, Ningchen stood quietly. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the phantom of the wild beast that appeared in the void. Compared to the last time they fought, the power of the Darkness Master was stronger. Moreover, with the previous lesson, the Darkness Master would definitely protect his source of darkness with all his might. He might only have a chance to attack for an instant. In the void, the desolate beast roared angrily. The dark aura spread and supported the power of the Darkness Master. In front, Fan Lingyue's expression turned solemn. She activated the moonlight and the purification sword slashed down from the sky again. The power of purification was invincible. The power of darkness could not stop it. After a momentary stalemate, it broke through. Similarly, the Darkness Master, who had gathered all his power, retaliated with a majestic palm. The power of darkness broke through the obstruction of the moonlight and landed on Fan Lingyue's chest. The power of darkness closed in. Fan Lingyue used the purification sword of the Absolute, beginning to block the power of darkness. There was a violent tremor. Both sides of the battle were impacted by the power of darkness and light. They both took half a step back. Drops of vermilion blood stained her light blue dress. Before the blood was completely gone, Fan Lingyue's figure had already dashed out again. Under the giant phantom of the desolate beast, Fan Lingyue's figure dashed forward. The purification sword slashed across and the moonlight shone brightly. Boom! The Darkness Master raised her hand and received the purification sword of the Absolute beginning. The two powerful auras clashed again, distorting time and space. The intense battle was beyond imagination. After a momentary stalemate, red flames spread in the battle. Phoenix blood feathers drifted and covered the sky. The next moment, a red light flashed across the void. Its speed was even faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, a white-haired figure dashed out amidst the phoenix flames. His sword finger condensed into essence and pierced into the Darkness Master's chest. Ugh! With a muffled groan, blood spurted from the Darkness Master's mouth. She took a few steps back. Retreat! When he succeeded, Ning Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. He took Fan Lingyue and quickly retreated from the battle. In the battle, a huge hole appeared on the Darkness Master's chest. It was penetrated by the sword aura. The source pearl could be seen clearly. The source pearl of darkness had cracks all over it. The dark aura spread wildly and was about to be destroyed. However, both inside and outside the battle, at this moment, everyone's expression was abnormally heavy. No. Ah! In the void, the Darkness Master let out a pained roar. The power of darkness rose to the extreme. All the power of darkness in the collapsed source pearl of darkness erupted and quickly spread to every corner of the human world. Then, an earth-shattering scene took place. In the void, a huge bridge of darkness appeared. It spanned across the human world and was shockingly majestic. The moment the bridge of darkness appeared, the sword wound on the Darkness Master's chest rapidly healed. The Genesis realm finally appeared in the world. Then, in the void, bridges of the Great Tao appeared one after another. The 47 Great Tao rules resonated with each other from afar. The pressure was extremely shocking. The bridges of the Great Tao could only be seen by those above the heavenly Tao realm. Each of them was larger than a mountain range. They were simple and solemn, not to be blasphemed. Below, the cultivators of the human world felt the pressure from the bridges of the Great Tao. Their bodies involuntarily trembled. The human world has actually collapsed to such an extent. At this moment, golden light shone brightly on one of the bridges of the Great Tao. A figure whose might shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands walked out. He was surrounded by golden light as if a saint had descended into the human world. The great calamity of the world and the collapse of the human world are just the signs of the beginning of a new era. After the golden figure appeared, not far away, on another bridge of the Great Tao, a seven-colored brilliance appeared. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal walked out. He looked at the plain-clothed figure in the void and said with a smile, "My good disciple, long time no see." "It's you." In the void, Ning Chen looked at the old man who appeared in the sky. His expression darkened. "Master Mo." At the side, Fan Lingwe looked at the two people on the bridge of the Great Tao. His eyes narrowed slightly. Those who should come out had all come out. Chapter 1586. In the mortal realm, the last pure land, bridges of the Great Tao appeared one after another, welcoming the god of darkness who had broken through to the Genesis tier. The Netherworld King had fallen, and the most terrifying existence that suppressed the Great Tao had disappeared. The Genesis tier saints appeared one after another, and their might was extremely terrifying. In the void, golden light, rainbow light, and white light filled the air. On the bridges of the Great Tao, 3 Genesis tier saints walked out and stood in the void. They all had faint smiles on their faces, and they were peaceful yet filled with inviolable holiness. The Genesis tier saints were the most powerful beings since ancient times. They had formed their own Tao and surpassed everything. In the sky, Lord Mo, who was enshrouded in rainbow light, Saint Golden Light, who was enshrouded in golden light, and Saint White Lotus, who was enshrouded in dazzling white light, looked at the newly ascended Lord of Darkness and nodded in greeting. Facing the goodwill of the 3 Genesis tier saints, even the God of Darkness didn't dare to be arrogant and returned the greeting. "Master of Darkness, you've already reached the Genesis tier, and it's not suitable for you to stay in the mortal realm anymore. Why don't you come with us?" The White Lotus Saint said with a smile. The God of Darkness nodded slightly and said, "I'll do as you say." After saying that, the God of Darkness didn't say anything else and walked toward the sky. "You can't leave." In the void, a dark expression flashed across Ning Chen's face. He took a step in the air, and phoenix flames appeared around him again. He formed a sword with his fingers and slashed at the God of Darkness who was about to leave. "My good disciple, don't interfere in this matter." At this moment, Mo Zhu, who was shrouded in rainbow light, appeared in front of Ji Ming in an instant. He reached out his withered right hand and touched Ji Ming's body. Boom! The most terrifying scene was when Mo Zhu reached out and touched Ji Ming's body. The blood feathers in the sky scattered and scattered everywhere. Ning Chen's body suddenly fell and crashed into the ground. Ji Ming. In the void, Qing Ning and the others, who were suppressed by the aura of the 3 Genesis tier saints, exclaimed in shock. "I'm fine." On the ground, Ning Chen struggled to get up. Phoenix flames appeared on his body again, and the phoenix wings on his back quickly recovered. Phoenixes are indeed the creatures with the most tenacious vitality in this world. In the sky, the Golden Light Saint, who was covered in dazzling golden light, looked down at Ning Chen, who was quickly recovering, and said calmly, "Let me see just how tenacious the phoenix's vitality is." On the side, the White Lotus Saint's lips curled up slightly. She flipped her left hand, and suddenly, the chaotic White Lotus bloomed. A powerful destructive force fell from the sky, pressing down on Ning Chen below. The power of the Genesis tier was already not something that this world could bear. Wherever the primal chaos White Lotus passed, the whole heaven and earth would turn into nothingness. Down below, Ning Chen's expression sank slightly as he let out a long shout. Sword insight rose rapidly around him, and a blazing sword light forcefully blocked the chaotic White Lotus that descended from the sky. However, those below the Great Tao were all ants, so how could the power of a Genesis tier be so easily blocked? Above Ning Chen, tens of thousands of sword lights collapsed as the primal chaos White Lotus pressed down. At this critical moment, at the edge of the starry sky, 4 streaks of sword light pierced through the air, instantly ending the battle. The 4 immortal slaying swords returned. A shocking baleful aura filled the air. Mixed with the supreme sword intent, it blocked the chaotic White Lotus. "Oh!" In the sky, the White Lotus Saint saw this and a strange expression flashed across her face. She said, Are these the legendary 4 immortal swords? Seems like it. The Golden Light Saint said calmly, it's indeed a good treasure. In ancient times, I've heard that the master of the celestial realm wielded the 4 immortal slaying swords and was invincible. I've always wanted to see it, but I never had the chance. Today I've finally seen it. The White Lotus Saint looked at the menacing 4 immortal slaying swords below with an indifferent expression. This person should be the reincarnation of the master of the celestial realm. However, it seems that his memories and power have not completely returned, the Golden Light Saint replied. Reincarnation? The White Lotus Saint's eyes narrowed slightly as she said, that's boring. The two of you, let's go. Don't waste any more time. Not far away, Master Mo spoke with a smile. The White Lotus Saint turned around and said, Master Mo is really cold. Isn't this your disciple in the mortal realm? Don't you want to chat a little more? There's no need. Master Mo smiled faintly. He glanced at the Master of Darkness nearby and said, let's go. The Master of Darkness nodded. He looked at Ning Chen below and said in a deep voice, I will wait for you in the sky. The next time we meet, I will definitely take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the great Tao bridges between heaven and earth disappeared. The Master of Darkness and the 3 saints of creation also left, disappearing at the end of time and space. Below, the phoenix flames around Ning Chen gradually retracted, and his aura returned to normal. Master! 10 miles away, Ina rushed over and asked with a concerned expression, Are you okay? I'm fine. Ning Chen shook his head and said, It's just a minor injury. In the void, Fan Lingyue's figure landed. He waved his hand and put away the sword of purification. He asked calmly, How is it? Very strong. Ning Chen said seriously, Even if it's just one of them, it's enough to destroy the entire mortal realm. They are all monsters that have experienced countless eras in the mortal realm. Previously, with the suppression of the Nether King, they did not dare to show themselves easily. Now that the Nether King has fallen, no one can stop them anymore, Fan Lingyue said. Who are they exactly? Qing Ning walked over and asked in a serious voice. They are not humans, but Tao. Fan Lingyue replied, the great Tao of the entire world. After living for a long time, even a pig can become a demon. Ning Chen said coldly. Where's the heavenly book? Fan Lingyue asked. It's here. Ning Chen flipped his left hand. Silver light spread, and the heavenly book of creation appeared. Preserve it well. It may be the key to rebuilding the mortal realm. Fan Lingyue said seriously. How do you know all this? Ning Chen was puzzled. Previously, when I fused with the Ming Scroll, I saw some fragments of the future. Among them were the appearance of these saints of creation and the collapse of the mortal realm, Fan Lingyue replied. Ning Chen nodded. After a moment of silence he asked, Has the Nether King really fallen? Are you still unwilling to believe the truth? Fan Lingyue looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, The Nether King is dead, Prince Yen is also dead. Everything can lie, but this vanished great Tao aura will not lie. Hearing this, Ning Chen's body trembled slightly. After a moment, he returned to normal. Next, I will work on repairing the heavenly pillar. If you wish for them to have a place to stay in the near future, then rebuild this mortal realm with me, Fan Lingyue said as she looked at the mortal realm that was still collapsing. Not far away, the sovereigns of the mortal realm looked at the 2 people in front of them. As if they had found their backbone, they no longer panicked. The female Chang stepped forward. Looking at Knowing Destiny, who was dyed red, she said softly, Welcome back. With that, the female Chang looked at Fan Lingyue and said with a smile, Seeing is better than hearing by reputation. The wise person who can make Knowing Destiny helpless is indeed extraordinary. You flatter me. Fan Lingyue said calmly, Female Supreme of Chongling, the Nether King has fallen, and the demonic path has no supremacy. I hope you can grasp this rare opportunity. One day we will fight our way up to the 9 heavens and destroy the source of the great calamity. At that time we will need your strength. Chapter 1587. In the human world, streaks of flowing light flew past one after another for the sky-mending pillar. All the venerables of the human world were mobilized as they traversed the mountains and rivers. They traversed all the great danger zones in search of the legendary sky-mending divine materials. Chaos water, chaos fire, chaos wood, and chaos earth. It was a divine object that only existed in legends, and no one in the mortal world had ever seen it before. However, the great calamity of the world was right before their eyes, and all the venerables in the mortal world could do was to go against the heavens. In the immortal domain, the white-clothed figure stood there quietly. Her head of white hair fluttered in the wind, exceptionally dazzling. At the side, Fan Lingyue, who wore a light blue dress, gazed into the distance with a calm and indifferent expression. In the heavenly book, I saw the chaotic earth, but I didn't see the other 3 divine chaos materials. However, according to my speculation, the key to finding the other 3 divine chaos materials lies with you, Fan Lingyue said calmly. Ning Chen looked at the world quietly. After a long time, he said, "Perhaps I know the whereabouts of the other 3 divine chaos materials." Behind them, Qing Ning, Mu Qianshang and the others were listening to their conversation. They looked at each other, not understanding the meaning behind their words. As expected, people who are too smart are not likable. Luo Xingchen said unhappily, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush? Just because you don't understand doesn't mean that others don't understand." Mu Qianshang's expression was calm as he mocked. "Don't compare us to you, it's too embarrassing." "You want to fight?" Luo Xingchen yelled furiously upon hearing this. "Let's fight then. I'm not afraid of you." Mu Qianshang did not back down in the slightest as he retorted. "All right, stop arguing." Nu Chang said, "Something is wrong with knowing destiny." "What does your highness mean?" Qing Ning asked in confusion. "Do you still remember what the moon goddess said about Tianqi in the knowing destiny state?" The female Chang asked. "What appears to be an ordinary cultivation body of the extreme cold attribute actually possesses a shocking amount of power that shouldn't be possessed. Even the rising sun tiger god's divine sun flames cannot suppress it," Qing Ning replied. "Have you ever wondered why that is?" Female Chang asked again. Qing Ning frowned. After a while, she looked at Ning Chen in disbelief and said, "Your Highness means that Ning Chen's physique is unusual." "Chaos water body," Nu Chang said in a low voice. "The reason why the Heaven Awakened showed an ordinary extreme cold attribute is perhaps because the primal chaos is all-encompassing, but it is also difficult to distinguish. Even if knowing destiny is a body of chaotic water, what does the other 2 materials have to do with it?" Mu Qianshang said. However, just as the words left his mouth, his expression changed. "Could it be the immortal god tree?" "Looks like you've guessed it too," Nu Chang said solemnly. "If the wood of primal chaos really exists in this world, then it is most likely the only undying god tree in the world." "What about the flame of chaos?" Luo Xingchen asked. "Although he possesses the fire phoenix physique, the phoenix flame and the flame of chaos are definitely not the same thing. He has more than just phoenix fire," Nu Chang said seriously. "He has cultivated the 9 underworlds battle technique of the Sky Devil Imperial family, and his body is covered in demonic flames. His main body has also cultivated the immortal spirit body with the help of the immortal god tree, and he can activate the immortal flame, phoenix flame, devil flame, and immortal flame. Even if it's not as good as the flame of chaos, it's definitely very close. If that's the case, as long as we find the soil of chaos, the key to repairing the heavenly pillar lies with Ji Ming." Mu Qianshang said seriously, "Are we going to let Ji Ming sacrifice himself for the peace of the human world again? If that's the case, I'd rather the human world be destroyed just like that. We can't let Ji Ming sacrifice himself for the human world again." Probably not. Qing Ning shook her head and said, he's different this time. Now, Ning Chen's strength has already exceeded our imagination. Demonic Wheel Sea, Burial Sky Impasse, Taiyuan, the human world's supremacies walked out from one impasse after another. They carried huge floating islands in their hands and flew towards the Ziwei galaxy. One after another, the floating islands were larger than mountains. However, within the floating islands, there was only a small amount of chaos. In the sky above the immortal domain, the human world's supremacies rushed back with countless floating islands, waiting for orders. After many days of preparation, the mending of the heavens was imminent. In the sky above the immortal domain, Ning Chen walked to the front of the crowd and said, "Let's go." At his command, the supremacies obeyed and flew towards the end of the heaven realm and the human world with floating islands in their hands. Behind them, Fan Lingwei, Qing Ning, and the others followed, quietly waiting for the result of the mending of the heavens. At the end of the world, in front of the collapsed sky pillar, everyone stopped. At the front, Ning Chen stood quietly, looking at the collapsed sky pillar, and said calmly, "All of you, step back." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen raised his hands, and his divine might shook the world. 3 figures appeared at the same time, a phoenix, a demon, and an immortal. Waves of fire swept across and merged into one. In an instant, an extremely terrifying flame of destruction appeared in the void. It was a transparent color, and it swallowed thousands of floating islands. Under the floating islands, the human world's supremacies immediately retreated, not daring to be affected by this terrifying flame. The flame of destruction devoured the heavens and the earth. Thousands of floating islands melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, burned to ashes by the flame of destruction. And in the center of the flame of destruction, a handful of yellow earth appeared. It looked no different from ordinary yellow earth, but it had an extremely heavy pressure. Ha! With a deep shout, Ning Chen activated the flame of destruction with both hands, burning the chaotic earth to refine the sky-mending stone. In the powerful flame of destruction, the chaotic earth gradually melted, turning into crimson lava. Ning Chen raised his hand, and the moment he touched the lava quickly froze and condensed into a pillar. And in the sky pillar formed by the lava, powerful vitality filled the air. The immortal divine tree's origin power merged with the sky-mending stone, and it began to grow rapidly. For every 10 feet the sky pillar grew, the distance between the human world and the heaven realm would increase by 10 feet. The sky pillar supported the collapsing sky, slowing down the speed of the world's collapse. The immortal divine tree's powerful vitality was almost endless. The sky pillar continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, it had recovered 1/10 of its original size. In front of the sky pillar, Ning Chen stood in the air, and his aura was rapidly depleted. However, even though his body was severely damaged, the pressure on Ning Chen's body was getting stronger and stronger. The Chaos Divine item contained the will of creation, and Ning Chen, who was using all his strength to mend the sky, temporarily loosened the barrier of his realm. Behind the supremacies, Fan Lingwei looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was only half a step away from entering the legendary realm. However, no one knew when he would be able to take this step. The sky pillar grew at a rapid pace. As time passed, Ning Chen's vitality was almost exhausted, but the brilliance in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. His state of mind was clear, and he was about to prove the Great Way. Behind Ning Chen, a huge bridge of the Great Way appeared. It was illusory and unpredictable, and had yet to solidify. Half a step away from proving the Great Way, and crossing the barrier between a mortal and a saint, was never an easy thing. It seemed to be half a step away, but in fact it was as far as the sky. In 1,000 days, the sky pillar grew tens of thousands of miles. With the nourishment of the chaotic water, the wood of chaos grew faster and faster. "It's my turn." At this time, Fan Lingwei stepped forward, raised his hand, and grabbed the mountains of the sixth heaven to fill the crack in the sky that spanned tens of thousands of miles in the starry sky. Chapter 1588. At the end of the mortal realm and immortal realm, knowing destiny and Fan Lingwei worked together to mend the sky. With the chaotic divine soil as the foundation, the undying divine tree as the source, the chaotic water as the quenching, and the chaotic fire as the refinement, knowing destiny displayed power comparable to the Genesis tier. The four types of chaotic power gathered and reconstructed the heavenly pillar. The heavenly pillar reappeared. Fan Lingwei made a move and refined the mountains and rivers of the six heavens realm, repairing the crack in the sky. It was a shocking scene. Heaven and earth shook. In the mortal realm, because the two worked together to mend the sky, endless vitality began to spread, and the laws of heaven began to be reborn. In the various galaxies, the most primitive vitality appeared in the lifeless planet. Although it was still far from producing humans, the signs of life had appeared. Everything that followed was only a matter of time. In front of the heavenly pillar, the venerables of the mortal realm watched the two mend the sky with joy on their faces. The mortal realm could finally see light again. 1,000 years ago, the great calamity and dark disaster of the mortal realm made people despair. Now, heaven and earth were repaired, and everything was finally back on track. In the extreme north of the inner realm, in the heavenly music pavilion, the soundtrack finally began to move again. The sound of the great Tao reverberated through the entire inner realm. In front of the soundtrack, the heavenly music pavilion master looked into the distance with a gratified expression. The young man who walked out of the inner realm was now the hope of the entire mortal realm. In the southern border of the immortal realm, in the western Buddhist realm, the rising sun demon god and the demon venerable looked at the end of the world with complicated expressions in their eyes. He had already surpassed them and become the savior of the three realms. High priest, thank you. In front of the rising sun divine palace, the moon goddess spoke softly. On the side, the rising sun demon god quietly looked at the end of the immortal realm and the mortal realm. After a long time, he said calmly, "He may become the first Genesis tier of the mortal realm." This was something that even the venerable of the celestial realm couldn't do. Although the venerable of the celestial realm had absolute battle prowess and created the celestial realm, the venerable of the celestial realm hadn't truly stepped into the Genesis tier. No one knew whether it was on purpose or not, but he didn't take this final step until the venerable of the celestial realm became the lord of the eastern celestial realm. At the end of the heavens realm, the pillar was reconstructed, and the heavens and the cracks in the sky were repaired. Ning Qin and Fan Lingwei were almost exhausted. Unexpectedly, at this moment, demonic qi surged wildly between heaven and earth, and the demonic might shook everyone's hearts. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a gigantic demonic figure appeared in front of the heavenly pillar. It was 1,000,000 zhang tall, and it seemed to be indomitable. Human, long time no see. When the heavenly demon appeared, the pressure of the imperial heavenly demon filled the air, shocking everyone. Xian Luo. In the sky, Ning Chen looked at the heavenly demon that appeared in front of him and said coldly, "We've waited for you for 1,000 years, and you've finally returned." Xian Luo raised his hand and a giant demonic hand pressed down. His terrifying aura covered the sky. He was at the peak of the undying Lord realm. Below, Ning Chen raised his hand and blocked the demonic might with his palm. The two most powerful individuals in the world exchanged blows. Immediately, demonic might attacked the heavens, frightening even gods and ghosts. After mending the sky, Ning Chen, who had exhausted all of his energy, was hit by the demonic power and took half a step back. A streak of blood slid down, dyeing her white clothes red. It was now dazzling. "Master!" Knowing destiny. When Yin and the others saw this, they came back to their senses and immediately rushed forward. "This is between me and Xian Luo. Don't interfere." Ning Chen stopped everyone from going forward. demonic flames rose from his body and began to burn the remaining blood chi. Today you and I will end all our grudges. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen withdrew the power of his original body and the phoenix body. He released all of his demonic might and used the demonic power to control the demon. With the demonic body in control, Ning Chen's eyes turned black instantly. There was no longer any white in his eyes. The world here has just been repaired. It can't withstand our battle. Let's go somewhere else, Ning Chen said coldly. Okay, Xian Luo replied. The two then left and rushed toward the void world at the end of the world. The monstrous demonic might went far away. The venerables in the human world couldn't hide their worry, but because of knowing Destiny's instructions, they didn't follow. Don't worry. If he died so easily, he wouldn't be the knowing Destiny Marquis. Fan Lingyue said lightly. He closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. At the end of the world, in the void world, two giant heavenly demons faced each other. After a while, an extreme battle broke out. It was a battle between the royal heavenly demons. Both of them had the chaotic demonic essence, and their power came from one. The ultimate battle shook the sky and the void world shook. An earth-shattering battle took place. No one saw it, but a terrifying demonic power spread out from the void world, affecting the entire human world. In the star region closest to the void world, many dried-up stars were directly destroyed and turned into nothingness. In front of the sky pillar, the demonic might spread. Fan Lingyue opened his eyes briefly and protected the sky pillar that had just been repaired. Gradually, the fluctuations in the void world became smaller and smaller. 100 days later, it completely disappeared. The venerables in the human world looked more and more worried, afraid that something would happen to Knowing Destiny. Another 10 days later, Knowing Destiny dragged his tired body back. He was covered in blood and obviously suffered heavy injuries. In front of the venerables, Ener saw Knowing Destiny returning. She cried tears of joy and immediately flew forward. I'm fine, Ning Chen said tiredly. Seeing Qing Ning behind Ener, he said softly, I've made you worry. It's good that you're fine, Qing Ning said softly. What about Xian Luo? Is he dead? Mu Qianshang asked, puzzled. No. Ning Chen shook his head lightly. Looking back at the void world at the end of the world, a strange look flashed across his eyes. Xian Luo's power was already close to the Genesis tier. It seemed that the fall of the Nether King was a rare opportunity for the demons. In the void world, a huge demonic figure lay horizontally in the void. He was covered in blood and abnormally weak. However, the vitality of the demonic figure could be clearly felt. After a great battle, Xian Luo was heavily injured and on the verge of death, but he still survived. Knowing Destiny didn't kill this enemy, who had been pestering him for half his life, and let him live. After living for so long, if there were no enemies left, it was also a kind of sorrow. In front of the sky pillar, Fan Lingyue looked at Knowing Destiny who had returned. He didn't ask much and said calmly, heal your injuries first. Ning Chen nodded. He sat cross-legged in front of the sky pillar. His three bodies appeared at the same time and he closed his eyes to rest. Phoenix, demon, and celestial. Around the three bodies, three different types of power spread, resonating with each other and converging into a bridge. They were only one step away from truly solidifying. The strongest cultivator in the mortal world, who was closest to the Genesis tier, had touched the barrier of the Genesis tier, and was only waiting for the final opportunity to achieve Tao. And in the last three heavenly realms, holy light shone. In front of the heavenly gate, Mo Master, White Lotus Saint, and Golden Light Saint returned. They reached out to open the heavenly gate and returned to the above heavens. Behind the three of them, Darkness Master looked at the heavenly gate that opened in front of him. A strange look flashed across his face. Was this the heavenly gate? Legend had it that behind the heavenly gate was the true heaven realm, the above heavens. The heavenly gate opened. The four of them walked in and disappeared. Chapter 1589. At the end of the human realm, the heavenly pillar was rebuilt. The collapsed world began to recover, and the human realm regained its light. In front of the heavenly pillar, the knowing destiny three bodies sat cross-legged. Astonishing power filled the air, and they were already infinitely close to the legendary Genesis realm. The existence closest to the Genesis saint in the human realm had experienced 100 reincarnations and was about to take this crucial step. In front, Fan Lingyue in a light blue dress stood quietly. She had also experienced reincarnation after reincarnation, and her cultivation was only half a step away from the Genesis realm. For 1,000 days, Ning Chen used the power of the heavenly pillar to heal his injured body, and his cultivation grew stronger. After recovering, the human realm venerables returned to the celestial realm and began to rebuild the human realm. After experiencing this great calamity, more than 90% of the human realm had collapsed. The only relatively intact Ziwei star field became the key to restoring the human realm. The human realm venerables moved from Ziwei star to the mountains, rivers, and forests to rebuild the collapsed planet. In front of the celestial palace in the celestial realm, Ning Chen stood and looked at the human realm in the distance. His eyes were as calm as water, and no ripples could be seen in them. "Greetings, venerable celestial." A human realm venerable walked over and bowed respectfully. The all-heaven star field has begun to be rebuilt. However, although many planets have been rebuilt, it's still difficult to restore their vitality. I know. You've worked hard these days. You may leave first. Ning Chen said calmly. Yes. The human realm venerable bowed respectfully, then got up and left. 10 days later, above the all-heaven star field, a plain-clothed figure walked over, his white hair fluttering in the wind. Senior Immortal, I want 10 stalks of great medicine. The small gourd extended 2 white and tender hands and bargained. Okay. A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he replied softly. The small gourd grinned in satisfaction and foolishly smiled. In front of a withered planet in the all-heaven star field, Ning Chen walked over. He raised his hand and lightly tapped. Instantly, a rain fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the withered trees on the planet that had lost all vitality were revived. Borrowing the power of the small gourd, Ning Chen displayed astonishing ability. Wherever the rain fell, spring would be everywhere. One planet after another, life was restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Chen traveled all over the all-heaven star field to contribute his last strength to the human realm. He had said that he would leave a pure land for them. Since he had said so, he would do it. In the immortal region, Fan Lingyue stood quietly as he looked at the distant all-heaven starfield, quietly waiting for knowing destiny to finish his final task. After the mortal realm was rebuilt one after another, Ning Chen would step in to help the various star regions recover their vitality. The long process lasted for 1,000 years. Finally, the mortal realm was restored to its pre-destruction state. The celestial lords of the mortal realm sent the humans they had taken away back to the major planets of life, one after another, waiting for the mortal realm to regain its prosperity. In 1,000 years, many celestial venerables in the human world had entered the monarch realm. In this era where the rules of the Great Path were incomplete, the monarchs emerged one after another. Vaguely, the glory of the Archean era was reappearing. After the human realm was rebuilt, Ning Chen left the immortal realm to search for the Yama King of the underworld. In the span of 100 years, Ning Chen had traveled to every corner of the world, all for the sake of borrowing the power of the Yama Kings of the underworld to find Xian Yu's incomplete soul. However, Ning Chen had been searching for 100 years. He had searched the entire human world and the 6th heaven, but he still could not find the whereabouts of the Yama King of the underworld. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The immortal corpses that had been wandering the mortal world for tens of thousands of years had completely disappeared, never to appear again. 100 years later, Ning Chen returned to the celestial realm and went into seclusion. This seclusion was unusually long. For 10,000 years, no one had seen the traces of the knowing destiny cultivator. After 10,000 years, the world had changed. In the mortal realm, all the major star regions had almost recovered their prosperity before the great calamity. In the immortal realm, most of the celestial lords of the mortal realm had left to search for their own opportunities. Only Qing Ning was still waiting. Just like before, she waited quietly. Inside the immortal palace, the origin of chaos filled the air. Flames, cold qi, and demonic qi surged and mixed with each other. Behind Ningchen, the scene of creation appeared. In the primordial world of chaos, tens of thousands of lightning bolts pierced through the silent void. In the primordial world, scrolls of heavenly books appeared and flew to different parts of the world. 10,000 years had passed. Ningchen woke up from his seclusion. He opened his eyes and walked out of the immortal palace. The surging origin of chaos was hard to suppress. Ningchen, who was on the verge of breaking through, had his true essence in the most unstable state. His power was terrifying. Outside the immortal palace, Qing Ning, who had been waiting for 10,000 years, was hit by this power. She took a few steps back. Ningchen. 10 steps away, Qing Ning stopped and looked at knowing destiny, who was surrounded by the origin of chaos. She was shocked. Sister Qing Ning, let's go. Ningchen said softly. Okay. Qing Ning didn't ask where they were going. She just nodded. In this life, she only had him left. Wherever he went, she would follow. Not far away, Fan Lingwe also walked out. He looked at Ningchen in front of the immortal palace. A strange look flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he was about to take that step. Let's go, Ningchen said calmly. Then, he took Qing Ning and walked toward the starry sky. Fan Lingwe followed and walked toward the sky together. Above the mortal realm, there were 9 heavens. The 6 heavens were connected to the mortal realm. Beyond the mortal realm and the 6 heavens, there was the legendary above heaven. However, since ancient times, very few people could reach the last 3 heavens. The biggest reason was that there was a gate of heaven outside above heaven that separated the 3 realms from above heaven. In the starry sky, 2 blazing lights flashed past and rushed toward the 6 heavens. At the end of the 3 realms, time and space gradually ceased to exist. Ningchen and Fan Lingwe walked out and looked at the sky. They didn't stop and continued to rush toward above heaven. After an unknown number of days and nights, an ancient and majestic stone gate appeared at the end of the void, blocking their path. We're here. The 2 stopped. Ningchen stopped and looked at the ancient stone gate in front of him. Is this the gate of heaven? Fan Lingwe narrowed his eyes and said, behind this gate should be the legendary above heaven, which is the world where the saints of the great path live. The truth we are looking for might be there. Ningchen raised his hand. The chaotic divine flames surged and crashed toward the gate of heaven. With a boom, the chaotic divine flames hit the gate of heaven. Suddenly, a huge vibration sounded and shook the heaven and earth. Even the gate of heaven couldn't bear the power close to the Genesis tier. A small gap appeared between the 2 huge stone gates. The aura of the world behind the gate of heaven spread out. It was so ancient and shocking. The gate of heaven was about to open. Ningchen's left hand surged with chaotic demonic energy. The 9 underworlds battle technique was pushed to the limit, and a 10-fold attack crashed into the gate of heaven. In an instant, the gate of heaven that withstood the powerful attack opened with a rumble. After countless years, the above heaven reappeared. Ningchen, Qing Ning, and Fan Lingwe walked in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1590. Above heavens, the 7th heaven of the 9 heavens realm. The gate of heaven opened, and Ji Ming, Fan Lingwe, and Qing Ning entered above heavens. The vast and boundless world was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland that transcended the mortal world. There were almost no ordinary people in above heavens. All the creatures were abnormally powerful. fourth and even fifth realm existences were not rare. However, only the saints of the Great Path truly dominated this world. They were unknown and invisible. The rules of the Great Path existed in every corner of the world, and the saints of the Great Path were the incarnations of the Great Path. They were high above and extremely powerful. He's here. Just as knowing destiny arrived at above heavens, Lord Mo opened his eyes and spoke in a divine palace shrouded in rainbow-colored light. The disciple you took in the mortal world is really impressive. Beside him, White Lotus Saint, who was a guest in the divine palace, said lightly, I'm looking forward to seeing what the reincarnation of the immortal realms supreme can do, Lord Mo said with a smile. In the east of above heavens, in a sacred place surrounded by floating clouds, Ji Ming and the other two felt an unusually powerful aura as soon as they arrived. The will of heaven and earth permeated the entire world. The Great Path gave birth to intelligence and incarnations. It was the source of the great calamity of heaven and earth. The Great Path was the rules. When the rules had a subjective will, how could heaven and earth be balanced? Before, with the suppression of the Nether King, the saints of the Great Path could only crawl and did not dare to make any other moves. Now that the Nether King had fallen, no one in the world could keep the saints in check. When Ning Chen and Fan Lingwei saw the three saints of the Great Path appear in the mortal world, they understood where the source of the great calamity of heaven and earth was. The will of the saints determined the survival of the mortal world. Such a thing was absurd and ironic. Therefore, Ning Chen and Fan Lingwei came to above heavens. The mortal world could no longer withstand the next great calamity. They came here for only one purpose, to kill the saints. If they could kill all the saints in above heavens and let the Great Path return to its original state, the rise and fall of the mortal world would no longer be controlled by anyone. In the east of the seventh heaven, a middle-aged man in blue opened his eyes and looked into the distance with a cold expression. This killing intent was disgusting. Thank you for accompanying me to this place, Ning said softly. Thanks are unnecessary. Fan Lingwei looked into the distance and said calmly, You know my lifelong wish. For the prosperity of the human world, I won't hesitate even if I have to destroy the entire 9 heavens, let alone slaughter all the saints. Those below the saint realm are all ants. I didn't understand it in the past, but I do now. Ning Chen felt the pressure between heaven and earth and said with a cold expression, I don't like the feeling of my fate being controlled by others. Then we'll kill everyone who controls our fate. Fan Lingwei said calmly. As you wish. Ning Chen replied calmly, From today onwards, we will slowly regain our dignity from being toyed with by above heavens. Ants, you'll always be ants. How dare you act rashly against the heavens? At this moment, ripples appeared in the sky. Dense heaven and earth spiritual chi filled the air. Raging waves appeared in the sky. A middle-aged man in blue robes walked out from the raging waves. His aura was so powerful that it was shocking. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, a bridge of the Great Path manifested in the void. A true saint of the Great Path, with the Great Path as his body, controlled the source of all water in the world. The moment the clear water saint appeared, Ning Chen's body suddenly sank. Even standing was difficult for him. The physique of the chaotic water was restricted by the Great Path of water. Below the saint realm, no matter how strong a martial arts expert was, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Sister Qing Ning, step back a little, Ning Chen said softly as he looked at the saint of the Great Path in front of him. Be careful. Qing Ning just reminded him and then left the battle without saying anything else. The battle was about to begin. Sword will surged around Ning Chen, and 4 immortal swords appeared. The 4 immortal slaying swords appeared, and their ferocious power shook the mortal world. With Ning Chen as the center, the sword pressure roared and surged. After 10,000 years of hard work, he had achieved great success in the sword Dao. In the rear, Fan Lingwei didn't make a move. Instead, she chose to watch the battle. Neither she nor Ning Chen had fought with a saint of the Great Path before. There were too many unknowns in this battle. However, no matter how many unknowns there were, they couldn't leave their fates in the hands of others. In the void, the Clearwater Saint raised her hand, and the sky full of raging waves pressed down. The extremely rich source of water sealed the space. Around Ning Chen, the sword lights were quickly destroyed by the impact of the source of water. In the face of the Great Path, all the power seemed so weak. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's body turned red. The 4 immortal swords were suppressed by the Great Path law, and they also cried out violently. Outside the endless space, Mo Zhu walked out of the 7-colored divine palace and looked into the distance. His weathered eyes flashed with light. The Clearwater Saint was the ruler of the East. She controlled the source of water between heaven and earth. The most powerful thing about her was her endless vitality. Water was the source of life, and the Clearwater Saint was an immortal existence. In the east of the above heaven, Ning Chen also felt the power of the Clearwater Saint. With a deep roar, the divine flames around him soared into the sky. The flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. The 3 powers of Phoenix, Demon, and God fused together and burned the water between heaven and earth, trying to cut off the source of the Clearwater Saint's power. Around Ning Chen, the 4 immortal swords ignited with different flames. On Ning Chen's origin sword, the celestial slashing sword, there was a raging blood flame. Water and fire were incompatible. After a moment of stalemate, Ning Chen moved and instantly appeared in front of the Clearwater Saint. The moment he held his sword, he slashed it. Boom! In front of the Clearwater Saint, the light of water condensed into a sky screen and blocked the immortal sword. In the blink of an eye, the Clearwater Saint raised her hand and pressed it on the sword in Ning Chen's hand. Suddenly, the source of water exploded. Ning Chen's body flew out and crashed into the mountain peak in the distance. The collapsed immortal mountain and debris flew everywhere. Ning Chen's figure swept out and looked at the Saint of the Great Path in front of him. His expression became more and more serious. What amazing power, what amazing source of the Great Path! The will of the limitless sword will and the limitless sword will. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's figure appeared in front of the Clearwater Saint. He held his sword and slashed the Saint of the Great Path again. With a boom, the Clearwater Saint blocked the immortal slaying sword with her fingers. Unexpectedly, the immortal slaying sword appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The incomparably powerful sword broke the sea and split the flood. The immortal slaying sword cut through the stormy waves and touched the body of the Saint of the Great Path. With a sizzling sound, a smear of vermilion splashed out. In shock, the Clearwater Saint was injured for the first time. "You're just a mere ant, yet you're able to hurt me." The Clearwater Saint came back to her senses. Her face was full of murderous intent. The source of the Great Path around her spread, and an extremely cold aura froze heaven and earth. In Ning Chen's hand, frost condensed on the immortal slaying sword and spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wanted to freeze the blasphemer. With murderous intent, the flames of destruction around Ning Chen rose again. After fusing 3 types of flames, the power was terrifying and shocking. As the water and fire collided, the world changed. Ning Chen reached out and grabbed the Clearwater Saint's clothes. The flames of destruction spread and turned into a huge fire phoenix, carrying the 2 of them toward the mountain peak in the distance. Chapter 1591. High up in the sky, the phoenix's cry shook the world. A single sword slashed through the 9 heavens. It was a shocking battle. The phoenix defied the heavens and fought fiercely against a saint of the Great Path. Layer after layer of collapsed mountains and rivers symbolized the intensity of the battle. A battle on the level of Genesis tier had already surpassed the scope of battles in the mortal realm. This was Ning Chen's first time facing a saint of the Great Path, so he went all out, not giving his opponent a chance to counterattack. The phoenix cry was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of mountains were flattened by the sword light. In the midst of the battle, Clearwater Saint's figure flew out. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix arrived once again. The sky-severing sword cut through the void and fell toward the saint of the great path in front of him. The mountains and rivers collapsed and the river split open. The Clearwater Saint's figure fell and smashed out a huge crater. Outside the battle, Fan Lingyue and Qing Ning watched the battle quietly, but their expressions grew more and more solemn. No. Although Ning Chen's attacks were fierce, Clearwater Saint's aura did not weaken at all. Were saints of the Great Path really immortal? In the battle, phoenix flames burned the sky and blotted out the sun, and the chaotic divine flames continued to spread, burning all the water vapor in the world. Ning Chen was only a hair's breadth away from advancing to the Genesis tier. With the support of the celestial slaying four swords, his battle prowess had already surpassed that of a monarch tier and reached the half-saint tier. However, the difference of a single word was like the difference between heaven and earth. In an incomparable battle, saints would find it difficult to injure, and neither would they die or perish. The power of the four immortal slaying swords was earth-shattering. They cut through the void again, and even cut through the rules around the saint. However, the moment they touched the saints of the Great Path, even time and space seemed to be distorted, and it was difficult to really hurt the saint. Is this all you can do? After 10 moves, the Clearwater Saint suddenly stopped and raised her hand to block the immortal extermination sword. Specks of vermilion dyed the tip of the sword red. However, the Clearwater Saint's injuries recovered in an instant and she was almost indestructible. It's my turn now. The Clearwater Saint slapped out with her palm, causing raging waves to sweep out, forcing her opponent to retreat. With a shocking palm strike, Ning Chen's figure was sent flying 100 miles away. The wings on his back spread out, and he managed to stop himself from retreating. In the blink of an eye, Clearwater Saint's figure disappeared in front of him. When she reappeared, she was already in front of him. The Clearwater Saint unleashed her killing intent. Thousands of ice divine spears appeared and pierced towards the humans in front of her. Sky Breaker. Ning Chen held his sword horizontally. His sword intent was pushed to the limit, and he swung his sword to cut through space and time. Rumbling sounds resounded throughout the 7th layer of heaven. The sword Qi and the icy divine spear collided with each other, and the heavens and earth were covered in a vast expanse. Jingshan. After one sword strike, another one rose. Ning Chen put his fingers together and his sword moved the world. The sword light was dazzling as it slashed down. With a loud boom, the sword radiance broke through the great Tao and approached the Clearwater Saint. He had cultivated the sword for 10,000 years, and today, he was finally facing a true god. As the sword radiance neared her, waves rippled in front of her. The sword radiance broke through the rules of the great Tao and started to distort. In the blink of an eye, their gazes met. Ning Chen's left hand brought out a second immortal sword, which flew out and sliced through the man's throat. With a clang, the Clearwater Saint blocked the sword with her fingers and struck out with her palm, counterattacking strongly. Ning Chen was filled with murderous intent. He turned around and dashed behind the Saint of the Great Path at lightning speed. The immortal slaying sword streaked across with unparalleled sharpness. A piece of the void was directly sliced apart. The sword will spread out, destroying the heaven and earth. The Clearwater Saint turned around and raised her hand to block the sword. She looked at the human in front of her with a serious expression. He seemed to have underestimated this human. Heaven's Inquisition! Ning Chen shouted, breaking through the limit. Above the 9 heavens, auspicious clouds filled the air. Within the clouds, silver light shone brightly. A shocking sword radiance descended from the sky, slashing toward the Saint of the Great Path below. As soon as the sword of Heaven's Inquisition appeared, the entire eastern world shook. Silver light spread out, and the sword Qi reached the divine realm. The earth-shattering sword Qi continued to slash toward the Saint of the Great Path. In the sky, the sword of Heaven's Inquisition slashed down with destructive power, breaking through layer after layer of obstacles. The Clearwater Saint looked at the sword radiance descending from the sky, and her face darkened completely. At this moment, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by silver light. He stood in the divine realm and touched the realm of the god. Boom! In an instant, the power of the Sword of Heaven's Inquisition multiplied and broke through the rules around the Saint of the Great Path. With a muffled groan, the sword will penetrated her body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of the Clearwater Saint's mouth. "How dare you!" With her sacred body injured, the Clearwater Saint's murderous intent surged. She directly smashed the sword will in the sky with her palm. Ugh! With a muffled groan, Ning Chen's white clothes were dyed red. His figure flew out like a meteor and crashed into 10 mountains. Under the rain of stones, the phoenix fire rose and the phoenix soared into the sky. It was also immortal and indestructible, and its injuries healed rapidly. The immortal bird lives up to its name. The Clearwater Saint looked at the phoenix in the phoenix fire in front of her, and said coldly, "However, this is not the first time I have killed the immortal bird." As soon as she finished speaking, the Clearwater Saint's figure disappeared and flew 100 miles away. In the sky full of phoenix fire, waves surged. The Clearwater Saint reached out to grab the phoenix's wings, wanting to destroy them. Immortal slaying. Ning Chen's murderous intent was approaching. The wings behind his back retracted, and the immortal sword turned around, shining with a sharp light. The Clearwater Saint frowned. She blocked the sword with her immortal and indestructible body and reached out to grab the phoenix's wings. At the same time, the moment the Clearwater Saint grabbed the phoenix's wings, Ning Chen's left hand grabbed her arm. Swoosh! The sword slashed down, and blood splattered all over the sky. The phoenix's wings fell, and one of them was torn off. The phoenix's wings were broken, and the saint's arm was cut off. It was a shocking scene. The Clearwater Saint's left arm was cut off by the immortal slaying sword, and blood splattered all over the void. Both of them were injured. The phoenix fire around Ning Chen quickly retracted, and the demonic flame soared into the sky. The immortal slaying sword was in his hand, and the sword fell, breaking through the void. There was a loud rumble, and the world dimmed. The Clearwater Saint focused and stepped out 100 feet. Her severed arm was regenerated, and she recovered instantly. Heavy waterfall. The saint raised his hand, and the great Tao roared. The entire void was swept by waves and fell down. Flood splitting. Ning Chen waved his sword, and the sword light slashed, splitting the waves. It was an intense battle, and it was hard to determine the winner. Outside the battle, Fan Lingyue calmly watched the battle in front of her, looking for a way to kill the saint. She and Ning Chen had never come into contact with the saint of the Great Tao before, so they did not know how to kill him. However, if they did not kill the saint, the human world would not be able to achieve true peace. The saint must not exist in this world. Perhaps, only by knowing the reason why the Nether King died can we find a way to kill the saint. Qing Ning looked at the battle in front of her and said seriously. Fan Lingyue heard this, and a strange look flashed across her eyes. She said, "Ning Chen, lend me the heavenly book." In the battle, Ning Chen heard her and waved his sword to break the battle. Then, he flipped his left hand and called out the heavenly book of creation. The heavenly book flew past and turned into a stream of light, rushing out of the battle. Fan Lingyue looked at the heavenly book flying towards her, and her figure blurred, disappearing into the heavenly book. Qing Ning, protect me. Understood. Qing Ning nodded and answered seriously. The next moment, the heavenly book of creation shone brightly. The heavenly book flipped, and the scroll of light reappeared. Chapter 1592. In the sky, demonic aura filled the sky. After the phoenix broke its wings, the demonic figure appeared. Its demonic aura shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The saint's severed arm recovered in the blink of an eye. Its aura was still shocking. Outside the battle, Fan Lingyue looked at the creation heavenly book in his hand. His figure disappeared into it. In the heavenly book world, chaos filled the air. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, showing the scene of the primal beginning world. Fan Lingue stood quietly in the chaos world, watching the scene of creation. In the sky full of lightning, great Tao bridges appeared one after another. Heaven and earth were created, and the great Tao was born. 50 great Tao bridges shook the heavens and earth. The laws spread and stabilized the primal beginning world. However, just as heaven and earth were about to become complete, the entire primal beginning world suddenly started to self-destruct. The 50 great Tao bridges were too perfect, causing the primal beginning world to be unable to continue developing. The collapsing primal beginning world was full of disasters. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and rivers overturned. It was a nightmare for countless years. Disasters kept happening in the primal beginning world, and no vitality could be produced. A perfect great Tao was not a good thing for the primal beginning world. Instead, it became a disaster. A long time passed. In the world where heaven and earth were created, an incomparably holy figure appeared. The 12 wings of sin spread out behind him, covering the sky and the sun. His demonic aura was shocking. Saint and demon in one body. The Nether King appeared with the body of a demon. The Nether King, who was born with heaven and earth, looked at the world below and frowned. In the beginning, even the Nether King did not understand why the calamities kept happening. However, as time passed, the Nether King saw the source of the calamities. A perfect great Tao made heaven and earth lose the space to develop. Therefore, the primal beginning world kept collapsing. In the sky above the primal beginning world, 50 great Tao bridges floated up and down. At this time, the Nether King, who saw the reason for the world's collapse, raised his hand. Demonic aura surged, and a 6-foot-long demonic blade appeared. The frenzy of doomsday was threatening. The Nether King's weapon displayed the power to destroy heaven and earth. With a sword, the frenzy of doomsday slashed down. In the distance, a great Tao bridge was directly slashed open. The bridge collapsed, and the laws scattered. It was a shocking scene. The Nether King slashed the great Tao with a sword, creating a gap in the perfect great Tao. Suddenly, the collapsing absolute beginning gradually stabilized and obtained space to develop. All living things were gradually born. After such a long time, the first vitality appeared in the absolute beginning world. It came from the end of the sea and the land. On the Wudong tree, the phoenix cried. Then, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise were born along with the development of heaven and earth. Later on, the human race, the demon race, the devil race, and the myriad races evolved one after another, entering the most prosperous primordial mythological era. In the sky above, the battle was fierce. The demonic might was shaking the divine might. The knowing destiny state cultivators fought against the saints of the Great Path, shaking the Great Path with their human bodies. Saints of the Great Path possessed unparalleled strength. They had no flaws or weaknesses. Every time they were injured, they could quickly recover. However, Ning Chen, who had reached the half-saint realm, was also very strong. He was not at a disadvantage when facing a real saint of the Great Path. Ning Chen's astonishing cultivation base and 10,000 years of martial arts knowledge had created an earth-shattering sword art. With the help of the 4 immortal slaying swords, he could even fight against a saint of the Great Path. In the void, the phoenix flame rose again amidst the monstrous demonic might. The phoenix's rapid regenerative ability quickly regenerated the torn wings. Ning Chen's foundation was restored to its peak. On the 7th layer of heaven, several saints of the Great Path were watching the battle with solemn expressions. Even they did not expect that a human could fight with Clearwater Saint to such an extent. It seems that we have all underestimated this phoenix. In the 7-colored palace, Saint of Golden Light looked at the battle in the east and said coldly, "Over the years, 1 or 2 powerful ants will always appear." "It's not surprising," Saint of White Lotus said calmly. In the main hall, the master of the 7-colored palace, Lord Mo, looked at the chessboard in front of him and said, "When I took him as my disciple, it was because of his phoenix origin. But I didn't expect that today. He has already exerted the power of the immortal bird to such an extent." The immortal bird born in the primordial world is indeed the existence closest to the Great Path. But even so, it's only close. Saint of White Lotus said lightly, "If you don't take this last step, you're just a relatively powerful ant." White Lotus, don't underestimate the enemy. Saint of Golden Light said, "Have you forgotten the swordsman who came from the human world?" As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the palace became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Saint of White Lotus was silent, and her expression became serious. 10,000 years ago, the swordsman who came from the human world to the above heavens was so powerful that he made them feel fear. That was the real threat of death, which had never happened in the endless years. Turning the sword into the Great Path, such an ability had already surpassed the scope of human beings. To some extent, the swordsman from the human world had also helped them a lot. If it weren't for him, they would still be restricted by the Lord of the Underworld and unable to act freely. While the three of them were talking, in the east two figures were fighting back and forth. Ning Chen and Saint of Clear Water flew out again and again, smashing the eastern world into ruins. However, their recovery ability was too strong, and they recovered in the blink of an eye. The battle reached its climax. Ning Chen's body was burning with the chaotic flame. Standing in the divine realm, he attacked with 10 times the power. The earth-shattering sword directly cut off half of Saint of Clear Water's body. The chaotic flame spread, trying to destroy the saint's vitality. However, it only took an instant for Saint of Clear Water's body to recover, and all her injuries were healed. The Saint of the Great Path counterattacked, and the bones in Ning Chen's left shoulder were all shattered. Blood splattered, and it was extremely dazzling. "Ha!" In the void, Ning Chen shouted. The phoenix flame, demonic flame, and immortal flame rose rapidly. His indestructible body quickly healed his injuries. Immediately, he turned into a heavenly sword and collided with the saint in front of him. Saint of Clear Water's expression darkened. She put her hands together and blocked the heavenly sword. A terrifying impact burst out. The corners of her mouth were red, and her chest was penetrated by the sword chi. However, the immortal and indestructible body of the saint was no longer afraid of any attack. "Immortal bird, you are very powerful, but you still can't change the fate of death." Saint of Clear Water raised her hand and landed her palm on the phoenix form. Suddenly, Ning Chen's figure flew out, and the sky was filled with phoenix feathers. Force him to summon the bridge of the Great Path. That is his true body. Only by destroying the bridge of the Great Path can we kill him. Otherwise, his body will be reborn endlessly. At this moment, Fan Lingyue's voice came out from the heavenly book of creation, reminding her. In the void, 100 miles away, Ning Chen heard this. The blood-stained wings on his back shook, and he forcibly stopped his retreat. Fall of the 6 paths, thousands of demonic tribulations, Taishang Forbidden Sword. With a deep shout, the power of the sword shook the world. Between heaven and earth, beams of sword light shot up into the sky and turned into a black demonic phoenix. Immediately, the demonic phoenix became one with the sword and rushed toward the saint of the Great Path. Chapter 1593. In the above heavens, knowing destiny battled the saint. The fierce battle shook the 9 heavens. The strongest martial artist in the human world fought his way into the above heavens just to end the source of the endless calamity in the human world. The strength of a saint of the Great Path was earth-shattering. Their every move had the power to change the world. Coupled with their immortality, they had almost no weaknesses. In order to slay the saints, Fan Lingyue entered the heavenly book of creation to find a way to slay the saints. In the primordial world, the Nether King slashed the Great Path with his sword, leaving the possibility of development for the primordial world. The gods of destruction and creation were born with the world and had unusual feelings for this world. For the continuation of the world, they didn't hesitate to destroy the bridge of the great path with their own hand. In the battle, phoenix feathers fluttered and waves of blood filled the sky. The fierce battle was getting more and more intense. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by demonic energy and phoenix flames. He was like a divine sun, dazzling and eye-catching. In the flames that filled the sky, raging waves swept and water rippled. The clear water saint's figure flashed, her body merged with the great path, and her combat power was monstrous. The opposition between water and fire had started since the primordial age of chaos. Water and fire were incompatible, and this was an unchanging law. Force out his great path bridge. Outside the battle, Fan Lingyue's voice came from the heavenly book of creation and reminded. Hearing this, Ning Chen fully unleashed his sword intent, and the grand forbidden sword appeared. The sword aura that could destroy the world was unleashed. Wherever the sword intent passed, everything was destroyed. The supreme sword intent shook the world with yin and yang. In the seven heavens, all the gods and demons felt this shocking sword pressure, and they were shocked. What a powerful sword pressure! In the Rainbow Palace, the Golden Light Saint felt the powerful sword intent from the east and said with a serious expression. This sword pressure reminded him of that person, the stunning king of the sword. But in terms of attack power, this kid is not inferior to a saint of the great path. The White Lotus Saint said indifferently, however, the strength of a saint of the great path is not just limited to attack power. The will of a human has surpassed that of a god. I'm getting more and more interested in him. The Golden Light Saint said with a cold smile. Hasn't he always wanted to change this world since the primordial age? Mo Master looked at the anticipation in front of him and said as he placed the black chess piece in his hand. Unfortunately, he failed. The White Lotus Sage sneered. Even he himself has entered the cycle of reincarnation, no longer the same as before. Didn't he come back? Mo Zhu smiled and said, now, he has basically recovered his strength from back then, and has begun to touch the domain of saints. During the most glorious period of the celestial realm, I could vaguely sense that his power was clearly capable of breaking through to the Genesis tier. However, for some reason, he still hasn't taken that final step, the Golden Light Saint said calmly. Perhaps it's because he doesn't want to become people like us. Mo Clan Master's smiling face turned cold as he said. In the east, sword will soar into the sky. The sword of destruction tore through the air and slashed at the saint of the great path in front of him. The incomparably powerful sword force even destroyed space and time. Seeing this, Clearwater Sage's expression turned serious. Ha! With a deep shout, the Clearwater Saint once again raised her Saint Chi, causing a raging wave to sweep out and furiously block the supreme forbidden sword. Amidst the raging waves, tens of thousands of swords converged into one. The tens of thousands of swords converged into one, and their power multiplied. With the power to destroy the world, they were determined to kill the saint of the great path in front of them. The sword momentum was unstoppable, and the shocking attack was unstoppable. The Clearwater Saint took half a step back with a shocked expression. Not daring to be careless, the Clearwater Saint raised her Saint Chi to the limit, and the bridge of the great path rumbled out, manifesting between heaven and earth. When her true form appeared, the Clearwater Saint's aura rose rapidly, reaching the peak. With a loud bang, the supreme forbidden sword formed by the tens of thousands of swords collapsed. However, in the battle, the phoenix fire spread, and the fire waves rolled. It was actually a scene of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Nirvana! The phoenix bathed in fire and was reborn through nirvana. Since the beginning of time, the phoenix had never died. Instead, it went through nirvana again and again, just like the reincarnation of the mortal world, preserving the inheritance of life in another way. Amidst the burning phoenix fire, the huge phoenix wings behind Ning Chen spread to the extreme, covering thousands of miles, covering the sky and the sun. Pushing his cultivation to the limit, the sword pressure roared and surged. Ning Qin waved the immortal slaying sword in his hand, and a magnificent sword light appeared. The sword that shook heaven and earth swept past at an extremely fast speed with astonishing power. Even the saints felt threatened. As the sword light swept past, the clear water saint's expression turned serious. She activated her Saint Chi, wanting to block the attack. She was shocked to see that the sword light passed by, and the target was not the saint's body. The clear water saint was stunned, and then her expression suddenly changed. Not good. The saint turned around, and her figure flashed past, wanting to block the Nirvana sword that passed by. However, it was already too late. The phoenix's extreme speed surpassed the limits of time and space, and it instantly swept to the great Tao bridge in the void. The sky shook violently. The sword slashed the great Tao, and the sword that condensed the full power of the knowing destiny state slashed the great Tao bridge. It was a shocking scene. The great Tao bridge that symbolized the source of water collapsed, and the entire world shook. In the Rainbow Palace, the two saints, Golden Light and White Lotus, were shocked. On the side, Mo Master's hand that was playing a piece also paused, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He had surprised them again. At the same time, in the depths of the Rainbow Palace, the Lord of Darkness, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes. Black air filled his body and his face was gloomy. He had chased them all the way here. In the Eastern world, the Nirvana sword slashed the great Tao, and the great Tao bridge collapsed, devouring its owner. The clear water saint's body trembled violently, and fear appeared on her face. The King of Hell's third watch, reincarnation into Hell. At the end of the battle, the King of Hell took the life. Ning Chen's fairy slayer showed its ferocious power, and his sword opened the road to the underworld. Hell appeared, and the world of the great Tao suddenly changed. Ning Chen turned into an Asura, and his demonic aura surged, and his eyes instantly turned black. The great Tao bridge collapsed, and the situation of the battle changed rapidly. In Hell, demonic shadows flashed past, and killing intent was displayed. The clear water saint suppressed the saint power that was dispersing around her, and turned around to block the fierce sword with her palm. Boom! It was a destructive blow. The aftermath swept wildly around the two of them, destroying everything in its path. Saint, how does it feel to be defeated by an ant in your eyes? In an instant, Ning Chen swung his sword and cut her throat. Blood splattered and mist filled the sky. The clear water saint's pupils constricted, and she could no longer see anything. Behind the saint, the collapsed great Tao bridge kept falling, and the great Tao rule that was born with heaven and earth was completely destroyed. At this moment, outside the battle, the heavenly book of creation shone brightly, and it stabilized the collapsed great Tao bridge. In a moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed, and he rushed to the front of the great Tao bridge. Ha! With a deep shout, Ning Chen's immortal core power surged, and the power of extreme coldness spread, swallowing the destroyed great Tao bridge. Behind him, Fan Lingyue, who was dressed in a light blue dress, walked over. She looked at the knowing destiny state in front of her and said, "How is it?" "Very strong." Ning Chen said calmly, "He underestimated me after all. If we do it again, it won't be so smooth." "Smooth?" Fan Lingyue glanced at the man in front of her, who was covered in blood, and said calmly, "You'd better heal your injuries as soon as possible." Ning Chen nodded, and the phoenix fire rose around him again, and he began to heal his injuries. Not far away, Qing Ning walked over and said calmly, "Are there really 46 saints of this level? We don't know yet." Fan Lingyue looked into the distance and said seriously, "I hope not." Chapter 1594. In the eastern world of the seventh heaven, the death of the Clearwater Saint shook the entire world. The death of a saint was followed by the death of the Netherworld King. On the 49th day, Ning Chen's injuries were completely healed. After a fierce battle, his cultivation level increased again. After devouring the source of water, Ning Chen's body became even stronger. His every move revealed the truth of the great Tao. The ruler of the Eastern world died in battle. Without a leader, many people became restless. Although Ning Chen defeated the Clearwater Saint, he had not reached the Genesis tier. He could not really intimidate those monarch-level elite. In the 49th day, 7 monarch-level elites came one after another. They wanted to attack while Che Jiming was recuperating. However, Fan Lingyue, who was guarding Ning Chen, attacked. The Sword of Purification killed all the enemies. The 7 monarch-level elites were all defeated by the Sword of Purification. Fan Lingyue's ruthless style had never changed. For the sake of his goal, he did not care about the process. After the 49th day, after Ning Chen woke up, the entire Eastern world quieted down. The Eastern world calmed down. Ning Chen looked at the next saint of the great Tao. The Firmament Saint. A saint who controlled the Tao of space. Even among the 49th great Tao, he was an extremely powerful existence. Time and space had always been the most mysterious rules in the world. They were powerful and complicated. However, this battle did not last long. Ning Chen was defeated, and he was defeated miserably. Facing the Firmament Saint who controlled the Tao of space, Ning Chen was defeated in less than 100 moves. Even his phoenix wings were torn off. Fortunately, Fan Lingyue, who was outside, arrived in time and saved Ning Chen. Otherwise, Ning Chen would have died in the above heavens. After this battle, Ning Chen and the others disappeared for 700 years. No one knew about them. At the end of the Eastern world, in the depths of the sea, waves rolled. At the bottom of the sea, phoenix flames surged. After controlling the source of water, Ning Chen, Fan Lingyue, and Qing Ning came to the bottom of the sea and hid their auras. The battle with the Firmament Saint showed them how terrifying a saint of the great Tao was. Facing the Firmament Saint who controlled the great Tao, even someone as strong as Ning Chen did not have much room to fight back. "How is it?" Fan Lingyue asked. He only asked 2 words as usual. "Very strong." Ning Chen, who was recuperating, opened his eyes and answered honestly. He had also mastered the forbidden underworld of space energy. However, compared to the Tsangqiong Saint, it was so weak. "I'll give you one more chance. How confident are you?" Fan Lingyue continued asking. 10%, Ning Chen replied. 10%. Fan Lingyue murmured softly. 700 years, 10%. That's enough. 3 days later, Ning Chen and Fan Lingyue walked out from the bottom of the sea and headed to the Firmament Peak once again to challenge the Firmament Saint. It was an earth-shattering battle that caused the sky to lose its color. Ning Chen used all of his abilities and used all of his skills. For the first time, he came into contact with the Tsangqiong Saint, who controlled the great Tao of space. However, Ning Chen was still defeated. This time, Ning Chen lost an arm. His chest also had a large hole blasted out by spatial rule, looking wretched to the extreme. However, relying on the Phoenix's extreme speed and Fan Lingyue's help, Ning Chen still managed to barely preserve his life. Under the Tsangqiong Saint's pursuit, the 2 of them fled all the way to the bottom of the ocean before they barely managed to escape. This time, Ning Chen rested for 900 years and did not dare to step out from the bottom of the ocean. In the 7-colored palace, the White Lotus Saint, who had witnessed the 2 battles between Ning Chen and the Tsangqiong Saint for more than 1,000 years, looked increasingly solemn. This phoenix's strength was growing too fast. Compared to the first time when he was unable to fight back against the Tsangqiong Saint, this time, he could already come into contact with the Tsangqiong Saint. It's been 900 years. His injuries are almost healed. The Golden Light Saint said calmly. This time, the Tsangqiong Saint won't give him a chance to leave alive, the White Lotus Saint said coldly. Not necessarily. In the main hall, Master Mo, who had been silent all this time, said with a smile, "This disciple of mine is much smarter than I thought." At this moment, a phoenix's cry came from the bottom of the sea. A fire phoenix soared into the sky and flew towards the Firmament Saint. In the sky, the Tsangqiong saint opened his eyes. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. It's finally time. The Tsangqiong saint stood up and slammed his palm down from the sky. The destructive palm strike transcended the limits of space and landed directly on the fire phoenix that was soaring into the sky. However, at this moment, the space around the fire phoenix was distorted and the world came to a standstill. In an instant, the phoenix's figure soared into the sky and reached the firmament saint. In the next moment, the phoenix transformed into an immortal slaying sword amidst the flames in the sky. The deadly sword was so fast that it surpassed the limit of time and space. Even time began to flow backward. In the blink of an eye, the sword tip had already reached the Tsangqiong saint. The moment the sword tip touched the Tsangqiong saint disappeared and appeared behind Ji Ming. The phoenix's extreme speed is meaningless before the rules of space. The Tsangqiong saint's palm landed on Ji Ming's back. There was a muffled groan as blood splattered and dyed the sky red. In the void, demonic chi and immortal core power surged as two figures walked out of thin air. Got you! The demonic body and the true body grabbed the Tsangqiong saint's shoulders as the aura around them burned rapidly. In front of them, the phoenix that had taken the hit swung its sword in an attempt to kill the Tsangqiong saint. Whoosh! The Tsangqiong saint quickly retreated. However, his body was restrained and he was half a step slower. The blood was so glaring that it was the first time that Tsangqiong saint was injured since the battle began. How dare you! The Tsangqiong saint's eyes flashed with anger as his Taoist body was injured. He unleashed all his strength as he condensed saint core power in his palms and pushed the demonic body away. At the same time, the phoenix swept past and the sword tip came at him again. Back off! The Tsangqiong saint blocked the immortal sword with his fingers as his saint core power vibrated and pushed the immortal sword back. When the immortal sword and the demonic body retreated, the immortal sword and the demonic body attacked again. The four immortal slaying swords are indeed worthy of their reputation. The Tsangqiong saint blocked the immortal sword with his palms as his saint core power surged. Outside the battle, Fan Lingyue, who was watching the battle for the third time, was looking for a flaw in the Tsangqiong saint. She believed that there was no perfect power in the world. Even the great Tao of space could not be flawless. At this moment, Qing Ning stood above the sea area far away from the battle and said, "Space cannot restrain the will of humans." Outside the battle, Fan Lingyue's eyes narrowed. Will. So that's how it is. Fan Lingyue closed her eyes and released her will. Suddenly, both inside and outside the battle were filled with white light. Wherever the will was, the Tao would be there. In the battle, Ning Chen was enlightened. He stopped and released all his sword intent. Wherever the will was, the sword would be there. Ugh! The sword light pierced through the Tsangqiong saint's chest and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 1595. Above the firmament, the sword broke through the firmament, and the saint was severely injured. The will of the sword transcended the limits of space. The limitless sword was also limitless. Blood splattered and dyed the firmament red. The saint was injured, and his immortal golden body was broken. The firmament saint's eyes burned with anger as his saint body was injured. He slammed his palm down, and the entire sky cracked. The space around Ningchen was frozen by the space rules. It was like a heaven and earth cage, making it difficult for him to escape. Ningchen stabbed down with the fairy-slaying sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword pressure spread out, forcefully breaking the heaven and earth cage. The phoenix fire spread, and Ning Chen's figure disappeared instantly. He dashed 100 miles away, and the three swords moved at the same time. The limitless sword was unstoppable. The firmament saint took a step forward and dodged the first two sword radiances. Whoosh! The third sword radiance was unavoidable. It slashed across the saint's shoulder, and blood spurted out. The firmament saint's eyes burned with killing intent after being injured consecutively. He gathered all his power, and his saint vital energy rushed into the sky. The bridge of the great path that symbolized the space rules appeared, and the firmament saint's strength was pushed to the limit. In the firmament, the battle between the Genesis realm cultivators had reached its peak. 4 symbols divine seal, 3 light shadow bodies. The 3 swords rose again, and the sword radiances slashed toward the bridge of the great path. The firmament saint waved his hand and blocked the 3 sword radiances. The firmament saint had reached his limit. Ning Chen looked at the bridge of the great path behind the saint, and his eyes narrowed slightly. If he wanted to kill a saint, he had to destroy the bridge of the great path. However, the firmament saint controlled the space rules, and his strength was not something the Clearwater saint could compare to. Ha! With a long shout, the knowing destiny 3 bodies released sword will, and the limitless sword was about to destroy the bridge of the great path. Under the great path, above the firmament, human, you have no chance of winning. The firmament saint raised his hand and the space shook. Cracks appeared, sealing off all the paths ahead. He was one of the strongest saints, and his strength was unparalleled. The sword radiances around Ning Chen were swallowed by the space and dissipated. Ugh! Suddenly, the space on Ning Chen's chest, and blood spurted out like rain. The phoenix fire, demonic flame, and immortal flame burned quickly. Ning Chen stabilized his body and his sword will. The sword will spread, surpassing the limits of space. In front of the space bridge of the great path, a dazzling sword light appeared out of nowhere. It was hundreds of feet long, and in the blink of an eye, it crashed into the bridge of the great path. Cracks appeared on the bridge of the great path under the impact. Just as it was about to collapse, the Tsangqiong saint's figure flashed past and instantly appeared above the bridge of the great path. The sage raised his hand, and the precepts of space spread out, instantly stabilizing the bridge that was about to collapse. The shocking battle attracted the attention of all parties. In the colorful temple, the 3 saints of the great path looked at the sky with different expressions. Under the great Tao, above the firmament. A simple sentence was enough to show the true strength of the firmament saint. The fact that the phoenix could force the Tsangqiong saint to such an extent was beyond imagination. However, that was all they could do. Even the phoenix would not be able to reach the heavens. In the battle, the Tsangqiong saint stabilized the bridge of the great path and looked at the humans in front of him. His expression finally turned serious. At this moment, he finally believed that the young man before him possessed the strength to be on equal footing with him. In fact, he might even lose if he was careless for a moment. The battle started again. At this time, the moonlight in the sky was extremely bright. A light blue figure walked out of the battle and intervened to stop the battle between the 2. Let's call it a day, shall we? Fan Lingyue looked at the saint of the great path in front of him and said. Behind them, Ning Chen saw this and frowned slightly. The sword light around his body was extremely dazzling. On the bridge of the great path, the Tsangqiong saint looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly, "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tsangqiong saint withdrew his saint chi and looked at the young man behind the woman. He said, "For countless years, other than the swordsman from 10,000 years ago, you are the most powerful human I have ever seen." Hearing this, Ning Chen's sword intent dissipated. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You have seen him before?" "Yes." The Tsangqiong saint said faintly, "His sword made me feel fear. Unfortunately, his opponent is the #1 demon god of the heaven realm, the true god of gods." In the colorful temple, the White Lotus Saint, who sensed that the battle had stopped, walked out of the temple and looked at the sky with a frown. They stopped fighting? What are the Tsangqiong Saint and the Phoenix doing? Master Mo, Golden Light, I will go up and take a look. After saying this, the White Lotus Saint's figure flashed and flew toward the sky. Above the sky, the 3 of them felt the powerful pressure that was rushing towards them, and their expressions turned serious. "It's the White Lotus," the Tsangqiong Saint said faintly and waved his hand to cut off the space. Not long after, a white brilliance appeared in the sky. The White Lotus Saint walked out and looked around with a cold look. Sangqiong, are you not going to come out and see me? The White Lotus Saint said calmly. Our paths are different. The Sangqiong Saint's voice sounded in the sky. We don't work together. Sangqiong, you should know why the phoenix is here. Keeping him alive is also a threat to you. The White Lotus Saint said coldly. Don't worry about it. The Sangqiong Saint's voice sounded again. The White Lotus Saint snorted and turned to leave without saying anything else. In the sky, 3 figures appeared. The Sangqiong Saint looked at the woman beside him and said calmly, Why do you think I will stop this battle? Because you are the most indifferent person. Fan Lingyue replied. You have no desire, so you don't fight. Why does the Great Path have a will? Ning Chen asked seriously. I don't know. The Sangqiong Saint said calmly, We were born in the chaos and gained intelligence in the primordial era. The era of heaven and earth is our lifespan. Ning Chen heard this and his expression became more serious. He said, As a great path, you brought disaster to the human world. You are not a saint. I have never interfered with the affairs of the human world. The Sangqiong Saint said coldly. The human world has been destroyed once again. Fan Lingyue looked in the direction of the human world and said calmly, So, let's come up and kill all the sources of disaster. In your dreams. The Sangqiong Saint said indifferently, The Great Path has 50, and the Heavenly Evolution has 49. Do you know how many saints there are in this world? How many can you kill? We still have a lot of time. Ning Chen said calmly. In these long years of cultivation, we have to do something. What we need to do next is to kill all the saints in the world. Those below the saints are all ant. The Sangqiong Saint said coldly, Even if your strength is close to that of a saint, you are still not a saint. My strength is not the strongest among the 49 great paths. Now that you can't even kill me, how can you kill all the saints in the world? If 1 year is not enough, then 2 years. If 2 years is not enough, then 10 years or 100 years or even 1,000 years. One day there will be no more saints in this world. Ning Chen looked into the distance and said firmly. Chapter 1596. Above the sky, Zhi Ming, Fan Lingyue, and the Sangqiong Saint had a discussion and temporarily made peace. Under the great Tao, the Sangqiong Saint's absolute strength made Ning Chen experience the terror of a saint. However, the Sangqiong Saint also admitted that he was not the most powerful saint. Apart from the fallen gods, there were still great Tao saints who were more powerful than the Sangqiong Saint who could control space. At the end of the eastern continent, above the sea, Ning Chen and Fan Lingyue returned. Qing Ning, who had been waiting for many days, was relieved to see them return safely. It's good that you're back. Qing Ning said with a gentle smile. Rest for a few days. Okay. Ning Chen nodded gently and said, I'm indeed a little tired. In the Rainbow Palace, Lord Mo, who had been playing chess quietly, looked at the chessboard in front of him with a strange look in his eyes. What's wrong? Saint Golden Light asked. Tribulation. Lord Mo replied. Saint Golden Light looked puzzled and asked, What tribulation? The great tribulation of heaven and earth, Lord Mo replied. The great tribulation of heaven and earth? Saint Golden Light frowned and said, What does this have to do with us? I mean, it's the real great tribulation of heaven and earth, Lord Mo said in a deep voice. Saint Golden Light looked shocked and said, Including us. Yes. Lord Mo nodded and said, Why, is it because of that phoenix? Saint Golden Light said seriously, With his strength, it's not enough to make us so wary. I can't see it for the time being. Lord Mo's expression turned serious and said, Where's White Lotus? Is he not back yet? He went to the Sangqiong Saint and hasn't returned yet, Saint Golden Light replied. However, as soon as he said that, Lord Mo and Saint Golden Light's expressions changed and looked into the distance. This aura was White Lotus. Something happened to White Lotus. In the void, White Lotus Saint's figure fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. In the void, a great Tao bridge shattered and dissipated between heaven and earth. It was a shocking scene. White Lotus Saint fell, the second saint to die in battle after Saint Qing Shui. In the sea, Ning Chen and Fan Lingwei also felt this shocking change, and their expressions turned serious. A saint had fallen. Who is it? In the Rainbow Palace, Saint Golden Light asked. Demon. Mo Zhu looked at the distant horizon and said seriously, a true devil. Devil? The Golden Light Sage said with a heavy expression, the Nether King is already dead. How can there be a devil in this world? Mo Zhu didn't say anything else. He tossed the chess piece in his hand, and a black streak of light flew out of the seven-colored temple and into the distance. In the blink of an eye, millions of miles away, the chess piece collided with the demonic aura that filled the sky. After a momentary stalemate, the black chess piece shattered and dissipated. In the seven-colored divine palace, Lord Mo stood up and walked to the front of the palace in a single step. Could it be that he was back? Behind him, Saint Golden Light also stepped out of the temple. He looked at the void with a solemn expression. Back then, they had witnessed the fall of the Nether King with their own eyes. Tens of thousands of miles away, demonic chi surged in the void, strange and powerful. The 12 wings of sin blotted out the sky, and even the divine sun was unable to warm this cold demonic heart. Within the surging demonic chi, 2 figures stood in the air, one male and one female. They were equally powerful. After 10,000 years, their strength was already immeasurable. Is that you? Above the sea, Ning Chen looked at the sky and whispered softly. At the same time, above the 7th heaven, in the 8th heaven, a god opened his eyes and looked at the 7th heaven realm, narrowing his eyes slightly. Nether King, are you still alive? In the 7th heaven, the fall of the White Lotus Sage shocked the world. In the primordial era, the Nether King destroyed a great path. 10,000 years ago, the Nether King and the legend of the Sword of the Mortal Realm fought, and the second great path was destroyed. In the end, the Nether King and Prince Yen fell together, and the world had one less great path. Now, Qing Shui and White Lotus died in battle one after another. The great path was incomplete, and the situation was getting worse. In the mortal realm, after the saints of the great path fell one after another, the world changed temporarily because of the fall of the saints of the great path. However, although the saints fell, the Tao did not. The changes in the world gradually subsided with the passage of time. In the immortal realm, the cultivation of the celestial lords in the mortal realm rose day by day, and the most powerful one had already stepped into the monarch realm. After the great calamity, it was extremely prosperous. Because the saints fell one after another, the spirit chi of heaven and earth gradually recovered to the primordial era. In the mortal realm, powerhouses kept popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. It was not as harsh as before for humans to enter the heavenly path realm. However, even though some of the celestial venerables in the mortal realm had entered the monarch realm one after another, no one could cross the last step and reach the Genesis realm like the saints of the great path. The Genesis realm was an eternal chasm between mortals and the great path. Since the primordial era, no one could truly cross it. Even the legend of the Sword of the Mortal Realm, who died together with the Nether King, only stepped into the saint realm for a short time. In the 7th heaven realm, in the Rainbow Palace, not long after the death of the White Lotus Sage, demonic aura filled the air, and the terrifying pressure was shocking. The demonic might pressed down, and extremely horrifying demonic chi covered all the figures as they followed the ghost stones. They're here. In the Rainbow Palace, Lord Mo's eyes darkened slightly. At the side, the Golden Light Sage's body rose with golden light, ready to face the enemy. In the next moment, in the sky above the Rainbow Palace, under the demonic aura, 2 figures rushed out. Their speed was shocking. Without saying a word, they attacked with killing moves, and in an instant, they rushed in front of the 2 saints. The two people were surrounded by demonic aura, and even their faces couldn't be seen clearly. However, the shocking pressure made even the saints feel threatened. Lord Mo and the Golden Light Sage blocked the killing moves, and the ground under them collapsed. The fast moves collided, and the heavy palms were earth-shattering. The battle that couldn't be seen clearly destroyed one side of the world. In front of the Golden Light Sage, a slender hand reached out, and the power to fight the heavens was unparalleled. As the killing intent approached, the Golden Light Sage raised his hand to block the attack. With a muffled groan, his figure flew hundreds of feet away. Similarly, not far away, Lord Mo was also facing a powerful demonic cultivator. After several exchanges, it was obvious that he was going to lose. Rumbling sounds resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. This world-shocking battle caused all sides to be shocked. No one knew who the attacker was. It was as if an amazing powerhouse appeared out of thin air, and even the saints couldn't match him. Half a day later, the battle stopped. The entire Rainbow Palace was destroyed, and the traces of Lord Mo and the Golden Light Sage disappeared. Is it over? At the end of the eastern world, above the sea, Ning Chen, who had been watching the battle, murmured softly with a serious look in his eyes. On the side, the moonlight gathered, and Fan Lingwei walked out and said calmly, "Is it him?" "I hope not," Ning Chen said softly. This demonic aura was cold and powerful, making people shudder. It was not the result he wanted to see. Now, he seemed to understand why the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm was unwilling to take the last step. Chapter 1597. Above high heavens, a saint fell. God Slayer was shocked. Qing Shui and Bai Lian died in battle one after another. Jin Guang and Mo Zhu also disappeared soon after. The saints of above heavens were in a state of panic. A demon came out of nowhere and killed all the saints, causing the world to change drastically. The fall of a saint was a major event in the entire great world. The mortal realm, the god realm, and the various heavens, whether it was humans or fiend gods, were all shocked. In the human world, although the starry sky was incomplete, the glory of human practitioners had already reached the pinnacle. It was comparable to the absolute beginning era when the gods stood in great numbers. The fall of the saints caused the great Tao of heaven and earth to be incomplete, but it also gave humans the opportunity to achieve the great Tao. "Master, Sister Qing Ning, when will you be back?" In the immortal region, Yin sat on the stone steps in front of the immortal palace. Her eyes were filled with longing as she murmured softly. After several thousand years, Yin-Er's cultivation had become increasingly powerful, and she had already become a top expert in the mortal world. As the descendant of the Heaven's Speaker and possessing the Phoenix origin, Yin-Er's talent could be counted with one's fingers even in the era of legends. She had cultivated to this day, and had already touched upon the monarch realm. "You miss your master again?" At this moment, a beautiful figure walked over and spoke. Female Supreme. When Yin saw who it was, she immediately stood up and said respectfully. The woman smiled and patted the girl's head. "If you miss him, then cultivate well. When you are stronger, I will bring you to above heavens to find him." "Really?" Yin was pleasantly surprised. "Yes." Nu Chang nodded slightly and smiled. "That's why you have to cultivate well." "Got it." Yin nodded vigorously and replied. At the same time, in the northern regions of the immortal realms, black mountains and white waters manifested. Within the landscape inkscape, the black-white swordsman was practicing his sword. The sharpness of his sword was extremely dazzling. Far away in the sword domain, a purple figure stood quietly on a mountain peak. He held a star-streak bow in his hand, and then a green arrow tore through the sky with earth-shattering might. Even from 10,000 miles away, a single arrow was enough to shock the gods. The boundless and boundless arrow intent destroyed everything in its path, instantly arriving 10,000 miles away. In the mountain river sword realm, the black-white swordsman sensed something and turned his head to slash at the incoming arrow. Sword intent, arrow intent, and ultimate force clashed. Heaven and earth instantly changed color. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the celestial realms. The aftershocks continued to spread out in all directions. In the east, in front of Immortal Palace, the woman sensed the shock waves spreading from the distance, but she wasn't surprised. She waved her hand to disperse the shock waves. Their cultivation was progressing faster and faster. In all corners of the immortal realms, the great cultivators of the mortal world focused on cultivation, all for the sake of reaching the peak of the martial Tao. At this point in his cultivation had already become a habit, a form of persistence, and it wasn't just for the sake of longevity. Do you want to go to above heavens to take a look? Luo Xingchen calmly asked. Yes. Mu Qianshang nodded. There will be a day when we will go up and take a look. High above in the sky, at the end of the eastern world, above the sea, raging waves surged and towered into the sky. Amidst the raging waves, a plain-clothed figure stood in the air, surrounded by chaotic water that was abnormally powerful. After swallowing the clear water saint's life force, Ning Chen's cultivation level improved again. He was already half a step into the Genesis tier. Ning Chen had surpassed the monarch realm and had yet to completely transform into the Tao. He had become the most special existence in this world. He was powerful, but he had not lost his humanity. As time passed, Ning Chen understood more and more why the master of the immortal realms didn't take this final step. The great Tao was heartless, and so were the saints. At the moment when he touched the Genesis tier, he could already feel the coldness of the great Tao. He knew that if he took this final step, his humanity would completely disappear, and he would become a cold and emotionless monster. However, if he didn't take this step, how could he kill all the saints of the immortal realms? What are you hesitating for? Outside the raging waves, Fan Lingyue, dressed in a light blue dress, walked over. Wherever she passed, the raging waves beneath her gradually calmed down. Amidst the raging waves, Ning Chen opened his eyes and calmly said, "Cultivating till now, there will always be some unwillingness. I only know that if you don't enter the Genesis tier, you won't be able to truly kill all the saints," Fan Lingyue said calmly. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time, he sighed softly. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes again. Instantly, amidst the raging waves, a powerful aura spread continuously, charging at the legendary boundary between man and God, the Genesis tier. Outside the raging waves, Fan Lingyue stood quietly on the sea, looking into the distance. A serious look flashed across her face. Was it an illusion? She kept feeling that something terrifying was about to happen. In the northern world of the above heaven, in a divine palace that had existed for countless years, a great battle broke out, and the entire divine palace was destroyed overnight. Inside the divine palace, a saint who controlled a great Tao died, his blood dyeing the entire divine palace red. It was a terrifying scene. Saint blood splattered all over the sky, dyeing half of the northern world blood red. Roar! At this moment, heaven and earth split open, and a huge wild beast appeared, its roar shaking the heavens. The wild beast appeared, and directly swallowed the entire divine palace. After swallowing the saint blood, the wild beast mutated rapidly. An astonishing pressure spread, and vaguely, there was a hint of a monarch's aura. At the same time, countless wild beasts in the northern world transformed after swallowing the saint blood, becoming the most terrifying monsters. Instantly, the northern world was in chaos, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Do you feel it? At the end of the eastern world, above the sea, Fan Lingyue asked seriously. Amidst the raging waves, Ning Chen, who was charging at the Genesis tier with all his might, nodded and said, "Another saint has died." "They may have already taken that step," Fan Lingyue said calmly. That demonic chi was cold and emotionless, just like the feeling that all saints gave off. Ning Chen was silent and didn't answer. At the same time, in the destroyed seven-colored divine palace, The white-robed Mo master walked out, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the northern world. You really didn't die. The aura of darkness spread, and the darkness master appeared, speaking. It's a pity for the white lotus and golden light. Mo master said indifferently, how are your injuries? They have healed, the darkness master replied. The Lord of Darkness replied, the one in the east should be about to take the final step. The dusk of the gods, from the absolute beginning until now, even saints are about to face a great tribulation, Mo master said calmly. Mo master, are you afraid too? The darkness master sneered. No, I'm just curious about how the one in the eighth heaven will react. Mo master looked at the sky and replied. God. The darkness master said coldly. It's not the first time I've heard you mention him. Is that God stronger than the Netherworld King? No, Mo master said calmly. In terms of martial power, the Netherworld King, as the number one martial god of the heaven realm, is undoubtedly the strongest. However, the terror of gods doesn't lie in their power. What do you mean? The darkness master asked seriously. Among the 49 great Daos, only the one in the eighth heaven can change everything, including life and death. Mo master murmured softly, because he controls the most unknown power in the world, time. Chapter 1598. In the blink of an eye 10,000 years had passed. At the end of the Eastern world, Ning Chen had already reached a critical juncture in his attempt to break through to the Genesis tier. Fan Lingyue stood guard over him, not allowing anyone to disturb him. In the sea, affected by Ning Chen's breakthrough to the Genesis tier, waves and waves surged endlessly in an area of 1,000,000 miles, shocking everyone's hearts. In the sky above Ning Chen, 3 great Dao bridges were faintly discernible. Lightning surged. This was a scene that had never been seen before. One person was going to prove 3 great Daos. At the top of the 3 great paths, where the brilliance of the 3 great paths converged, a 4th great path bridge was about to appear. Immortal, God, and Devil, 3 bodies to prove 3 Daos, 3 Daos to merge into the Sword Dao. This unprecedented ambition shocked the entire great world. Stop him. We can't let him attain the Dao. No one knew where it came from, but a terrified voice rang out. No one would have thought that there would be someone in this world who could prove 4 great Daos at the same time. This was a taboo that heaven and earth would never allow. The saints of the entire great world could no longer sit idly by as they looked at the sea region where thunder and lightning were raging in the east. It's coming. At the end of the eastern world, above the sea, Fan Lingyue looked at the horizon with narrowed eyes. Not far away, Qing Ning looked at the woman in a light blue dress in front of her, and her eyes flashed. Ever since they came to above heavens, Ning Chen had always been the one fighting. Fan Lingyue had almost never made a move. However, this woman who had once made Ning Chen suffer so much was truly unfathomable. And now, Ning Chen was already about to advance into the Genesis tier. She believed that Fan Lingyue's cultivation level would definitely not be weaker than anyone else's. In the sky above the sea, auspicious clouds rolled, and dazzling holy light shone on the surface of the sea. It was extremely shocking. Within the holy light, 2 figures with holy light around them descended from the sky. The terrifying pressure caused the entire sea to tumble. As the saints descended, Ning Chen opened his eyes amidst the raging waves. A serious look flashed across his eyes. Focus on breaking through. Leave the rest to me. Fan Lingyue spoke. His silhouette flashed, blocking Qin Wentian's path. Qing Ning, I'll leave the rest to you. Understood. Qing Ning nodded and pinched her fingers together. Instantly, a green lotus bloomed and formed a world of lotuses, supporting the forbidden underworld seal that she had set up beforehand. The Yellow Springs Forbidden Zone, the flow of time and the rotation of 10,000 lotuses. Its shocking power protected Ning Chen, who was at the critical moment of breaking through. Without any worries for the time being, Fan Lingyue was at ease. He stepped into the air and flew towards the horizon. In the void above, two saints of the Great Path appeared at the same time, and they joined forces to attack Yi Futian. In front, Fan Lingwei appeared and blocked the path. Her light blue dress fluttered in the wind, and her fine black hair danced in the wind. He used to be the most powerful man in the divine prefecture and the wisest man in the world. Today, he finally showed his prowess again, fighting against two saints of the Great Path alone. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the two saints of the Great Path in the void. Without saying anything, they reached out to grab the woman in front of them. Below the saints, all living beings were like ants. The two saints of the Great Path didn't take humans who had yet to reach the Genesis tier seriously. Even saints feel fear in the face of an unknown threat. It seems that the so-called saints of the Great Path are nothing more than this. Fan Lingwei looked at the two people in front of him and said coldly. The moonlight around him flourished and filled the entire battlefield. With a loud boom, the saint energy within the pure divine light dispersed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the two sages frowned. Without saying a word, the two of them once again struck out with their palms. Holy light flourished to the extreme, shocking the heavens and the earth. In front of them, Fan Lingwei did not dodge or evade. Her slender hands gathered yuan, and a moon-white brilliance spread out, blocking the two saints' attacks head-on. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook violently as the three forces collided. The terrifying shock waves spread out rapidly, rolling up huge waves and changing the color of the sky. The two moves collided, and it was difficult to determine the outcome. The saints' expressions changed, and killing intent appeared. In a battle between experts, the wind blew and the grass shook. In the blink of an eye, it was another shocking battle. Among the two saints, one of the saints of the Great Path reached the limit, and the bridge of the Great Path appeared. Chaotic saint energy swept out, and a dazzling holy light shone in the sky. The saint was furious, and heaven and earth turned upside down. However, in front of him, the human's expression did not change. She clenched her left hand, and a light blue brilliance gathered. The pure karma supreme beginning appeared. Fan Lingwei held the sword hilt and slowly pulled out the divine sword. In an instant, the power of pure divine light spread between heaven and earth. In the sky, an illusory bridge of the Great Path appeared. The almost solid bridge of the Great Path symbolized the cultivation of the wisest man in the world. It was only a short distance away from the real Genesis tier. The pure karma sword appeared, and Fan Lingwei's figure disappeared instantly. In the next moment, she was in front of the saint. The saint did not dodge or evade. He raised his hand to block the attack. Unexpectedly, the pure karma sword was indestructible and could purify all power. Even the holy light could not stop it. The saint was shocked. However, with his extraordinary reaction, he turned his body and avoided the pure karma sword. The sword missed, and Fan Lingwei stood still. She urged her left hand and slammed her palm into the saint's chest. There was a muffled groan, and the saint flew back dozens of feet. The corners of his mouth were red. One saint was injured. Not far away, the other saint's killing move had arrived. In the dazzling red light, thunder surged and devoured. In 10,000 years I have thought about many things. How should I deal with you immortal monsters? The killing intent approached, but Fan Lingwei's expression did not change at all. Then, she turned her body and avoided the killing move. The two figures crossed. Fan Lingwei reached out and grabbed the saint's arm. With a slash, blood splattered all over the sky. There was a scream as the saint's arm was cut off. At this moment, a shocking scene happened. The saint of the Great Path, who was originally immortal, could not regrow his arm. How can this be? The saint was terrified, and his face was abnormally pale. When you summon the bridge of the Great Path, it will be too passive. There is no real immortal body in the world, and saints are no exception. Since you have condensed a physical body, there must be a flaw. While speaking, Fan Lingwei's figure rushed out again. He reached out and grabbed the shoulder of the saint with the broken arm, throwing him directly toward the floating island in the distance. With a rumble, the floating island in the distance collapsed, and debris flew like rain. When you use the power of rules, your physical body will inevitably be connected with the bridge of the Great Path. If I want to kill you, this is the time. As soon as she finished speaking, Fan Lingyue rushed in front of the other saint and slashed with her sword, cold light shining. The saint was terrified, and his arms subconsciously blocked in front of him. Whoosh! With a painful groan, the saint's arms were cut off by the sword. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was extremely dazzling. The saint retreated 1,000 feet away and stopped. Cold sweat kept dripping down his face as his arms gradually regrown. Of course, you can also not use the power of rules. As long as the rules of the Great Path are not destroyed, you can be reborn indefinitely. However, without the power of rules, how can you stop me? Before she finished speaking, Fan Lingyue's figure rushed in front of the saint again and reached out to grab the latter's throat. The saint's expression changed, and he immediately dodged to the side. At that moment, Fan Lingyue turned around and sent the saint flying with a kick. Chapter 1599. At the end of the Eastern world, knowing destiny was about to complete the Tao. The 4 bridges of the Great Path were so powerful that it shocked all the saints. Sensing the threat from the east, the 2 saints joined forces to kill the threat in the cradle. At the critical moment, Fan Lingyue appeared to block the 2 saints, showing his amazing ability. With one sword, he blocked all the obstacles. The former top cultivator of the Divine Prefecture once again showed his unparalleled combat power, forcing the 2 saints of the Great Path into a dangerous situation. The wisdom of battle was fully displayed by the wisest man in the world. The 2 saints of the Great Path had scruples, so they couldn't use their full strength and were actually at a disadvantage. Outside the battle, Qing Ning looked at the battle in the sky, and light flashed in her eyes. She knew that Fan Lingyue's sword strike just now had a huge psychological pressure on the 2 saints of the Great Path. The bodies of saints were immortal and indestructible, so it would be hard for them to accept that their moves were broken. However, if the 2 saints of the Great Path could calm down and think, they would know that they didn't need to worry so much because even Fan Lingyue couldn't catch their flaws every time they attacked with all their strength. Unfortunately, Fan Lingyue wouldn't give them time to think. In the sky, 3 streams of light kept intertwining. The 2 saints who abandoned the rules of the Great Path were equivalent to cutting off one of their arms, so they couldn't show their most powerful side. After 10,000 years, Fan Lingyue, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the Genesis realm, went all out and beat the 2 saints of the Great Path until they almost couldn't fight back. The sudden turn of the battle, just because of one sword, gave the 2 saints of the Great Path a deep psychological pressure. What a terrifying woman! In the distance, the Lord of Darkness, who was watching the battle, looked at the east with fear in his eyes. Back then, he had also been defeated by this woman. In terms of absolute combat power, this woman might not be too terrifying, but sometimes, combat power wasn't the only factor that determined the outcome of a battle. The sword in her hand has a very familiar aura. Beside him, Lord Mo said with a thoughtful look. Not long after, Lord Mo's eyes flashed, and he said, "It's it." "What is it?" the Lord of Darkness asked. "The Great Path that was destroyed by the Nether King," Lord Mo said in a serious voice. "In the absolute beginning era, when the Great Path was complete, heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. The Nether King destroyed a great path, and the aura of that sword is very similar to that one." "No wonder," the Lord of Darkness said with a solemn expression. "I was just wondering how a mere mortal sword could injure a saint of the Great Path. It seems that this woman's identity is not simple," Emoju said calmly. "She has been in the cycle of reincarnation with the ruler of the immortal realm for countless lifetimes. I'm afraid that only the ruler of the immortal realm knows her true identity." The Darkness Master replied. "Lord of the immortal region." Mo Zhu stared at the east, and a smile appeared on his sage-like face. The master of the immortal region who refused to enter the saint realm is about to take the final step. What's there to be happy about? If he takes the final step, it won't be a good thing for us, the darkness master said in a deep voice. That might not be the case. Mo Zhu smiled. Humans and saints are ultimately different. At the end of the Eastern world, in the Battle of Saints, with Jingye Taichu in his hands, Fan Lingwe blocked 2 saints alone, not falling into a disadvantage at all. With one sword strike, the saints showed signs of defeat. The unexpected scene made the 2 saints more and more shocked as they fought. However, although the 2 saints of the Great Path, who no longer used the power of rules, were at a disadvantage, they had immortal and indestructible bodies. Even Fan Lingwe couldn't really hurt them. The stalemate in the battle made it difficult to determine the outcome for a while. In the distance, the holy light of heavenly brilliance was constantly approaching the sea. Outside the battle, Fan Lingwe sensed it, and his expression turned solemn. Not good. The 3rd saint approached the battle, and a terrifying pressure spread, and the entire sea began to shake. Pure purity, dazzling Taichu. In the face of a great enemy, Fan Lingwe no longer concealed it. His eyes turned white, and the power around him rose to the extreme, reaching the peak of his life. In an instant, the pure purity in Fan Lingwe's hand shone brightly, and the sword shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The saint's power filled the sea, and the sword chi surged. The 2 forces collided with each other, and in an instant, frost fell all over the sky, and the sky changed color. Between heaven and earth, the sword chi and the holy light collided with a loud bang, and a dazzling brilliance spread out. On the sea, huge waves rose into the sky, setting off terrifying waves. In the battle, a trace of blood dripped from the corner of Fan Lingwe's mouth, dyeing her dress red. In the void, the right arm of the 3rd saint was also dyed red, and he didn't gain the upper hand. 1 against 3, and the opponents were 3 saints of the Great Path. An unprecedented scene finally appeared in the world today. The 3 saints stood in the void, and the holy light around them was dazzling. At this moment, their expressions also calmed down. They were the strongest beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the embodiment of the Great Path. Now that the 3 saints had appeared together, no one could stop them. Heaven's will. On the sea, Fan Lingwe sighed softly, and the pure purity in her hand rose again. In an instant, an illusory bridge of the Great Path appeared in the void. The bridge was broken, and it was full of holes. It's her. In the distance, Mo Zhu was shocked when he saw the bridge of the Great Path that appeared in the east. It was indeed her. It turned out that this human woman was the bridge of the Great Path. When her true form appeared, Fan Lingwe's eyes had completely turned into the color of the moon. Moonlight lingered around her, making her look like a fairy of the 9 heavens, cold and powerful. Gradually, the bridge of the Great Path in the void became more and more solid, and it was about to become real. It was a shocking scene. The bridge of the Great Path that was destroyed in the primordial era reappeared. After 100 reincarnations, the collapsed bridge of the Great Path finally had an opportunity to be rebuilt. In the void, the 3 saints of the Great Path saw this scene, and their expressions turned serious. No wonder they felt a familiar aura from this woman. It turned out that she was the bridge that was destroyed. Swoosh! Before they could react, Fan Lingwe's figure disappeared into thin air in the battle. When she reappeared, she was already in front of a saint of the Great Path. The pure purity slashed out, and the sword traveled 1,000,000 miles. The saint raised his hand to block the divine sword, but he felt a terrifying power of rules coming at him, and his body was immediately sent flying 1,000 miles away. Not far away, the 2nd saint of the Great Path came to his senses. His face darkened, and he immediately counterattacked. However, the saint was fast, but Fan Lingwe was even faster. In an instant, the 2 figures crossed each other. Fan Lingwe reached out to grab the saint's arm and threw him out. After repelling the 2 saints, Fan Lingyue took advantage of the momentum to rush to the third saint. Moonlight rose from her body, and she slammed her palm on the third saint's chest. The shocking palm destroyed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The saint let out a muffled groan, and his blood dyed the blue sky. It was a shocking scene. The 3 saints of the Great Path were injured one after another, and the battle tilted in their favor again. At the same time, in the raging waves above the sea, one of the 4 bridges of the Great Path gradually began to solidify. Although it was very slow, it was clearly visible and unusually dazzling. Chapter 1600. In the sea, 3 saints descended, and raging waves swept thousands of miles. Fan Lingyue blocked the 3 saints, forcing them to their limit. The broken Great Tao Bridge appeared, shocking all the saints. Chaos created the world, and the Great Tao was perfected. When the perfected Great Tao collapsed, the Netherworld King attacked and destroyed one Tao. No one expected that the destroyed Tao would reappear today. The Great Tao formed a bridge, and it was actually gradually repaired in reincarnation after reincarnation. At the moment when the 3 saints were shocked, a light blue figure flashed between heaven and earth. Jingye Taichu slashed, and his sword split open the sky. In 3 moves, the 3 saints were injured. This shocking scene shocked all the heavens. The 3 saints came back to their senses, and holy light shone brightly. Their injuries were healed, and they rushed out. A saint-level battle had already surpassed the scope of martial arts. In the battle, streaks of flowing light intersected, raising thousands of raging waves. In this shocking battle, everything collapsed. In order to block the 3 saints, Fan Lingyue unleashed all his cultivation, and the sky lost its color. Boom! After 10 moves, a saint was sent flying by a kick, falling into the sea. At the same time, the other 2 saints' attacks arrived. Their power was shocking and merciless. Since you have already fallen in the absolute beginning era, why did you come back? The saint said. Noisy! Moonlight rose from Fan Lingyue's body, and he flipped his palms, blocking the 2 saints. The 3 exchanged blows, and a terrifying aura shook. In the sky above the 3, the Great Tao Bridge appeared. It was simple and majestic as a mountain. The Great Tao laws collided directly. Blood flowed from the corners of the 3 saints' mouths, and they were injured. Back off! Coldness flashed in Fan Lingyue's eyes. His cultivation erupted, and he forced the 2 saints back. When the 2 saints were forced back, under the sea, a beam of holy light shot up into the sky. The saint who was sent flying earlier rushed out, and a powerful palm came down, destroying heaven and earth. In the void, Fan Lingyue stepped down, and his figure descended from the sky. He slashed with his sword, breaking the Great Tao of holy light. They exchanged blows again, and the power was even more shocking. In the sky above the sea, blood kept falling, and lotuses bloomed in the void. Blood-colored lotuses spread all over the sea, emitting powerful vitality. The Genesis realm, a realm that humans and gods could not reach. Since ancient times, only saints of the Great Tao at the beginning of the world could stand there. Now, the saints who controlled the 49 Great Tao laws of the universe were facing the greatest threat. In the sky, Fan Lingyue fought against 3 saints of the Great Path, causing cracks to appear in the firmament. At the same time, the Tsangqiong saint, who was in control of the rules of space, was watching the battle below. Light flashed in his eyes. Even he couldn't tell that this human woman was actually the Tao that had been destroyed back then. However, he was more concerned about that person. While he was deep in thought, the Tsangqiong saint looked at the plain-clothed man in the raging waves. Since ancient times, no human or demon had ever been able to cross this final chasm. What would happen if he really did it? Perhaps this era would end in this endless cycle of reincarnation. In the 8 heavens realm, the divine sun rose. In the divine sun, the gods of the 8 heavens were watching the great battle in the 7 heavens. Their faces were cold, and there was no change in their expressions. Humans always surprised him. It was like this in the past, and it was still the same now. Over the sea, the battle was getting more and more intense. The 3 saints of the Great Path were all seriously injured. Even the 3 bridges of the Great Path in the sky were damaged to varying degrees. Similarly, facing the joint attack of 3 saints of the Great Path, Fan Lingwe also suffered serious injuries, and her dress was dyed red. However, up until now, no saint had been able to cross the line and disturb the knowing destiny state cultivator who was trying to break through to the Genesis realm. Above the sea, Ning Chen stood in the raging waves. Huge waves rolled around him, but not a single drop fell on him. Inside and outside the battle, Ning Chen was trying his best to break through to the Genesis realm, and his aura was getting more and more shocking. In the void, 3 bridges of the Great Path appeared, and above the 3 bridges of the Great Path, the 4th bridge of the Great Path bobbed up and down. Its power was even more terrifying than the other 3 bridges of the Great Path. Time passed slowly, and one of the 3 bridges of the Great Path had begun to solidify. Cold air continued to spread from Ning Chen's body, and the temperature of the whole world was getting lower and lower. Even the sea, which had never been frozen all year long, began to gradually freeze. In front of the 10,000 lotus barrier, Qing Ning looked back at Ning Chen with a serious expression. Was he finally going to succeed? In the battle in the distance, Fan Lingwei and the 3 saints of the Great Path all felt the changes in the surrounding world, and their expressions became serious at the same time. Let's end this quickly. A strong sense of crisis came, and one of the saints of the Great Path spoke in a deep voice. The other 2 saints of the Great Path nodded and pushed their saint origin to the limit, wanting to quickly finish off the woman in front of them. The 3 saints of the Great Path unleashed their full power, and suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color, and thunder fell from the sky, illuminating the dim world. In front, Fan Lingwe looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The saints who knew fear were just as ugly. Purifying Yi Slashing Dao, Supreme Primordial Sword. Fan Lingwe spoke, and the divine sword in his hand swept across the sky. In an instant, moonlight spread rapidly in all directions with the sword as the center. It was a shocking sword that cut through the 9 heavens and 10,000 Dao. In the stormy sea, the sword broke through the sky and shook the 3 saints. Ugh! A pool of blood splashed out, dyeing the void red. In the battle, the 3 saints spat out vermilion blood as they retreated several steps. At the same time, in Fan Linghue's hand, there was a crisp crack, and a dazzling crack appeared on the purifying Yi Slashing Dao. Drops of blood stained her dress. Facing the joint attack of 3 saints of the Great Path, even someone as strong as Fan Linghue finally showed signs of weakness. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. At this moment, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth changed color. A white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out of the stormy waves, and with each step the world was frozen. Above the white-clothed figure, 4 bridges of the Great Path appeared, and one of them had completely solidified. Cold air flowed, and the saint's might was astonishing. Sensing the change in the aura of the human in front of them, the 3 saints of the Great Path's faces all changed color. Retreat! An unprecedented crisis struck, and the 3 saints of the Great Path made a prompt decision and immediately retreated. The saints who were terrified had lost all their will to fight and were fleeing quickly. In the void, knowing destiny raised his hand, and cold air spread rapidly, instantly freezing the whole world. In the cage that couldn't see the sun, the last scene was the terrifying reappearance of the immortal-slaying sword. Blood spilled in every corner of the cage. A quarter of an hour later, the ice between heaven and earth gradually receded. The 3 bridges of the Great Path in heaven and earth cracked inch by inch, and fragments kept falling. The collapse was imminent. Not long after, in the cage, the white-clothed figure appeared, and blood kept dripping from the immortal sword in her hand. It was a terrifying sight. Behind her, Fan Linghue looked at the white-clothed figure that appeared from the cage of heaven and earth, and his expression turned serious. Has she changed? In front of the barrier of 10,000 lotuses, Qing Ning looked at this scene. At this moment, she didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. Bang! In the void, the bridges of the great path representing the three saints completely fell, and from now on, they returned to heaven and earth. Chapter 1601. In the seven heavens realm, in the eastern sea region, knowing destiny achieved the Tao and froze millions of miles. The great Tao bridge that floated in the sky was surrounded by ice and snow. The extreme cold caused the surrounding void to freeze. His body achieved the Tao and the chaotic water source formed the bridge. The terrifying power turned the world into an icy hell. Knowing destiny attacked and killed the three exhausted saints in the heaven and earth cage. There was no trace of human warmth in the cold blade. The eyes of the body that achieved the Tao turned into the color of ice and snow. It was so cold that it made people's hearts palpitate. The three saints fell and the Tao bridge collapsed. A huge vortex appeared around Ning Chen and devoured the remaining power of the Tao bridge. Suddenly, the second great Tao above Ning Chen solidified. "Thank you." In the void, Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly. Fan Lingwen nodded and did not say anything. The moonlight around her rose and quickly healed the injuries in her body. He has finally taken this step. In the distance, the Lord of Darkness looked to the east and said, "A human achieving the Tao is so powerful." Emoju said with a solemn expression, "We won't know until we try." The Lord of Darkness said and clenched her right hand. Suddenly, the terrifying power of darkness gathered from all directions and turned into a black spear with shocking power. The spear of darkness appeared, and then broke through the air and swept toward the east. It was a shocking attack with destructive power. Wherever the spear of darkness passed, the void was shattered. In the eastern sea region, the spear of darkness broke through the air. The terrifying power almost turned the entire sea region upside down. In the void, Ning Chen sensed it and turned to look at the spear of darkness. He swung Celestial Slayer and cut through the air. Boom! The spear of darkness and Celestial Slayer collided. Turbulent waves swept and hit the 9 heavens. After the sword, the power of darkness between heaven and earth disappeared and disappeared. "Don't worry, I will find you soon and settle all the grudges." Ning Chen looked at the direction where the spear of darkness came from and said coldly, "I'll wait for you." In the void, the voice of the Lord of Darkness echoed and her tone was cold. In the distance, Emoju, who had an immortal aura, looked to the east and said calmly, "Are you confident that you can stop him now? He is just a human who has just achieved the Tao. What is there to be afraid of?" The Lord of Darkness said coldly, "I control darkness. I have never feared light." 3 months later, in the northern world, a white-haired figure dressed in plain clothes walked over from the east. He held an immortal sword in his hand, and wherever he passed, frost covered the ground. In the northern world, the saint who controlled a part of the world opened his eyes and looked towards the east with a cold expression. "Here it comes." The saint stood up, and in an instant, it was as if the entire world had changed color. Everyone watched as a great battle began. 2 saints at their peak fought, and the northern world was on the verge of collapse. Unlike the 3 saints who had gone through a bloody battle earlier, the saint of the northern world was at his peak state, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Similarly, the knowing destiny state cultivators who had just attained Tao were at the peak of their cultivation and state. Their fighting spirit was astonishing. The terrifying battle lasted for an entire day and night. In the end, the entire northern world was crippled. Saints were bathed in blood and fell in a world of ice and snow. In the heavy snow, knowing destiny leaned on the ground with his sword. His body was covered in blood and his injuries were extremely serious. The saints of the northern world were shockingly powerful. After a fierce battle, although Ning Chen managed to kill the saint, he was also severely injured. In the world of ice and snow, Ning Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and began to heal his injuries. In the sky above, all the saints stared at the human man in the north with cold expressions. Since the beginning of the primordial era, there had never been such a moment where saints fell one after another. "We must get rid of this person." All the saints spoke, and their voices echoed in the sky. In the sky above, the Tsangkyung saint who controlled the space ignored them and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, the figures of the saints appeared in the sky and looked towards the east. One of them said, "Although this person has just attained Tao, his strength is already very powerful. We can't wait any longer. Let's attack." "Yes. Yes." All the saints nodded and agreed. In the next moment, the wind and clouds changed in the sky, and a holy light shone in the sky. The 7 saints joined forces, and an earth-shattering palm strike sank the entire northern world. It was a shocking scene. The northern world was completely shattered and disappeared. In the void, the 7 saints descended from the sky and looked towards the north with narrowed eyes. "Did you succeed?" "No, you failed." At this moment, a plain-clothed figure walked out of the destroyed northern world. He waved his immortal slaying sword and counterattacked. Across an endless distance, the sword light pierced through the sky and slashed towards the 7 saints. One of the saints among the 7 saints attacked and dispersed the sword light. "You're really lucky to not die after that," the saint who attacked said coldly. In the sky above the northern world, Ning Chen looked at the 7 saints in the distance and said lightly, "You can't kill me even after that. You're really useless." "It won't do you any good to talk too much," the saint said sarcastically. In the 7th layer of heaven, Ning Chen and all living beings were officially facing each other. In addition to the 7 saints who attacked, there were several other saints in the great world who were quietly watching, ready to attack at any time. Just as the 7th layer of heaven was about to fall into chaos, a majestic voice sounded in the void, shocking all the saints. "God! All of you, stop!" As the voice spoke, holy light filled the void, and a god descended into the world. The vast divine sun lit up the entire 7th layer of heaven. The god of the 8th layer of heaven had crossed the limit of the realm and arrived at the 7th layer of heaven. In the sky above, the Tsangkyung saint saw the person who came and snorted coldly, ignoring him. "God, what is a god?" In the void, the divine sun shone brightly. The god of the 8th layer of heaven looked at the scene in the 7th layer of heaven and said, "If you continue to fight, this great world will be destroyed. Human, what do you want?" In the sky above the northern world, Ning Chen looked at the god of the 8th layer of heaven and said calmly, "I want there to be no more saints in this world." "Human, do you really think you can kill all the saints in the heavens by yourself?" The god of the 8th layer of heaven said calmly. "Why not?" Ning Chen said lightly. "You've already achieved the Tao. Even if you kill all the saints in the heavens, what will you do in the end?" The god said coldly. "Don't worry." Ning Chen sneered. "I said that I want there to be no more saints in this world. I'll do what I said. Then let me see if you have the ability to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, the god in the divine sun attacked. Suddenly, a divine aura that surpassed all the saints crushed all the stars in the heavens and everything in the universe. It was a horrifying power that had never been seen before. In the 7th layer of heaven, the great world collapsed quickly. The god who controlled time had surpassed all the saints' realm and reached an even more terrifying realm. "God, what are you afraid of?" At this moment, an illusory voice sounded in the sky above. The Tsangkyung saint attacked and dispersed the divine aura that filled the sky. Chapter 1602. In the above heavens, the gods of the 8th layer world descended and attacked. At the critical moment, the Tsangkyung saint blocked the divine power. The time and space saints clashed. Suddenly, the world collapsed and the universe collapsed. The strongest laws of the Great Path clashed in the 7th layer heaven. Even the world lost its color. "My God, what are you afraid of?" the Tsangkyung saint said coldly. In the void, the god looked back at the sky and said calmly, "Tsangkyung, You have not interfered in the affairs of the human world for many years. Why are you making an exception today? I just can't stand your hypocrisy. The Tsangqiang saint attacked. The seventh layer heaven cracked and the space devoured the world. It was extremely terrifying. In the void, the divine light was extremely bright. The eighth layer God who controlled time snorted. The law of time spread out. Suddenly, time stopped and the cracked space also stopped. The two strongest saints of the great path clashed again. Time and space were the two most exquisite laws of the great path. They existed at the beginning of the world. As long as the world was not destroyed, time and space would exist forever. Outside the battle of time and space, the seven saints of the great path stared at the world in the north. They did not hide the murderous intent in their eyes. In the sky above the collapsed world in the north, a white-haired figure in plain clothes stood quietly. He was not affected by the battle between the saints. In the sky above knowing destiny, the first bridge of the great path floated up and down. The second bridge of the great path had also begun to solidify. The world in the north collapsed. Ning Chen stood in the void, and the world around him began to regenerate. In the void, after the time and space saints clashed, the world showed signs of collapse. The eighth layer God reversed the flow of time and restored the world. In the sky, the Tsangqiang saint did not attack again. He knew that time could not be defeated. Human, put down the sword in your hand. I will allow you to become a saint, the eighth layer God promised. Impossible, Ningchen refused. Stubborn. The god of the eighth heaven raised his hand, and suddenly, time flowed backward in the northern world, and the whole world became gray and colorless. In the sky above Ningchen, the bridge of the great path was affected by the time reversal and began to fade. It was a terrifying scene. Even Ningchen, who had entered the Genesis realm, could not resist the law of time. In the blink of an eye, it felt like thousands of years had passed. Ningchen let out a muffled groan. In the sky, the second bridge of the great Tao that was about to solidify actually turned illusory once more and almost disappeared. The unstoppable time rule was terrifying to the extreme, leaving no room for resistance. Roar. At this moment, in the collapsed northern world, the roar of a beast reverberated through the world. It was the ferocious beast that had devoured the sacred blood and survived the great battle. Monarch-level ferocious beasts seem so weak in front of the great path precepts of the saint level. However, the glory of life was not something that could be measured by just one's level. In the twilight of the God-Slayer era, achieving Tao was no longer impossible. Monarch-level ferocious beasts broke through their limits at the moment of life and death, and there were actually signs of achieving Tao. A mere animal dares to dream of attaining the Tao? One of the seven sages spoke. He clenched his right hand, and a golden spear appeared, shooting through the air. The great Tao laws streaked across the void, brushing past Ning Chen's shoulder with an earth-shattering might. At the end of the void, the ferocious beast that was about to attain Tao was unwilling to be killed, and it resisted with all its might. There was a loud tremor, and blood splattered all over the sky. Half of the ferocious beast's body was destroyed by the golden spear, and it was covered in blood. It was extremely tragic. The power of the sages had never changed. With just a casual strike, they almost killed a ferocious beast that had surpassed the monarch level. The ferocious beast roared in pain, but it survived the strike of the sages. In the void, the sages who attacked frowned slightly when they saw this. They clenched their right hand, and a second golden spear appeared. Let it live. The level 8 deity spoke softly. Cultivation is not easy, and achieving Tao is even more difficult. We should respect anyone who has achieved Tao. The sages who attacked frowned again, but they still restrained their aura and said respectfully, "Yes." The sages stopped. At the end of the void, the frightened ferocious beast roared again, and beast fire spewed out, attacking the sages in the void. The beast fire that was comparable to a divine flame spread out from the end of the void, and its target was the level 8 deity. The deity raised his hand, and the beast fire disappeared immediately. Being attacked by the ferocious beast, the level 8 deity's calm eyes flashed with killing intent. He clenched his right hand, and at the end of the void, the ferocious beast screamed miserably, and its body exploded. Blood rained down and dyed the void red. The ferocious beast that was about to achieve Tao was so weak in front of the rules of time, unable to withstand a single blow. In the void, Ning Chen's phoenix fire rose, and his wings spread out. His figure disappeared instantly. In the distance, the level 8 deity's gaze swept across the void, and then he looked toward the east. The deity raised his hand, and just as he was about to lock onto the phoenix, he lost his target again. The phoenix's extreme speed surpassed the limits of heaven and earth, and it was so fast that it was difficult to catch sight of it. At this moment, demonic aura surged between heaven and earth, and the 12 wings of sin covered the sky, blocking the deity's gaze. Oh! The level 8 deity was surprised. Demonic Tao. In the demonic aura that covered the sky, a black-clothed figure appeared and slashed at the deity. The deity raised his hand to block the demonic aura. He looked at the demonic cultivator in front of him and said, "It is indeed you. You are not dead yet." The demonic cultivator was speechless. He changed the direction of the demonic sword in his hand, and with a slash, its power became stronger and stronger. The majestic and endless demonic aura almost engulfed the whole world. In the void, a huge demonic bridge floated up and down, shaking heaven and earth. At the same time, in the mortal world, heaven and earth rumbled, and an ancient great Tao bridge appeared. After 10,000 years, a Tao enlightened cultivator appeared in the mortal world. Around the great Tao bridge, demonic aura surged, and the demonic Tao was boundless. In a great world, 2 Tao enlightened cultivators appeared. In the above heavens, the level 8 deity felt the changes in the mortal world. He waved his hand to stop the battle, and his expression became serious. There were Tao enlightened cultivators in the mortal world, and they were demonic Tao enlightened cultivators. 2 Tao enlightened cultivators appeared in the above heavens. Why? It was an inexplicable phenomenon. At this moment, even the deities had doubts in their hearts. In the mortal world, with the appearance of the first Tao enlightened cultivator, the day of the mortal world ascending to the above heavens was getting closer and closer. The celestial realm was extremely prosperous. After 10,000 years, the scene was shocking. The independent great world had completely transformed, and no longer relied on the great world outside to exist. In the celestial realm, the human experts stood silently. At the front, the Chongling female supreme, covered in demonic aura, looked at the horizon and said, "Let's go." With that, the celestial realm rumbled, and the entire sect ascended, bringing all the experts of the celestial realm to the above heavens. For a long time, the human race had been suppressed by the saint. Today, the human race charged into the above heavens, and truly touched the world of the saint. Chapter 1603. In the sky above, the demonic path shocked the world. The 12 wings of sin covered the sky and the sun as they fought against the 8th layer of heaven. The earth-shattering demonic power formed the demonic path. The demonic bridge rose and fell in the sky. In the void, the gods made their moves. The universe was reversed, and the sun and the moon moved in reverse. The most terrifying god of all gods displayed the ability to reverse time. Time reversed, and all laws withered. The demonic energy in the sky shook, and the 12 wings of sin that covered the sky collapsed quickly. The demonic path was weak. At this time, the world was frozen for millions of miles. The celestial slaying sword arrived. The extreme sword power broke through the barrier and swept in front of the god. In the divine sun, the god looked at the sword light that broke through, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The swordsman in the mortal world reminded him of the King of Swords. The god raised his hand. Time reversed, and all the swords were blocked and quickly dissipated. In the shocking battle, the demonic energy and sword energy were everywhere. The brilliance covered the sky and the sun, and it was difficult to distinguish the figures. In the battle, the eighth layer of heaven fought against two enemies. The law of time was activated, and all laws could not invade it. Outside the battle, 7 saints of the great path stood in the sky. They looked at the battle in front of them, ready to attack at any time. At the same time, in the sky above the eastern sea region, a beautiful figure in a light blue dress stood quietly. Moonlight rose around her, and her aura rose rapidly. The 50th bridge of the great path that had collapsed was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fragments of the great path were gradually mending the cracks on the bridge. In the distance, outside the battle, the saints, who were attracted by the battle in front of them, suddenly felt the powerful fluctuation of laws from the east. Their expressions froze. Not good. The terrifying fluctuation of the great path spread rapidly from the eastern sea region. Its power was so terrifying that it even surpassed all beings in the heavens. The 50th great path that was destroyed in the beginning and reborn after 100 reincarnations surpassed the great path of the heavens. Its power was shocking. In the battle in the sky, the 8th layer of heaven also felt the powerful pressure from the east. He frowned slightly. Distracted in the battle. God, you are too confident. In the demonic energy in the sky, a cold voice sounded. The demonic sword and the immortal sword were sharp. The 8th layer of heaven came back to his senses. He grabbed the 2 swords with both hands, and coldness flashed in his eyes. Back off! With a deep shout, the laws of time attacked. The air around the 2 of them trembled, and blood splattered everywhere. Outside the battle, the 7 sages looked at each other and immediately rushed to the east. In the eastern sea region, the 50th bridge of the great path was repaired. Fan Lingyue's aura grew stronger and stronger. A fish that slipped through the net. A saint spoke. His figure flashed past, and the golden light around him was extremely dazzling. Moonlight and golden light clashed, and Fan Lingyue's expression darkened. The aura around his body rose again, and he forced the sage in front of him to retreat. In the sky, on the bridge of the great path, the last fragment of the great path flew over and slowly sank into the crack. Destroy her Tao bridge. The saint who attacked spoke again and reminded him. Behind him, the 3 saints finally reacted. Their figures swept past and rushed into the sky. Wishful thinking. Just as the 3 sages were about to destroy the bridge of Tao, Fan Lingyue's figure vanished from the sky above the sea. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the bridge of Tao, blocking the 3 sages with a single palm strike. Behind them, the last piece sank into the crack, and the bridge of the great path was finally completely repaired. Suddenly, terrifying saintly might spread out, forcing the 3 saints to retreat. After countless years, experiencing reincarnation after reincarnation, his main body was finally restored. Fan Lingyue's body was surrounded by moonlight, and his black hair and eyes had all turned into a moon-white color. The 7 saints were shocked. In the blink of an eye, the saint chi around him actually dissipated rapidly. Retreat. Feeling a strong sense of danger, the 7 saints came back to their senses and immediately retreated. On the sea, Fan Lingyue stepped forward. He seemed to be neither hurried nor slow, but his speed was extremely fast. In the sky, the moon-white bridge of the great path bobbed up and down. At this moment, an ancient sword descended from the sky and landed in Fan Lingyue's hand. The pure karma supreme beginning was unsheathed, and the wind and clouds changed. Fan Lingyue held the sword and slashed it across. In an instant, a saint of the great path did not even have time to resist. His body was quickly purified by the moonlight and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, outside the heavenly gate, the celestial realm rose into the sky and flew over from the mortal realm. In the celestial realm, the celestial venerables of the mortal realm stood quietly, and there were also many monarch-tier elite. In front of these elites, Nu Chang's body was surging with demonic chi. She had already stepped into the Genesis tier. Outside the heavenly gate, the celestial realm stopped advancing. Niu Chang looked at the heavenly gate in front of her, and the demonic chi around her became more and more astonishing. Is this the legendary heavenly gate? Behind her, looking at the huge ancient stone gate in front of her, said seriously. In the legends, it was the final chasm that separated the mortal realm and above heavens. Let me do it. Mu Qianshang stepped forward, sword light swirling around his body. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down. Boom! There was an earth-shattering tremor. The heavenly gate was violently impacted and began to rumble. The heavenly gate shook and a flaw appeared. Niu Chang saw the opportunity and immediately urged the celestial realm below her to crash directly into it. Instantly, the heavenly gate collapsed, and the saints of the mortal realm rushed into above heavens together with the celestial realm. In the seven heavens, in 2 battles, the saints of the Great Path felt the shocking changes in the distance and looked over. At the end of the great world, a huge continent floated over, filled with celestial chi. It was extremely extraordinary. The celestial realm descended into above heavens, and the saints of the mortal realm came to the world of the saints of the Great Path to meet up with Ji Ming and Fan Lingyue. The celestial realm appeared, and in the battle, Ning Chen's aura rose again. Celestial light sprinkled down from the celestial realm and enveloped his body. Ha! With a deep shout, celestial light soared into the sky. With the support of the laws of the great world of the celestial realm, Ning Chen held 2 swords with both hands, and sword intent flowed as he broke through the air. At the same time, demonic chi filled the sky. The 12 wings of sin covered the sky and earth, and the frenzy of doomsday appeared out of thin air. Ugh! There was a painful groan. In the void, the sword light split the divine sun, and a waterfall of blood splattered, dyeing the blue sky red. The god was severely injured, and his figure quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the world. In the celestial realm, Luo Xingchen and the others were shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Was it just an incarnation? At the same time, in the 8 heavens, the divine sun appeared. Time reversed, and the god walked out. The powerful divine might was flawless. The god who controlled time had surpassed everything, and he was immortal and indestructible. In the 7 heavens, the demonic chi dissipated, and the 12 wings of sin disappeared into thin air. In the void, Ning Chen looked in the direction where the demonic chi disappeared and said, "We haven't seen each other for many years. Don't you want to stay and talk?" No need. As soon as he said that, the demonic chi in the sky dissipated and disappeared. In the sky, the celestial realm slowly descended. The saints of the mortal realm looked at the knowing destiny in front of them, and their faces were filled with emotion. "We haven't seen each other for many years. How have you been?" Niu Chang said with a calm expression. "You still came," Ning Chen said. He looked to the east and said, "Please wait for a moment." After that, Ning Chen's figure flew out and headed to the east. In the east, the moonlight rose, and it was so bright. The saints retreated, not willing to come into contact with it. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the immortal slayer killed the saint. Behind the saints, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared. Sword light flashed, blocking the saints' retreat. Chapter 1604. In the high heavens, the god's incarnation was destroyed, and the god's consciousness returned to the 8th layer of heaven. Meanwhile, in the eastern sea region, the 7 saints were fleeing for their lives. In front of them, Fan Lingyue, who was covered in a moon-white brilliance, strode forward, slashing down saints with his sword. At the same time, knowing destiny came from the west and blocked the 7 sages' way. There were powerful enemies in front of them and pursuers behind them. The 7 saints were in imminent danger. Above the sea, Ji Ming and Fan Lingyue stood in the air one after another. Their powerful and cold saintly aura made people shudder. After stepping into the saint domain, both of their auras changed. They became like the other saints, completely losing the warmth of a human. The great path was heartless, and the saints who were the embodiment of the great path were even more so. The only difference was that the two of them still retained their last bit of rationality. When the two of them joined forces, their swords shook the heavens and the earth, producing an astonishing power. Even a saint would find it difficult to resist. In the void, the bridge of the great Tao floated up and down. Cold air and the power of pure karma swirled around it, forcefully suppressing the Tao of the saints. The laws of the great path were suppressed, and the 7 sages were at a disadvantage. After 100 moves, 2 sages died, and the great path bridge was destroyed. In the distance, in the immortal region, the human venerables watched the shocking battle in the eastern sea region, and their expressions all froze. Was this a battle between saints of the great path? It was indeed terrifying. After 1 day and 1 night, the 7 saints had all died in battle in the eastern sea region. Their blood dyed the entire sea region red. It was extremely shocking. Above the sea, the two of them stood in the air, blood dripping from the swords in their hands. After a day and night of bloody battle, the two of them had consumed a lot of energy, and the exhaustion on their faces was difficult to conceal. "Let's go." After killing the 7 saints, Ning Chen glanced at the nearby Fan Lingyue and said. Fan Lingyue nodded and followed after him. In the immortal region, when the venerables of the human world saw Knowing Destiny's return, they immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, immortal venerable! Get up," Ning Chen calmly spoke. He then turned his gaze to the 7 heavenly layers below the immortal realms. "From today onwards, support the immortal realms with all your might. I need the strength of the immortal realms." "Yes." The venerables respectfully accepted the order. "What do you want to do?" Fan Lingyue asked from the side. "Borrowing the power of the immortal domain to kill gods," Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Fan Lingyue closed his eyes and felt the power of the celestial realm. He said, "It will take at least 10,000 years, maybe 100,000 years. In order to resist the rules of time, we must be completely separated from the outside world." "No matter how many years it takes, it will be worth it," Ning Chen replied. "I'll help you," Fan Lingyue said calmly. "Thank you," Ning Fan said softly. From this day onwards, the celestial realm floated up and down in the 7th heavenly layer. It was like a huge floating island floating in the void, becoming the biggest thorn in the hearts of all the saints. All of the saints who had attained the Tao knew that the Lord of the celestial realm was an extremely terrifying existence. His strength had already surpassed theirs. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, Ning Chen went to the Yellow Springs and went to the 9 underworlds to kill the saints of the Great Path, who were hiding in various places. One bloody battle after another was fought until the sky above was about to collapse. Even though they were all saints of the Great Path, there was a huge gap in their strength. The most powerful ones were the 8th heaven deity, who could control time, and Lord Yama, who could control the demonic path. They were almost invincible. Of course, even the weakest among the saints had terrifying combat prowess. No one could defeat them except for the saint. In the past 1,000 years, all the saints of the celestial realm were intimidated by the strength of the Lord of the celestial realm. All of them hid their qi, unwilling to face him head-on. However, with the help of the heavenly book of creation, Ning Chen still found the hidden saints of the Great Path one after another and killed them. In the sky above, the Tsangqiong saint witnessed the fall of the saints of the celestial realm. He did not make a move this time. As if there was a tacit understanding between them, Ning Chen did not go to the sky above again, as if he had forgotten the existence of the Tsangqiong saint. In the independent world above the celestial realm, it was dark and gloomy. The 9 underworlds that used to be there was now empty. Corpses were everywhere in the 9 underworlds. The owner of each of the corpses was an extremely powerful existence when they were alive. The strongest among them was almost half a step into the Genesis realm. However, even such a powerful existence only left behind a skeleton after death. Countless years had passed and the spiritual qi in the skeleton was about to dissipate. Ning Chen walked in the 9 underworlds. He released his spirit sense to search for the saints of the Great Path, who were hiding in the 9 underworlds. Roar! In the depths of the 9 underworlds, deep roars could be heard. Indistinctly, ghostly flames appeared, sending chills down one's spine. Ning Chen flipped his left hand and a silver light rose. The heavenly book of creation appeared, illuminating the path ahead. After walking for an unknown period of time, a 100-foot-wide river appeared in front of him. In the river, the water of the yellow spring flowed eastward. Under the water, there were corpses everywhere. Weak water. Ning Chen looked at the river in front of him and narrowed his eyes. This place was almost exactly the same as the underworld. Could it be that the underworld in the mortal world came from here? Beside the weak water, a bottomless boat was casually inverted on the shore. Ning Chen stepped forward and put the boat back into the river. On the weak water, the bottomless boat bobbed up and down. Ning Chen walked into it and rowed toward the opposite shore. In the 100-foot-wide river, Ning Chen rowed for almost a quarter of an hour before the boat reached the opposite shore. When the boat reached the shore, Ning Chen got off the boat and continued to walk forward. After walking for another 100 miles, a huge stone door appeared in front of him. On the stone door, 2 big words could be seen clearly. Netherworld. Ning Chen stepped forward and walked through the stone door. His aura rose and he was fully alert. Roar! In the depths of the netherworld, the roar sounded again. It was cold, terrifying, and lifeless. In the netherworld Great Hall, a huge white bone throne stood at the top of the hall. The white bone throne was made from the bones of thousands of wild beasts. After thousands of years, its aura was still chilling. However, the white bone throne was empty. There was no one on it. Ning Chen stepped forward and looked at the white bone throne in front of him. He frowned slightly. After standing for a moment, Ning Chen walked down from the throne and walked toward the back of the hall. Behind the netherworld Great Hall, a new world appeared. Even the ground was a bloody reddish-brown. Compared to the front hall, it was even more terrifying. Valley, oil pots, corpses, and a terrifying surprise. It made one shudder. Hell. Ning Chen looked at the huge valley in front of him and said seriously. According to legend, in the 18 layers of hell, there was the punishment of boiling oil. It was used to punish those who had committed heinous crimes. Ning Chen walked to the oil pots and touched one of them. He exerted force with his right hand and shattered it. The fragments scattered in the air and scattered on the ground. Ning Chen looked at the fragments on the ground with a strange expression. Even the materials used to make this pot of oil were extraordinary. It seemed that the netherworld had once been extremely glorious. Ning Chen did not stay in the first layer of hell for long. He continued to walk forward. In the second layer of hell, Ning Chen saw a mountain of knives. Broken bones could be seen everywhere on the mountain. Then, there was the third layer, the fourth layer. Each layer of hell had different horrifying scenes. There were 18 layers of hell, and each layer had a terrifying punishment for sinners. It symbolized the prestige of the netherworld. At this moment, a furious roar resounded in the netherworld, shaking the 18 layers of hell. Chapter 1605. In the netherworld, in the depths of the 18 levels of hell, furious roars shook the heavens. Ning Chen turned around and saw a huge dragon corpse charging toward him. Its terrifying might was like a mountain pressing down on him. Unable to dodge in time, Ning Chen raised his hand to block the dragon corpse. Boom! However, with an earth-shattering rumble, Ning Chen was directly sent flying by the dragon corpse, crashing into a mountain peak in the distance. This was a shocking scene. Ning Chen, who had already reached the Genesis tier, was extremely powerful both in terms of cultivation and physical strength. However, he was actually sent flying by a dragon corpse. In the collapsed mountain, Ning Chen struggled out. Cold air spread out from his body, and his strength soared to the extreme. Roar! In the depths of the 18 levels of hell, the dragon corpse roared toward the sky and charged toward him again. In front of the mountain, Ning Chen stepped into the air, and his figure also charged up. Boom! In a physical battle, fist after fist struck flesh. Rumble after rumble rang out. In close combat, Ning Chen grabbed the dragon tail with both hands and directly smashed it toward the mountains in front of him. The rumbling shook violently, and the sound echoed throughout the netherworld. One mountain peak after another was flattened, and shattered rocks filled the sky. Among the shattered rocks, the dragon corpse charged out and continued to charge toward Ning Chen. The huge dragon corpse could be said to have a terrifying physical strength. Even Ning Chen, who had already reached the Genesis tier, could not harm it in the slightest. Sky-shattering. Unwilling to be entangled, Ning Chen's celestial slaying sword appeared in his hand. The most ferocious sword in the world once again shone with astonishing sharpness. Celestial slaying sword slashed down, shattering the void. Sword chi flashed past and slashed onto the dragon corpse. In an instant, a huge sword mark appeared on the dragon corpse, and white bones could be vaguely seen. Roar! The dragon corpse was injured, and its bloodlust was stimulated even more. With a furious roar, it spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, and eerie ghost chi spread out. Ning Chen raised his hand and cold air surged, instantly freezing the ghost chi that filled the sky. Pung! The dragon corpse crashed over, and the ice shattered. Ning Chen held his sword horizontally and blocked the dragon corpse. This was an astonishing battle. The dragon corpse that had already lost its vitality displayed terrifying battle prowess. Facing Ning Chen, who had already reached the saint tier, it was not at a disadvantage. The cold air around Ning Chen became thicker and thicker, almost solidifying. He had not reached the saint tier, but had the battle prowess of a saint. Ning Chen looked at the huge dragon corpse in front of him, and his expression became serious. He seemed to have found a new way to deal with gods. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, at the end of the netherworld, the sound of a silver bell rang out. A woman walked over. In the sky above, 2 dragon corpses floated. Their auras were extremely powerful, making it difficult for people to pass through. Sovereign of the immortal realms, you have overstepped your boundaries. Ming Ming spoke with a calm expression. Nether Lord. Ning Chen looked at the person who had just arrived and his expression froze. It seemed that this woman was the legendary master of the nether world. Suddenly, the dragon corpse in front of Ning Chen let out a low roar and flew back. I think I've seen you before. Ning Chen stared at the nether lord in front of him as he spoke in a serious voice. Even though he could not rush it, he had indeed seen this woman before. My name is Ming Ming. A faint smile appeared on Ming Ming's beautiful face as she said, You are the master of the netherworld, the sovereign of the immortal realms. Back then, I said that you would definitely take the final step. Now, my prophecy has come true. Sensing the powerful aura of the woman before him, Ning Chen tightened his grip on the immortal sword in his hand. He could feel that this woman was very strong and not easy to deal with. Looks like your memory hasn't fully recovered. Ming Ming smiled faintly and said, Let's change the topic. Where's that disobedient younger sister of mine? She has been searching for you for over 100,000 years, yet she hasn't returned even once. Has she already forgotten this older sister of hers? Ning Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. Forget it, it's useless to say anything more. I'll capture you first, and then I'll punish that disobedient younger sister of mine. As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Ming's figure instantly flashed before Ning Chen in the blink of an eye. Her delicate hand stretched out like a bolt of lightning, and it directly tore through space with the ability to fight the heavens before slapping her palm onto Ning Chen's chest. Rumble! Ning Chen's figure flew out and stopped 30 meters away. Fresh blood dripped down and dyed her clothes red. Ning Chen was heavily injured with just a single palm strike. However, the body of a saint was already indestructible. Cold air suffused Ning Chen's body and instantly healed his injuries. Ming Ming stepped forward step by step and said indifferently, "You once spurned this power, yet you've chosen to submit now. Sovereign of the immortal realms, what exactly have you seen after experiencing so many reincarnations?" Nirvana. Ning Chen swung his sword and thousands of sword lights rose up. They were incomparably magnificent as they slashed towards the Nether Lord in front of him. Sovereign of the immortal realms, you're indeed very strong. You've just attained the Tao, yet you already possess strength that surpasses ordinary saints of the Great Path. As the sword lights approached, Ming Ming raised her hand to block the thousands of sword lights. She said with an indifferent expression, however, "You should know that I'm different from them." As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Ming clenched her right hand. Instantly, the thousands of sword lights collapsed. The sword will dispersed, and Ming Ming's figure flashed by once again. Her shocking palm slammed onto the chest of the knowing destiny state cultivator. Crack! An ear-piercing sound of bones cracking resounded. Ning Chen's martial bones shattered one by one, and his internal organs were injured. The terrifying Netherlord displayed his most terrifying strength and forcefully suppressed the knowing destiny state cultivator who had just attained the Tao. The battle situation was unfavorable. Ning Chen clenched his left hand and the immortal trapping appeared. The two swords moved the world and transformed into two rainbow lights that tore through the sky. The four immortal slaying swords indeed have the ability to shake yin and yang, but it's useless against me. Ming Ming raised her hand and blocked the two swords with her palms. Endless ghostly energy filled the air and blocked the two immortal swords. The unshakable Nether Lord was shockingly powerful. His every move was filled with a shocking saint aura. After several exchanges, the entire nether world was filled with ghostly energy. Ming Ming walked forward step by step amidst the ghostly energy that filled the sky. She seemed to be unhurried, but it was unavoidable. The two swords could not stop the Netherlord's power. Ning Chen took a step forward and his figure soared into the sky. In an instant, the third immortal sword appeared. The three swords circled around, and the sword pressure rose again. Below, Ming Ming looked at the knowing destiny state cultivator in the void and raised her delicate hand. Suddenly, the three dragon corpses roared into the sky and crashed toward the latter. Boom! The three swords shook the dragon corpses. In the earth-shattering tremor, a terrifying aftershock spread out and directly pushed the three dragon corpses back. The moment the three dragon corpses were pushed back, Ming Ming's figure flashed into the void and stretched out her delicate hand. The three immortal swords were instantly pushed away. With a loud bang, Ning Chen's figure fell to the ground. Endless dust and sand flew and blocked his vision. Ming Ming descended from the sky and looked at the white-haired man in the dust and said calmly, "Your strength should be more than this. Use your full strength. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that my next move won't kill you." "As you wish," Ning Chen said calmly in the dust and sand. The fourth immortal sword appeared and circled around his body. The four immortal slaying swords were unleashed together. Suddenly, the netherworld was filled with thunder, yin and yang reversed, and the weather changed. In front, Ming Ming narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw this. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the silver bell rang again outside the netherworld. The three dragon corpses pulled the palanquin and rushed into the netherworld. Chapter 1606. In the netherworld, knowing destiny battled the Lord of the netherworld. It was a shocking battle that even the 18 levels of hell had to return. Ming Ming, the ruler of the netherworld, had a shocking combat strength that had surpassed ordinary saints and reached the level of a firmament saint and an 8th heaven deity. After Ning Chen fell into a disadvantageous situation in the battle, the immortal corpse patrolling outside the netherworld quickly rushed over and broke into the nether hell. In the palanquin, the Yama king of the underworld rushed out. His red wedding dress was bright red and dazzling. The Yama king in his hand released a dazzling purple brilliance as he slashed his sword at the lord of the netherworld. "My dearest sister, how can you point your sword at your own sister?" Ming Ming blocked the Yama King's sword with her fingers and looked at the red-clothed lady in front of her with a smile. With a bang, Ming Ming's Saint Vital energy filled her body and pushed the Yama King of the underworld back. Behind her, Ning Chen's expression darkened when he saw this. 4 swords filled the sky and their power was pushed to the limit. With earth-shattering power, the swords shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the battle, a white-haired figure in plain clothes flashed past. 4 swords flowed at the same time and collided with the Netherlord. The Saint Vital energy around Ming Ming shook violently and could not withstand the power of the 4 swords flowing at the same time. With a loud bang, the Saint Vital energy collapsed. Ming Ming took half a step back and a drop of blood silently dripped from the side of her red lips. It was the first time the Lord of the Netherworld was injured since the battle. Although it was not serious, it gave people hope to go against the god. Back off! With a cold shout, he raised his hand and slapped the Knowing Destiny State Cultivator in front of him into the air. Lord of the Immortal Region and my dearest sister, you've really angered me. As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Ming's body slowly rose into the air. Suddenly, ghost energy flourished in the Netherworld and rapidly gathered from all directions. Run! Seeing this, the Yama King of the Underworld's expression changed under the red veil. He immediately leaped in front of Knowing Destiny and slapped the latter out of the battle. Boom! At this moment, in the battle, the Netherlord made his move. A palm that could destroy heaven and earth directly slapped down. Unable to dodge or block, the Yama King of the Underworld, who took the Netherlord's palm head on, flew out and crashed onto the ground. A large red veil fluttered in the air. It was dyed with blood and was exceptionally dazzling. Outside the battle, when Ning Chen saw the face of the Yama King of the Underworld, his heart, which was already filled with endless emotions, trembled violently. Ghost Lady! Even though he had guessed it, he still could not remain calm after seeing it with his own eyes. Lady! Ning Chen's figure flashed and arrived in front of Ghost Lady. He helped her up and said with a pained heart, "It's really you." Time was merciless and had long changed everything. Back then, when he was still a weak young man, she had appeared in his life. "Run!" the ghost girl said weakly. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth and dyed her wedding dress red again and again. "Is it worth sacrificing again and again for a heartless man, my foolish sister? Ming world, step underworld of the underworld, Ming." In front of Ghost Maiden, Ning Chen stretched out his hand and touched her face. His expression was extremely gentle as he said, "This time, I won't let you leave." His voice was soft and gentle like water. At this moment, Ning Chen, who had almost forgotten about worldly emotions, had a face full of tenderness that was so dense that it could not be dissolved. Devil energy surged like raging waves and huge waves. A heavy and cold aura surged. The Knowing Destiny Devil's expression became even more gentle. In an instant, a huge Great Tao bridge appeared in the void and rapidly solidified at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The Devil Path was a Great Tao that was known for its slaughter and ruthlessness. Today it had achieved its Tao through love. Ning Chen stood up and raised his sword. Without saying a word, his Devil's heart instantly swept out. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the Yin and Yang were in chaos. The Netherworld, ghost energy, and devil energy violently collided. The entire Netherworld collapsed with a loud bang. The Netherworld collapsed. A terrifying energy spread out and the 3 people inside were all sent flying. "You're courting death." In the void, Ming Ming's heart, Devil's heart, Devil's heart, Devil's heart, Devil condensed and blocked the Knowing Destiny Devil in front of him. Ning Chen took a step forward and stopped his retreat. His figure swept past. Devil flames surged all over his body as he condensed 10 times the attack into a punch. Boom! They collided once more. Shocking waves of air surged violently in the void and destroyed the bodies of both of them. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed Ming Ming's left shoulder at a close distance. Devil flames madly suffused his body with the intention of burning the Nether Lord before him. Devil flames burned her body. The clothes formed from ghost energy around Ming Ming's body were instantly destroyed. A large expanse of white skin was exposed, and it was extremely dazzling. Disregarding her cultivation and identity, no matter if it was appearance or bearing, the Nether Lord was an absolute beauty. However, Ming Ming didn't care about it, and Ning Chen even ignored it. Close combat was extremely dangerous. Ming Ming didn't show any weakness when facing the Lord of the Immortal Region, who was fighting with his life on the line, and she blasted palm after palm onto the former's body. Their cultivations had already attained the Saint Realm, but their battle had returned to the most primitive physical battle of humans. It seemed ordinary, but it was actually even more dangerous. Ming Ming's left shoulder was penetrated by Ning Chen's punch. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed a large area of her white skin red. Similarly, a hole was opened on Ning Chen's right rib by the Netherlord's palm. His bones were faintly visible, and it was extremely shocking. However, both of their bodies were extraordinarily strong. No matter how heavy their injuries were, they would swiftly recover. After a few exchanges, practically all the clothes on Ming Ming's body had been burned away. Perhaps it was a woman's instinct, but Ming Ming would always intentionally or unintentionally cover some of her private parts during the battle. It was precisely because of this that Ming Ming's attacks were restricted, and she suffered extremely heavy injuries on several occasions. It was a horrifying and slightly laughable battle. Neither of them held back, and their only objective was to kill the other. Both of them fought from the netherworld to nothingness, and then from nothingness to an unfamiliar minor world. For an entire 3 days and 3 nights, both of them had destroyed countless minor worlds, and the injuries on their bodies grew heavier and heavier. Even the bodies of saints were unable to recover in time. After another 10 days, both of their bodies were practically crippled. Due to the extremely heavy injuries their bodies suffered, it was already difficult for them to utilize their cultivations. If it wasn't for the terrifying saint might that could be faintly sensed, both of them were already no different than mortals. In an unknown minor world, both of their bodies fell from the sky and smashed into a valley. In the valley, a pink aura filled the air. A devilishly handsome figure, whose yin and yang were indistinguishable, walked over. His gaze was fixed on the 2 people who had fallen into the valley, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. The heavens had treated him well, and it had actually sent 2 saints to allow him to fulfill his dreams. In the next moment, the pink aura in the valley flourished, and it blocked out all the spring scenery. Amidst the pink aura, 2 naked bodies wrapped around each other, and the temperature of their bodies rose rapidly. The spring scenery was boundless, but it was covered by the pink aura that filled the sky. From the outside, nothing could be seen. After an unknown period of time, the valley quieted down, and there was no longer any sound. Half a day later, an extremely terrifying roar suddenly erupted in the quiet valley. Even saints had completely lost their composure. Chapter 1607. In an unknown small world, the most absurd accident happened. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. After the absurdity, Ning Ming woke up. When she saw the situation, her rage soared. At the same time, Ning Chen woke up from his coma. His extraordinary intelligence came into play at this moment. He instantly realized what was going on. Without saying anything, Ning Chen put on his demonic chi cloak and ran. Go to hell. Rage corroded Ning Ming's rationality. Horrifying power erupted from Ning Ming as she threw a palm strike. Boom! Immediately, the unknown small world collapsed, destroying the sky and the earth. The shock wave swept over. Ning Chen, who had already fled the small world, was affected and injured again. What a terrifying woman! Outside the small world, the strange figure, who had already come out when the 2 woke up, could not help but be flabbergasted when he saw the destroyed small world. He had long heard that the master of the nether world was a horrifying woman. Today, he saw that she lived up to her reputation. There are sages? In the distance, Ning Chen felt the strong aura outside the small world. He showed a strange expression. However, before the disaster, he did not have time to think. He immediately ran. Behind him, a figure charged out from the small world that had collapsed. The flames of rage on his body were so strong that they were almost tangible. Her rage got to her head. Although she felt the strong aura in another direction, she ignored it and chased after Ning Chen. Can't the two of them sit down and have a chat? Outside the small world, the strange figure looked at the two leaving and said regretfully. These two did not know how to thank him. However, it did not matter. This was just the beginning. After a few more days, they might be able to sit down and talk. Two figures flashed by in the void, one after the other. They passed through one small world after another. Everywhere they passed, they left devastation. For some reason, after Ning Chen woke up, he did not fight back. He only ran for his life. Ning Ming had already experienced this familiar scene many times. In his life, he had won, lost, and escaped. However, this was the first time he was in such a sorry state. He could not fight back. He could not fight back. A huge fire phoenix flashed by in the void, getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the void. Behind Ning Ming, ghostly qi filled the air. The three dragon corpses roared furiously. Ning Ming stood quietly on the head of the dragon corpse in the middle. Her expression was unusually cold. She would definitely catch him, skin him alive, and grind his bones to dust. At the same time, in the celestial domain of the seven heavens, the venerables of the human realm each guarded an area, using their own strength to support the celestial domain. Time passed year after year. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, but the knowing destiny state still hadn't returned. Strange. On an immortal mountain, Luo Xingqian looked outside the seven heavens and said, "Why is it taking so long this time? You've met a tough opponent." In the neighboring immortal mountain, Mu Qian Shang opened his eyes and replied, "It's about time for him to come back." Luo Xingqian was puzzled. If he can't win, he can always run. Could it be that he did something shameful and doesn't dare to come back? Do you think everyone is as ignorant as you? Mu Qianshang sneered. Knowing Destiny's personality is even more stable than old antiques. What do you think he will do? That makes sense. Luo Xingqian rubbed his chin and said, "I don't care. It's up to you whether you want to return or not." In the mortal realm, on a primitive planet of life, Ning Chen was hiding in a huge mountain. His aura was completely restrained and he did not dare to breathe loudly. In the starry sky, the Nether stood quietly on the dragon's head. His divine sense flashed across the vast planets around him one after another. His expression was getting more and more serious. "You can't escape." The Nether raised his hand. Ghostly qi filled the air and destroyed the vast planets one after another. He showed no mercy at all. Seeing that the ghostly qi was about to spread to the primitive planet, the aura in Ning Chen's body surged. He was ready to defend himself at any time. At this moment, the Nether's body suddenly trembled in the starry sky. The aura around him rapidly dissipated. How could this be? The Nether's face was filled with shock. He looked at his lower abdomen with a terrified expression. On the primitive planet, Ning Chen felt the change in the Netherlord's aura. He concealed his aura with the heavenly book and left quietly. In the starry sky, the Nether suppressed the throbbing in his abdomen. He glanced at the vast planets around him. Just as he was about to attack, the aura around him trembled again. The Nether's expression changed again and again. After a long time, he turned around and left. In the depths of the starry sky, Ning Chen saw the Nether Lord leaving. He was puzzled, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Did you succeed?" In the distance, the demonic figure who had been watching the farce between the two smiled and said, "Hard work pays off. It's really you who did this." At this moment, the void behind the demonic figure distorted. Ning Chen walked out and looked at the saint of the great path in front of him. You should thank me. Yin Feihua turned around and looked at the man in front of him with a smile. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. Thank you very much, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, sword will appeared around Ning Chen. The 4 celestial slaying swords appeared and swept out rapidly. Your way of thanking me is really unique. The smile on Yin Feihua's demonic face disappeared. He took a step forward and retreated quickly. Suddenly, in the starry sky, streaks of sword light brushed past each other. They missed by a hair's breadth, but they could not hurt the figure in the rain of swords. In front of him, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He held the celestial slaying sword in his right hand. His figure immediately swept past and slashed at the saint of the great path in front of him. Yin Feihua stepped to avoid the celestial slaying sword. He retreated again and again, unwilling to face the sword head-on. After several exchanges, Yin Feihua felt that the man in front of him was not to be trifled with. He took a step in the air and quickly retreated. Goodbye. Before he finished speaking, Yin Feihua's figure faded and disappeared in the starry sky. Ning Chen frowned. He looked in the direction that the former left and did not chase after him. The collapsed nether world returned. His aura was very unstable and shook violently. In the nether lord's belly, a young life was growing and devouring its mother's life force bit by bit. After Nether Lord returned to the nether world, he immediately went into seclusion without any hesitation. He was ready to end the young life in his belly. In the depths of the 18 levels of hell, dense ghost chi filled the air. Around Nether Lord, powerful energy surged and poured into his body from all directions. However, what was shocking was that all the energy that entered the Nether Lord's body was devoured. It could not harm the life in his belly. How could a life that originated from one body harm itself? Nether Lord was shocked. Anger flashed across his face as he slapped his own belly. Boom! At this moment, ghost chi surged around Nether Lord. The energy that had been devoured by the sacred fetus automatically protected him and blocked the shocking slap. Puff! Nether Lord's internal organs were severely injured. Nether Lord spat out a mouthful of blood and stained the scorched earth in front of him. How could this be? Nether Lord propped herself up. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She had lost so much of her energy. Chapter 1608. Outside the mortal realm, in different small worlds, great battles broke out one after another. Ning Chen, who had been fighting outside all year round, hadn't returned to the celestial realm for nearly 1,000 years. Perhaps it was because he felt guilty or something else, but Ning Chen didn't return to the above heavens even after destroying one small world after another. After 1,000 years, the severely injured and unconscious ghost girl still hadn't woken up. Even though the Lord of the Underworld was extraordinarily powerful, he hadn't reached the Genesis tier after all. After taking a full blow from a saint of the Great Path head-on, his body was on the verge of collapse. For 1,000 years, Ning Chen nurtured Ghost Girl's body with his own power of the Great Path day and night, waiting for the day she woke up. In the depths of the collapsed nether world, the ghost chi became thicker and thicker. In the ghost chi, a beautiful figure sat cross-legged, her beautiful face becoming paler and paler. After 1,000 years, the saint fetus in Ghost Girl's womb grew continuously, and it was almost time for it to be born. At the same time, as the saint fetus was about to be born, Ghost Girl's body became weaker and weaker. Outside the netherworld, a figure whose yin and yang were indistinguishable stood quietly with a hint of anticipation on his face. Finally, this day had come. The saint fetus would be the most powerful existence since the beginning of time. In the netherworld, a painful voice rang out. Even the Lord of the netherworld, who was at the saint level, had to endure endless pain when giving birth. It was unavoidable. Ghost Girl gritted her teeth and endured the seemingly endless pain, and the hatred in her heart rose rapidly. She wanted to grind that person's bones to dust. Ah! Time flew, and another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, in the depths of the nether world, an extremely painful groan rang out, terrifying everyone. After a moment of silence, a loud cry rang out, accompanied by a powerful saint's aura that spread throughout the world. This is... All the saints of the great path in the great world felt it and looked in the direction of the nether world with shock. What amazing power! At the same time, in a small world created by a saint of the great path, Ningchen, who was fighting, felt this aura and couldn't help but tremble. This familiar feeling, why? Outside the netherworld, a cold smile appeared on Yinfeihua's face. He stepped forward and rushed into the netherworld. In the depths of the netherworld, Ghost Girl, who had just given birth, was extremely weak. She had difficulty even standing. At this moment, a pink aura filled the air. Yinfeihua had barged into the netherworld to steal the Saint Fetus. How dare you! He could vaguely sense it. Anger appeared on his extremely weak face. He forcefully raised his vitality and blocked the saint of the great path of lust. Netherlord, I might still be somewhat afraid of you when you were at your peak. However, you're no threat to me at all now. Yinfeihua's palm strike directly blasted the Netherlord several dozen feet back. He stepped forward and carried the sacred fetus before he turned around and left. Pooh! 100 feet away, Ming Ming staggered to a stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Child! Ming Ming forcefully endured his injuries and immediately gave chase. However, Ming Ming, who had just given birth to the holy fetus, had consumed a lot of energy and cultivation. She could not find any trace of the Lord of Lust after chasing him out of the netherworld. Child! A look of panic flashed through Ming Ming's eyes. It was the nature of a mother. Even if she was a saint, it was unavoidable. She was completely flustered after losing her child. Outside the endless space-time, Ning Chen was fighting with the master of the small world. An inexplicable sense of irritation flashed through his heart. He forced the saint in front of him to retreat with a single sword strike. He frowned and didn't want to continue fighting. He turned around and retreated. In the small world, the saint took a deep breath. He was drenched in cold sweat after escaping death. 100 days later, Ning Chen arrived in front of the netherworld. He looked at the collapsed netherworld in front of him and weighed the pros and cons for a long time before he flew in. That aura came from here. He wanted to see what exactly had happened. The netherworld was filled with devastation. The world that was crippled had been completely destroyed. Ning Chen searched the entire netherworld, but he could not find any aura. Even the Nether Lord had disappeared without a trace. Ning Chen stood in the netherworld and waited for 10 days. However, the Nether Lord did not appear. Ning Chen had no choice but to leave. In the starry sky, the space-time turbulence. Ming Ming, who was covered in blood, traversed the space-time and chased after the Saint of Lust for tens of thousands of miles. The injuries on Ming Ming's body became more and more serious as she fought one battle after another. She had no time to recover. Ming Ming did not dare to stop. She was afraid that she would not be able to find any trace of the Saint of Lust if she stopped. It was like a connection between mother and son. Every time the Saint of Lust was about to shake off the Netherlord's pursuit, the Netherlord would appear before her very quickly. After the continuous battles, the Saint of Lust could clearly feel that the Netherlord's cultivation base was gradually recovering. His strength was becoming more powerful. He's really haunting me. The Saint of Lust looked at the figure that was rushing toward her from afar. After thinking for a while, she changed her direction and rushed toward the 8th heaven. Ming Ming caught up and sensed the remnant aura of the great Tao between heaven and earth. She looked at the horizon and chased after her once again. The 8th heaven was a world where the god who controlled time presided. The law of time flowed. Multicolored light covered one's eyes. It was divine and extraordinary. The Saint of Lust plunged into the 8th heaven. Ming Ming caught up with her in a short while. Nether Lord, you've crossed the line. However, at this moment, a majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth. It directly blocked Ming Ming outside the eighth heaven. God, are you going to shield the Saint of Lust? Ming Ming looked at the world in front of her and said in a deep voice, You don't have to worry about my affairs. The god of the eighth heaven opened his mouth and replied. Ming Ming's expression sank when she heard this. Her body was filled with ghostly energy as she charged toward the great world in front of her. In the eighth heaven, the god raised his hand. The law of time filled the air and blocked the Netherlord's attack. As the strongest among the saints, the strength of the god of the eighth heaven was above Ming Ming. Now that the latter was severely injured, the gap between the two of them became even wider. Throughout the 10 seasons, the two of them continued to fight. Ming Ming lost miserably every time. If she could not enter the eighth heaven, she would not have the chance to take back her child. In the last fight, the god's palm almost pierced through Ming Ming's heart meridian. If it were not for the immortal body of a saint, the Nether Lord would have been erased from the world in this battle. In the end, Ming Ming dragged her severely injured body and left to find other ways. In the seventh heaven, Ning Chen returned to the immortal region for the first time after more than 1,000 years. Ning Chen's return did not alarm too many people. He dragged his exhausted body into the immortal palace to recuperate. Qing Ning went forward and asked softly, Why are you only back now? I'm in trouble. Ning Chen closed his eyes and said tiredly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ming Ming's figure appeared out of thin air above the immortal region. Without another word, she directly slapped her palm toward the immortal palace below. In the immortal palace, Ning Chen sensed it and opened his eyes suddenly. In the next moment, a plain-clothed figure appeared above the immortal palace. She raised her hand and blocked the Netherlord's palm energy. Come with me to save Gui Gui immediately. Ming Ming looked at the man before her and said with unconcealable hatred. Chapter 1609. In the immortal region, Ming Ming arrived and slammed his palm down on the immortal palace below. Inside the immortal palace, Ning Chen felt it and disappeared into thin air. He appeared above the immortal region and blocked the Netherlord's palm energy. Ming Ming looked at the person in front of him and said in a deep voice, Come with me to save Gui Gui immediately. Gui Gui? Ning Chen was puzzled and asked, Who is Gui Gui? Your child. Ming Ming said angrily as the murderous aura on his body became more and more difficult to suppress. Ning Chen was shocked. That familiar feeling just now, could it be? Come with me. Ming Ming suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to fly toward the sky. Behind him, Ning Chen came back to his senses and immediately followed without thinking. Below, the human realm venerables were puzzled when they saw the venerables of the immortal region leave. Looks like we're in trouble. In front of the immortal palace, Fan Lingyue walked over and said calmly. This woman looks stronger than an ordinary saint of the Great Path, Qing Ning said seriously. Nether Lord. Fan Lingyue nodded and said, At his peak, he's at the same level as the firmament saint and the eighth heaven deity. However, he seems to be injured and his aura is much weaker. I hope he'll be fine. Qing Ning's eyes flashed with worry. Outside the eighth heaven, 2 figures rushed over but did not rush to enter the eighth heaven. In the eighth heaven, the rules of the world are everywhere. It's impossible to hide from the eyes of the gods. We must split up to save Gui Gui. Ming Ming said in a deep voice, You're in charge of restraining him. I'll go save Gui Gui. Okay. Ning Chen did not bargain and nodded in agreement. In the eighth heaven, there was a majestic temple. In the temple, a divine sun floated and a saint who controlled time sat cross-legged. His aura was shocking. He was as powerful as the Nether Lord and could control the great path of time. He was the god of all gods. In front of the god, a demonic figure half-knelt and offered the Saint Fetus. Behind the god, the Saint Fetus flew into the time temple and floated in the void. A powerful aura flowed and vaguely had a pressure that surpassed the saint. Is this the Saint Fetus? It's really extraordinary. The god said calmly, "Go to the time temple to protect the saint fetus. Once the saint fetus matures, I'll give you what you want." Yes. Fei-hua accepted the order and walked towards the time temple. The saint of passion left. Within the divine sun, the god of gods looked into the distance. Light flashed across his eyes. Finally, it was time. Once the saint fetus matured, he would truly be able to stand above the heavens and earth, becoming an eternal and indestructible existence. Nether King, your fall has made God very lonely. At this moment, in the divine sun, the deity narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. It's him. Before he could finish his thoughts, he saw tens of thousands of swords galloping between the heavens and the earth, rushing towards the divine hall at an extremely fast speed. Inside the temple, the deity raised his hand and the law of time spread out. The 10,000 swords quickly withered and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a white-haired figure in plain clothes arrived in front of him. He held the immortal extermination sword in his hand, and his aura was threatening. Do humans also dream of profaning God's face? The deity pointed his finger and blocked the immortal slaying blade. He looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, "There is no God in this world." Ningchen replied coldly. He clenched his left hand and the slaughter immortal appeared. He slashed with his immortal sword, and the two swords moved side by side. The deity's right palm exploded with Saint Chi, and the person in front of him was pushed back. Everything that humans have is given by God. Human, if it weren't for God's grace, do you really think you could reach this day with your own strength? The deity flipped his left palm, and Saint Chi surged like waves. The law of time loomed, and a dazzling light devoured everything. Ningchen stepped forward, and cold air spread out from his body. At the same time, demonic energy surged, and the two Daos moved together. The law of great Tao collided, and suddenly, the heavens and the earth changed, and everything lost its color. In the stormy waves, Ning Chen's figure flashed again, and he controlled the two swords to cut the law of time. Boom! The deity raised his hand and blocked the two swords. Looking at the human in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "Surrender, and God will grant you eternal life." Is eternal life important? Ning Chen sneered, and the two swords changed hands, and his sword intent soared to the sky. Only by living can you reach a higher realm. The deity waved his hand, and the former was pushed back. The ambition of God is more endless than that of humans. 10 feet away, Ning Chen stopped and shouted, and the four swords attacked at the same time. The four celestial swords around him were full of killing intent, and the four immortal slaying swords reappeared with the ancient divine power. No life in heaven and earth. The heavenly book showed its power, and the four scrolls merged into one. Suddenly, a huge silver scroll unfolded behind Ningchen, and the heavenly book of creation showed its power, and the immortal slaying sword's power was enhanced. The four swords destroyed the world, and the chaos was destroyed. Between heaven and earth, the law of nature quickly withered, and was destroyed by the four swords. The four immortal slaying swords and the heavenly book of creation, so what? The deity said lightly and flipped his palms. In an instant, the whole temple shook violently. Behind the deity, a huge time rail appeared, and the original time rail that dominated the law of time of heaven and earth appeared in the world for the first time. Crack! The time rail moved, and it went against the flow of time. In the human world and the 9 heavens, heaven and earth were in chaos, and everything returned to its original state. In the temple, the four immortal slaying swords and the heavenly book of creation disappeared and returned to knowing destiny's body. Bang! The deity flipped his palm and directly sent the human in front of him flying. 100 feet away, Ning Chen crashed into the divine pillar, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the temple red. At the same time, in front of the temple of time, a figure surrounded by ghostly aura swept past, and he found this place through his connection with the sacred fetus. The temple of time. Mingming looked at the temple in front of her, and she did not dare to waste any time, and quickly rushed in. She knew very well that Ningchen could not hold the deity for too long, and she had to hurry. In the Temple of Time, there was no sound at all, and in the air of the temple, a transparent jade cauldron floated up and down, and in the jade cauldron, there was a baby that looked like carved jade sleeping. Gui Gui. When Mingming saw this, she was overjoyed, and without any hesitation, she flew directly toward the jade cauldron. Nether Lord, you still found this place. At this moment, the void swirled, and a figure that was indistinguishable from Yin and Yang walked out, blocking in front of her, and said lightly, Yin Fei Hua. When she saw the person in front of her, although Mingming was unusually angry, she did not act rashly. Roar. In the ghostly aura, 3 dragon corpses rushed out, and restrained the Tao Master of Lust. Yin Fei Hua looked at the 3 giant dragon corpses around her, and she frowned slightly. After a moment of restraint, Mingming bypassed the Tao Master of Lust's obstruction and arrived in front of the jade cauldron. Gui Gui. Seeing that her child was safe for the time being, Mingming could not hide the joy on her face, and she immediately reached out to carry the child in the jade cauldron. However, just as Mingming was about to touch the jade cauldron, the terrifying rule of time erupted above the jade cauldron, and Mingming's fair hands immediately withered. However, even a deity had underestimated the greatness of motherhood. Her sacred body was eroded by time, but Mingming did not dodge. Even if she had to endure the pain of being turned into ashes, she still wanted to save her child. Chapter 1610. Mingming broke into the Temple of Time just to save his child. In the jade cauldron, the sacred fetus was in a deep slumber. The rule of time was guarding it and did not allow anyone to get close to it. The rule of time was devouring his body. Mingming's physical body was strongly affected and his arms began to dry up rapidly. However, Mingming did not take a step back. He endured the pain and stretched his arms out of the jade cauldron. Nether Lord, do you know your crime for breaking into the Temple of Time? At this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure spread out from the Temple of Time. It was terrifying and heavy. The deity appeared and raised his hand. Raging waves rolled out violently with terrifying divine power. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The crisis was imminent. At this moment, a phoenix cry shook the sky. A silhouette in plain clothes appeared between the two of them. The 2 swords crossed and blocked the attack. With a loud bang, Ning Chen's figure flew out and crashed into the jade cauldron. Blood splattered and dyed the jade cauldron red. At the same time, Mingming, who was in front of the jade cauldron, was also pushed back a few steps by the aftermath of the battle. In the jade cauldron, the sacred fetus's face was dripping with red. It was as if there was a connection between father and son. The sleeping sacred fetus slowly opened his eyes. The delicate baby had big eyes that were as bright as black pearls. When he saw the figure in front of him, he stretched out his fair little hands as if he was asking for a hug. Ning Chen turned around and saw the baby's eyes that were filled with anticipation. His cold heart melted instantly. Ignoring the powerful enemy in front of him, Ning Chen turned around and put his hands into the jade cauldron. In an instant, the rule of time devoured his body. Ning Chen's arms quickly withered. In the blink of an eye, the deity's figure was already in front of him. His palm shocked the world and changed the color of the wind and clouds. Mingming, who was not far away, saw this and his expression changed. He rushed forward and blocked Ning Chen's path without hesitation. A fatal palm landed on Mingming's chest. The deity's full-force attack instantly destroyed the Nether Lord's vitality. The aftermath shook. Behind him, Ning Chen also vomited red blood and staggered. At this moment, the big hand and the little hand touched. The baby's delicate little hand grabbed Ning Chen's finger. A happy smile appeared on his little face. The baby's little hand that was dyed red emitted a dazzling golden light. It quickly healed knowing Destiny's body. The deity behind him saw this shocking scene. A dazzling light burst out of the deity's eyes. What a powerful force! Even his time rule was dissolved. His many years of waiting were not wrong. A power that was above the great Tao had finally appeared in the world. In front of the jade cauldron, Ning Chen carried his child. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Ming Ming. He turned into a fire phoenix and rushed out of the Temple of Time. When Yin Feihua saw this, he was shocked and immediately chased after them. There's no need to chase. Just now, the holy fetus seemed to have sensed that human's identity and took the initiative to heal him. Perhaps the holy fetus can mature faster if it stays by his side. Yes. Yin Feihua stopped, and a wisp of hesitation flashed on his face. In the end, he bowed respectfully and accepted his orders. I know what you are worried about, the god calmly said. Don't worry. Since I let the holy fetus go, I am confident that I can bring it back. I will fulfill my promise to you when the holy fetus returns. When Yin Feihua heard this, his expression became even more respectful. Outside the 8th layer of heaven, the fire phoenix flew past at an extremely fast speed. It didn't stop until it was hundreds of thousands of miles away. In Ning Chen's arms, Ming Ming had already fainted. He had taken the full force of the god's palm head-on. His body was already severely injured, and his vitality was almost gone. Wu Gui Gui hugged Ming Ming's arm, and called out softly. Specks of golden light spread out and automatically healed her mother. However, Ming Ming's injuries were too severe, and Gui Gui was too young. It was difficult for her to wake up her mother. Perhaps because she was anxious, Gui Gui started crying loudly again. Gui Gui, don't cry. Your mother will be fine. Ning Chen hugged his child and coaxed him gently. Gui Gui looked at the former with wide eyes. As if she understood what he meant, she really stopped crying. A gentle smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. This little guy was really smart. Worried that the god of the 8th heaven would catch up, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He transformed into a fire phoenix and continued to fly toward the celestial region. In the celestial region, in front of the celestial palace, Qing Ning stood there waiting with a worried expression. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix shook the sky. A huge fire phoenix flew over and appeared in a flash. Ning Chen walked to the front of the celestial palace and looked at the woman in front of him. He said softly, I've made Sister Qing Ning worry. It's good that you're fine. Qing Ning responded. When she saw the baby in the former's arms, she was surprised. My child. Ning Chen did not hide anything and told her the truth. The child of the Nether Lord and I. Qing Ning was shocked when she heard this. However, when she saw the bloodstains on the Netherlord's body, she did not ask and said, Save him first. Ning Chen nodded and stepped into the celestial palace. In the palace, Ning Chen handed Gui Gui to Qing Ning and said softly, Sister Qing Ning, help me take care of Gui Gui first. I'll stabilize the Netherlord's injuries first. All right. Qing Ning took Gui Gui and looked at the baby in her arms. Her face was filled with love. He already had his own child. How wonderful! Since the death of her eldest grandson, the only meaning in Qing Ning's life was Ning Chen. She watched him grow and become powerful. Now, he finally had his own child. Qing Ning reached out and touched Gui Gui's delicate little face with a smile. This child was really similar to him. However, she did not know if this child would be as stubborn as that kid when he grew up. In the celestial palace, Ning Chen made his move. 2 great Tao bridges appeared amidst the rumbling. Suddenly, boundless Saint Origin filled the air and entered the Nether Lord's body continuously. Ugh! As the Saint Origin entered his body, a painful groan sounded from the Nether Lord's mouth. His beautiful face was drenched in cold sweat. The time law was corroding the Nether Lord's body. Ning Chen could only dispel the time law to heal his injuries. Just as Ning Chen was healing the Nether Lord, Fan Lingyue, who was dressed in a light blue dress, walked in from outside the palace. Qing Ning sensed the person behind her and turned around. She smiled and said, He's back. His child? Fan Lingyue looked at the baby in Qing Ning's arms and asked, "Yes?" Qing Ning nodded gently. Fan Lingyue did not look too surprised. She stepped forward and reached out to touch Gui's forehead. Wisps of moonlight spread out and entered his body. A moment later, Fan Lingyue withdrew her hand and said calmly, "This child will become a powerhouse who will surpass me and the knowing destiny state in the future." Qing Ning heard this before. Surprise flashed across her face and she said, "He's still so young." The more powerful the existence, the harder it is to pass down the legacy to future generations. The knowing destiny state has already reached the saint realm. If I'm not wrong, the mother of this child is the Nether Lord in front of us. It's impossible for two saints of the great Tao to have their own child. However, this child has appeared. Fan Lingyue said calmly, "The only explanation is that the great Tao was incomplete in the era when the saints fell. This caused a slight change to appear in this impossibility. No one knows how terrifying the change outside the great Tao will be." Chapter 16:11. In the immortal region, 100 years after knowing destiny returned from the 8th heaven, he did not go out to battle. Instead, he chose to stay in the immortal region and focused on taking care of Gui. The news of the immortal supreme having a child spread like wildfire. It did not take long for the entire immortal region to know about it. When Luo Xingchen and the others heard about it, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. That blockhead knowing destiny had a child? Within a few months, Luo Xingchen and the others came out of seclusion from various immortal mountains in the immortal region and rushed to the immortal palace in the east. In the huge immortal palace, Luo Xingchen looked at Gui, who was learning to walk in the main hall with interest. "Gui, come to uncle." Luo Xingchen opened his arms and smiled. When Gui heard someone calling her, she looked at the adult in front of her with her big eyes, then turned around to look at her father, as if waiting for her father's approval. "Go," Ning Chen said with a gentle smile on his face. Seeing her father's approval, Gui grinned and walked forward shakily. Seeing Gui walk over, Luo Xingchen reached out to pick up the little guy in front of him and smiled. "What a smart little guy." After that, Luo Xingchen took out a small jade slip and stuffed it into Gui's chest pocket. He said lovingly, "This is a gift from uncle. If anyone bullies you, throw this at him. I guarantee that he will turn into a hornet's nest." Not far away, Ning Chen sensed the amazing power in the jade slip. Vaguely, there was a trace of Saint's aura. It seemed that he wasn't far from reaching the Saint realm after a long time. They had accompanied each other all the way to this day and had experienced countless battles. Now they had both reached the peak of martial arts. Bang! At this moment, the door of the immortal palace was blasted open. A powerful and chaotic aura spread out. In the main hall, Luo Xingchen and Ning Chen sensed it and looked at the front of the hall. In front of the hall, a figure in a black and white cloak walked over. Powerful energy vibrated from his body, and Saint's aura was faintly visible. Hearing the news that knowing destiny had a child, Mu Qianshang walked out from the critical moment of breaking through to the Saint realm and came to the immortal palace immediately. Due to his unstable cultivation, Mu Qianshang's cultivation fluctuated between high and low. His aura was also extremely chaotic, causing the tables and chairs in the main hall to shake. Luo Xingchen looked at the approaching Mu Qianshang and said in exasperation, "Be careful, don't hurt my nephew. Let me see." Mu Qianshang ignored him and said. Luo Xingchen took Gui out of his arms and said softly, Gui, this is also your uncle." Gui's beautiful big eyes looked curiously in front of her. She was not afraid at all. Her small face revealed a happy smile, and she reached out her small hands to ask for a hug. A child's sixth sense was the most accurate. They could intuitively sense good and evil. "Be careful. Don't hurt the child," Luo Xingchen reminded. Mu Qianshang nodded. Suppressing the trembling aura in his body, he reached out to carry the child in front of him. The child's tender and pure smile was so bright and beautiful. Mu Qianshang's tired heart gradually calmed down and a smile appeared on his face. After countless years of battle, not only the knowing destiny state cultivators, but even the powerful cultivators from the inner realm were tired. However, after seeing Gui Gui, they felt that everything was worth it, because a child represented hope. The hope of life and inheritance. Mu Qianshang bit his finger. Using blood as ink and sword will as a brush, he drew a sword in the void. The sword will was shocking. A swordsman of the mortal realm who broke into the saint realm. His sword cultivation was not inferior to anyone. Even the knowing destiny state cultivators did not dare to underestimate his powerful sword skills. In the void, blood formed a sword. An astonishing saint aura filled the air. Before even getting close, one could feel the terrifying power. A small blood sword condensed Mu Qianshang's lifetime of sword attainments. Mu Qianshang drew the sword and pointed it at Gui Gui's forehead. Suddenly, a red mole appeared between Gui Gui's eyebrows. It was a dazzling red. "I wish you a peaceful and smooth life." Mu Qianshang opened his mouth and gave the most sincere blessings in his heart. Gui Gui reached out her small white hand and touched her forehead. The smile on her small face became even more joyful. "Knowing destiny state, I'm leaving." Mu Qianshang put Gui Gui down and looked at the white-haired man in front of him. Ningchen nodded lightly and did not say anything. He just said his farewell in the calmest way possible. "Take care." "Take care." Mu Qianshang replied and turned to leave. It had not even been a quarter of an hour since he came back from thousands of miles away. Friends who had gone through life and death together spoke little but did more. "It seems that I should go too. I can't let this guy surpass me too much." In the hall, not long after Mu Qianshang left, Luo Xingchen also said his farewell and prepared to leave. They had all rushed back, because knowing destiny state had a son. Now that they had seen Gui Gui, it was time to leave. "Take care." Ningchen still just said his farewell calmly, and did not say anything else. "Take care." Luo Xingchen said softly and turned to leave. The gathering and parting of life spoke of all the emotions in the world. Ningchen looked at the backs of the two leaving, speechless and silent. Gui Gui stepped forward and reached out her small white hand to hold the former's leg. She babbled as if she was comforting her father. Not far from the immortal palace, in front of an equally solemn hall, Fan Lingyue stood quietly. He looked into the distance without the slightest ripple. Years of war, 100 lives of reincarnation. In this life, everything was coming to an end. She was like this, and so was he. However, his heart had something to worry about. Would the sword still be sharp? Knowing destiny state returned, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, between heaven and earth, an astonishing saint aura soared into the sky, shocking the saints of the heavens. The clear and pure saint heart was so dazzling that it lit up heaven and earth. "Amen." In the immortal palace, Ningchen felt it and whispered softly. Finally, Amen had also reached this step. However, Amen, who had become a saint, did not return. Instead, he chose to go far away and began to fight in the small worlds of the saint. Once the saint war began, the small worlds collapsed one after another. The great worlds were also affected, and could be clearly felt across endless time and space. 10 years later, Amen killed a saint. His body was bathed in blood, and he himself was also severely injured. When Ningchen stopped fighting, Amen chose to fight in Ningchen's place and killed the saints of the heavens. Amen, who had the clearest mind and did not like to kill, walked on the bloodiest path because it was his wish. In the immortal palace, the white-haired Ningchen looked at Gui Gui in front of him with a loving smile on his face, as if he knew nothing about everything. Perhaps because of his concern for his child, knowing destiny state's sword was blunt, and his sword intent was no longer as sharp as before. However, no one said a word about this, because everyone knew how much knowing Destiny State had sacrificed for this human world. The reason why the human world could survive until today was not because of luck, but because there were people who did not care about life and death, standing at the forefront of disasters time and time again, blocking the darkness and chaos for all living beings. Now, since he wanted to rest, then let him rest. Chapter 16:12. In the immortal region, in the second 100 years since knowing Destiny's return, Gui grew up a little. She learned how to walk and speak. Dad. Dad. In the north of the immortal palace, in front of a small river that meandered to the east, Gui squatted down, grabbed a small round pebble, and walked back to knowing Destiny's side not far away. Ning Chen looked at Gui who was playing with mud in front of him, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He did not reprimand her. He squatted down and wiped the mud off Gui's face and body. After more than 100 years of not using weapons, Ning Chen's murderous aura had almost disappeared. He had turned from a decisive immortal region venerable to the most ordinary father. For more than 100 years, Ning Chen focused on taking care of Gui, fulfilling the responsibility of a father. However, Ming and Ghost Lady, who were seriously injured, had not woken up. They were still unconscious. After many battles, Ming and Ghost Lady's injuries were extremely serious. It would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. Ning Chen was also anxious. After waiting for endless years, even reincarnating after reincarnation, he had long been used to waiting. In the seventh heaven, since knowing Destiny returned to the immortal region had become a forbidden area in the entire seventh heaven realm. Even saints of the Great Path did not dare to set foot in it. The huge floating island in the seventh heaven was like a huge mountain that pressed down on the saints of the heavens, like a fishbone in their throat. However, even though the saints of the heavens wanted to flatten the immortal region from the sky, no one dared to do so, including the Darkness Lord who had been hiding in the dark. For more than 100 years, the peace of the immortal region made the Darkness Lord even more fearful of the immortal region venerable. Because, in the past 100 years, he could almost no longer feel the aura of the immortal region venerable. It was as if he had disappeared from this world. He was empty and distant, making it difficult for people to reach him. I can no longer feel his sword, Lord Mo said in a serious voice. Could it be that his strength has increased again? The Darkness Lord asked in a deep voice. I'm not sure. In the past 100 years, his aura has become more and more restrained, making people afraid. Lord Mo said with a serious expression, Now, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack, no one is willing to provoke this lunatic. At the side, a dark look flashed in the eyes of the Darkness Master. No one would have thought that the sovereign of the celestial realm would grow to such an extent that even the saints of the celestial realm feared him. At the same time, in the 8th layer of heaven, the deity stood quietly in the temple, looking at the celestial realm outside the endless space and time, a strange look on his face. His guess was right. The saint fetus grew faster by the side of that immortal realm sovereign. In the time-sacred hall, Yin Feihua looked at the crystal coffin in front of her with longing in her eyes. Soon, in a few more days, the holy embryo would mature. At that time, God would be able to break through his current realm and truly stand above the 9 heavens and 10 earth. In the celestial realm, Ning Chen was playing with Gui by the riverside. He didn't look impatient at all. Perhaps it was because his life was filled with blood and hardships, so Ning Chen didn't want Gui to go through all that. He wanted her to have a happy childhood. Just as Mo Zhu had said, when Ning Chen didn't take the initiative to make a move, the saints of the various heavens also didn't dare to provoke the immortal region, and all sides coexisted peacefully. For the past 100 years, above heavens was in a rare period of peace. Ghost. At this moment, Qing Ning walked over and called out to him. Auntie. When Gui saw who it was, his young face immediately lit up with joy and he jogged over. Qing Ning squatted down and reached out to pat Gui Gui's little head. She smiled and said, "Ghost, did you listen to Daddy today?" "Yes." Gui Gui nodded vigorously and said in a childish voice. Qing Ning smiled and took out a pastry from the basket in her hands to feed the little guy in front of her. Gui Gui took a bite of the pastry, and the smile on his little face grew even brighter. "You're personally making pastry for Gui Gui again." Ning Chen stepped forward and smiled. "I haven't made it in a long time. I'm a little rusty." Qing Ning smiled and said, "The Empress loves to eat these. After she left, I stopped making them. Since Gui Gui likes to eat them, I'll make them for him." So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with longing. "Back then, the Empress was the fiercest to me." "That's because you always caused trouble and angered the Empress," Qing Ning said unhappily. "Luckily, Gui Gui doesn't cause trouble like you." After saying that, Qing Ning reached out and pinched Gui Gui's white and tender little face. With a gentle expression, she said, "Gui Gui, in a while, your inner Jieje is going to." Before Qing Ning could finish her words, a clear and melodious voice came from behind, scaring Gui Gui so much that his little face changed color. "Gui Gui!" In the blink of an eye, Ener appeared beside the two of them. Looking at the little guy hiding in Qing Ning's embrace, she said sweetly, "Did you break my crystal lamp?" Gui Gui poked his little head out from Qing Ning's embrace, so frightened that he didn't dare to speak. "Ener, don't scare Gui Gui." Qing Ning glared at the girl in front of her and reprimanded softly. Ener stuck out her little tongue and said, "All right, I'm a magnanimous adult. I won't bicker with a child like him." After saying that, Ener squatted down and looked at the little guy in Qing Ning's embrace. She said amiably, "Gui Gui, big sister will bring you to eat something delicious. Do you want to come?" Hesitation flashed across Gui Gui's little face. However, the child's greedy nature eventually overcame his fear of the big sister in front of him. He nodded and said, "Let's go." Hearing this, a victorious smile appeared on Ener's face. Reaching out, she took Gui Gui's little hand and said, "Master, big sister Qing Ning, I'll take Gui Gui away. Go on." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Come back soon." "Got it," Ener replied and left with Gui Gui. After the two of them left, Qing Ning turned to look at the white-haired man by the river. A hint of emotion flashed across her eyes. In the past 100 years, she had also felt the changes in him, but she didn't know if it was good or bad. Now, he was the ruler of the immortal region. Not only did he bear the burden of the immortal region's rise and fall, but he also bore the burden of the human realm's rise and fall. As long as the saints of the heavens existed, the human realm's calamity would never end, and the cycle of reincarnation would never end. Only by killing all the saints of the heavens and returning the great Tao to its proper order could the human realm continue to exist for thousands of years. This responsibility was heavier than a mountain. She deeply experienced the power of the saint. Even Ning Chen would have to pay a hefty price to kill one of them. Moreover, there were so many saints of the heavens. She knew Zhi Ming's character better than anyone else. He would never forget his responsibility. Moreover, this was the ultimate goal of his reincarnation after reincarnation. Although he didn't personally admit it, she knew that he was the ruler of the immortal region, the master of the eastern celestial realm. A person who had once scattered his blood, bones, and spirit for the sake of the human realm. While thinking, Qing Ning looked at the immortal palace in the distance. In the palace, 4 immortal swords stood tall, but now they were all sealed in wooden scabbards, their sharpness restrained. Chapter 16:13. Celestial Realm, Moonlit Night. In front of a small river, not far from the celestial palace, Ning Chen stood quietly. He looked at the celestial realm that was getting better day by day. It was finally coming to an end. Rebuilding the celestial realm was essential. He couldn't be restricted by the rules of the original world if he wanted to fight against the most powerful saints. He worked so hard to create the celestial realm so that he could have a chance to fight equally with the saint. He believed that this day would come soon. At the riverside, at this moment, a human celestial venerable with a long sword on his back and an abnormally powerful aura appeared. His handsome face was filled with arrogance. "Greetings, celestial venerable." The celestial venerable looked at the white-haired man in front of him and bowed. Ning Chen turned around and recognized him. He was a peerless genius from the mortal world. His name was Guxing Lei. He was extremely talented in the sword and had a limitless future. Facing the hope of the mortal world, Ning Chen's expression became calm. He said, "What's the matter?" Guxing Lei looked at the celestial venerable who had become a legend in the mortal world and said calmly, "I came from the mortal world and heard too many legends about the celestial venerable. Today I want to challenge the celestial venerable. I hope that the celestial venerable can teach me." Ning Chen smiled and didn't refuse. He nodded and said, "Please wait a moment." After speaking, Ning Chen walked to the side and picked up a piece of dead wood from the ground. He pointed with his right hand and cut the wood into a weapon. Guxing Lei frowned and waited patiently. By the river, the moon was like a bow. The dead wood was cut into a strange blade. When the last piece of wood was cut, the dead wood became a sword. It represented the greatest respect the celestial venerable had for the younger generation in the mortal world. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the celestial venerable in front of him. Facing a legendary existence, Guxing Lei didn't dare to be careless. He shouted and the sword intent around him rose rapidly. A peerless genius in the monarch realm was an absolute powerhouse in every era. Guxing Lei activated his divine energy and fiercely pulled out the 3 stars shining in the world. The dazzling divine sword was decorated with 3 stars. Guxing Lei moved and his sword intent soared into the sky. Looking at the figure in front of him, a smile flashed across Ning Chen's face. He was relieved that there was such a junior powerhouse in the mortal world. As he thought of this, Ning Chen's figure disappeared. His body was as fast as lightning, inconceivably fast. There was no suppression from their cultivation bases. It was just a simple clash of sword wills. Ning Chen waved the withered wood sword in his hand. His control over the sword reached the pinnacle in an instant. Every time, he accurately stabbed at the gaps between lonely star tiers attack. Before Guxing Lei could react, his vision blurred and a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared in front of him with a sword at his throat. In less than 10 moves, Lone Star Tears didn't even sense the aura of the celestial realm's sovereign before her. The battle had already ended. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was enough to make people despair. "I've lost," Guxing Lei said bitterly. "If you lose, continue cultivating." Ning Chen smiled. "Let's go back. Has the venerable immortal ever been defeated?" Guxing Lei looked at the immortal realm's supremacy before her and asked. "I have." Ning Chen's tone was calm. "Moreover, I've lost so many times that even I can't remember." After hearing this, Guxing Lei fell silent. She did not ask any more questions. She bowed respectfully before turning around and leaving. It turned out that the venerable immortal, who was so powerful that even the sages feared him, had also been defeated before. After Guxing Lei left, Ning Chen looked at the withered wood sword in his hand. After a while, he waved his right hand and the withered wood sword turned into a stream of light and flew out. In an unknown place, in a boundless dark world, a sword light broke through the darkness and instantly reached the depths of the darkness. In the depths of the dark world, the darkness master opened his eyes. Looking at the sword light that broke through the sky, his expression sank. He struck out with his palm and blocked the withered wood sword. Instantly, the dark world shook. The terrifying sword intent almost destroyed the dark world. The darkness master snorted coldly. He waved his hand to stop the shaking small world. He looked into the distance with an unusually cold expression. A demonstration? In the celestial realm, under the moonlight, Ning Chen stepped away from the river and walked towards the immortal palace. The white-haired venerable immortal under the moonlight shouldered the rise and fall of the human world for thousands of generations. In this world, he was determined to end the eternal calamity. In the immortal palace, Gui Gui, who had played for a day, fell into a deep sleep. Ning Chen walked over and looked at the sleeping child with a gentle expression. Gui Gui was the same as them. They were the hope of the human world. He wanted to create a true pure land for the human world, a world that would no longer be controlled by the sages of the celestial realm. At the same time, in the human world, a beautiful and powerful figure walked through the forbidden lands of the human world. She was also working for the rise and fall of the human world. From the beginning to now, there were too many forbidden lands in the human world that buried the truth of time. The Chongling female supreme walked through the forbidden lands in search of the time restriction. In 100 years, the female supreme had walked through almost all of the human world but found nothing. The time restriction seemed to have disappeared from the world. Other than Ning Chen obtaining some incomplete divine restrictions, the time restriction had never been known to anyone. But the female supreme knew the importance of the time restriction. The God of Gods controlled the laws of time in the large world. Only by fully understanding these laws could they defeat the strongest god of the eighth stratum. At the end of the human world, the ancient battlefield of Tai Chu was a world that was almost separated by the chaotic flow of time. The female supreme forcefully tore open the small world and entered it. The ancient battlefield of Tai Chu was filled with devastation. The remains of gods and demons could be seen, showing the tragedy of the divine battle of Tai Chu. Suddenly, the female supreme's expression turned serious. Her figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, charging into the depths of the ancient battlefield. In the immortal palace, Ning Chen sat quietly beside Gui Gui's bed. He carefully covered Gui Gui with a blanket and walked out. Separated by endless time and space, Ning Chen looked at the ancient battlefield of Tai Chu and said, "Did you find it?" "Found it." In the depths of the ancient battlefield of Tai Chu, the female supreme looked at the vast world around her and transmitted her voice. "Wait a moment." Ning Chen replied and took a step forward. His figure instantly disappeared. Outside the ancient battlefield of Tai Chu, spatial formations move. Ning Chen's figure appeared and walked into the ancient battlefield. In the ancient battlefield, Ning Chen walked step by step. In a few breaths, he arrived in front of the female supreme. The world in front of him was shrouded in multicolored light. It was so beautiful. "You don't need me to go in with you?" The female supreme looked at knowing destiny and said seriously. "No need." Ning Chen shook his head and smiled. "I know a little about the time restriction. Although it's not as dangerous as the immortal execution restriction, it's very troublesome. The immortal domain can't be left alone for a long time. Female Supreme, go back first." The female Supreme nodded and reminded. "Be careful." "Understood." Ning Chen nodded and didn't delay any longer before striding into the divine restriction. Outside the divine restriction, the female supreme stood for a moment before turning and leaving. In the immortal domain, in the eastern palace, Gui Gui woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and called out, "Daddy?" Qing Ning walked over and hugged Gui Gui, who had just woken up. She said softly, "Gui Gui, you're awake? Auntie, where's Daddy?" Gui Gui looked around and didn't see her father. She asked in a childish voice. "He went to find something fun for Gui Gui," Qing Ning said gently. "Gui Gui needs to be obedient. As long as Gui Gui is obedient, Daddy will be back soon." Gui Gui nodded vigorously and said in a childish voice, "Gui Gui is the most obedient." Chapter 16:14. In the depths of the Taichu ancient battlefield, Ning Chen entered the time restriction to search for the truth of time. There were 3 great restrictions in the world: yellow spring, time, and immortal slaying. Each had its own strength. One ruled over space, one ruled over time, and one ruled over slaughter. They were restrictions that only existed in legend. Now, in order to fight against the most powerful god among the saints of the Great Path, Ning Chen personally entered a dangerous place to break the time restriction with all his might. The time restriction formed a world of its own. After Ning Chen entered, he immediately felt a shocking change in the flow of time around him. The lifespan of a saint of the Great Path was almost endless. However, Ning Chen's body still began to age. Ning Chen felt the shocking change in the restriction and narrowed his eyes slightly. There were hundreds of millions of changes in the time restriction. Ning Chen reached out and touched the restriction. He could clearly feel the traces of time. Knowing how complicated the rules of time were, Ning Chen was fully prepared from the moment he entered. He checked the changes in the time restriction again and again. Just as knowing destiny entered the time restriction, Gui Gui sat on the steps in front of the immortal palace in the immortal region. Her beautiful big eyes were looking into the distance, waiting for her father's return. Gui Gui, are you hungry? I made some pastries for you. Qing Ning walked up and sat beside Gui Gui. I'm not hungry. Gui Gui shook her head and continued to look into the distance. Her little face was full of anticipation. Qing Ning followed Gui Gui's gaze and said gently, Gui Gui, do you miss Daddy? Yes. Gui Gui nodded and said expectantly, Auntie, when will Daddy come back? Qing Ning was silent. After a moment she said softly, soon. Gui Gui, be obedient and eat well. Otherwise, Daddy won't like Gui Gui when he comes back. If Gui Gui is obedient, will Daddy be able to come back soon? Gui Gui looked up and asked innocently. A gentle smile appeared on Qing Ning's face. She took out a plate of pastries from the basket beside her and said, Auntie made Gui Gui's favorite red bean cake. Eat it quickly. Okay. Gui Gui nodded vigorously. She reached out her small hand and picked up a piece of pastry. She then began to eat it obediently. At the side, Qing Ning looked at the child in front of her and sighed softly. Gui Gui was a smart child, but he was also very obedient. He was so obedient that it made one's heart ache. Fan Lingyue, who wore a light blue dress, stood quietly in front of a large hall not too far from the immortal palace. She gazed into the distance, and she was similarly waiting patiently. In her memory, she vaguely remembered that there was an earth-shattering battle in the Absolute Beginning era. At that time, even her will wasn't clear. It was a long time ago. Perhaps only the Nether King, who was the first saint of the Great Path to gain sentience, and the gods of the Eighth Heaven had truly experienced the battle. The merciless passage of time had buried too many truths. After the Taichu Divine War, the saints of the Great Path had developed spiritual intelligence one after another and emerged from the rules of the Great Path. As for why the saints of the Great Path could gain sentience, perhaps even the saints themselves did not know. He hoped that this time, Ning Chen would be able to understand the truth of the absolute beginning divine battle through the passage of time. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. This was a principle that he knew better than anyone else. There were also ghosts. Fan Lingyue looked at the child in front of the immortal palace with a solemn expression. The appearance of ghosts was a huge variable, a variable outside of the Great Path. What kind of impact would it have on the future divine war? In addition, did the Nether King really fall? The former number one martial god of the heaven realm, an existence that even the gods of the gods were afraid of, didn't leave any backup plans? Everything was full of doubts. She needed time to verify it. In front of the immortal palace, when Qing Ning was accompanying ghosts to eat pastries, Yin skipped over. Looking at the little girl in front of her, she smiled and said, Ghost's sister will take you out to play? I don't want to. I want to wait here for Daddy to come back. Ghost shook her head and said in a childish voice, I really don't want to go. There are a lot of fun places where sister wants to go. Yin was like a little demon tempting the child in front of her as she described and gestured. On Ghost's face there was a struggle. Her little heart was in a fierce struggle. Ener made a face at Qing Ning and reached out to make a victory gesture. She was the best at dealing with children. Qing Ning smiled and said, "Gui Gui, go play with your sister. Auntie will wait for your father here." Ghosts twisted her hands together and said in a childish voice, "Then Auntie must wait here for Daddy to come back." "Okay, Auntie promises you." Qing Ning stretched out her right pinky and said with a smile, "Let's pinky swear." Pinky swear. Ghosts also stretched out her pinky and said with incomparable seriousness. Not long after, Ener left with Ghosts. Qing Ning looked at the two's departing figures and gently breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Ning got up and looked at the front of the palace not far away. She said, "Miss Fan, you have been standing there for many days. Are you waiting for something?" "Waiting for him to bring back the truth of the Taichu divine battle." Fan Lingua said calmly, "Perhaps this is the key to determining the outcome of the final battle. At the beginning of the world, the saints appeared. Weren't the saints of the Great Path the first living beings to appear?" Qing Ning asked seriously. "No." Fan Lingua shook her head. Fan Lingua shook her head and said, "The appearance of the saints of the Great Path is extremely strange. In my memory, before the saints appeared, there was a great battle, and only after this great battle did the saints of the various heavens gain sentience one after another." "Does Ning Chen know about this?" Qing Ning asked with a serious expression. "Yes." Fan Lingua replied, "That's why we are searching for the time restriction with all our might. Firstly, we want to understand the true meaning of the time laws, and secondly, we want to find the truth of the Taichu divine battle." "So there is such a thing." Qing Ning sighed softly and said, "You've worked hard." "It's not hard." Fan Lingua said calmly, "Miss Qing, Ghosts is an unusual child. You must ensure his safety." "I understand." Qing Ning nodded and said, "With Ener by his side, he will be fine." 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the end of the world, in the depths of the Taichu ancient battlefield, Ning Chen had been in the time restriction for 100 years, but he still hadn't come out. The changes of time were more than billions of years. Ning Chen stood in it, personally experiencing the changes of time. As time passed, the traces of time were engraved. While Ning Chen felt the changes of time, he also saw some memories engraved in the time laws. In the Taichu primordial era, before the heavens and earth were created, terrifying figures of fiend gods stood in the chaos. Each of them was as big as a star, and every move they made could destroy the heavens and earth. The great battle began. In the chaos, fiend gods fell one after another in the great battle. Their bodies turned into mountains, their blood turned into rivers, and their eyes turned into the sun, moon, and stars. A battle between fiend gods broke the chaos and also opened a new era. Chapter 1615. The divine time restriction, knowing destiny, entered 100 years and experienced the merciless passage of time with one's physical body. In the absolute beginning, before the primordial chaos was created, many gods and demons that were born before the heavens and earth fought, causing the primordial chaos to collapse. The winner rose while the turbid sank. The winner became the heavens while the turbid became the earth. An earth-shattering battle occurred, and the universe changed color. Many giant chaos gods and demons fell in the battle. Their bodies, blood, and eyes turned into mountains, rivers, and stars, forming a great world. When the heavens and earth were formed, the great world's rules had yet to take shape. The most powerful chaos god and demon appeared, surrounded by holy light. The 12 wings on his back were as white as snow. He used his divine essence to create all the laws of the heavens and earth. Nether King. In the divine time restriction, Ning Chen felt the powerful divine aura from the Chaos God and was shocked. It turned out that the Nether King had existed before the heavens and earth were born. However, why was his aura so different? The Nether King in his memory was cold and emotionless. He was proud and demonic. However, the Nether King in front of him was as holy as a god. His aura was pure and young. In the mark of time, the Nether King created all the laws of the heavens and earth, and did his best to create a great world. Behind the Nether King, time flowed and another chaos god and demon appeared. He looked at the Nether King and asked calmly, "What do you want to do? This great world is too quiet." The Nether King said calmly, "In the near future, living beings like us will appear in this great world. They will be powerful but kind. There will be no killing and no jealousy." The god looked at the stars and beautiful mountains in the heavens and earth and said calmly, "Something is missing." The Nether King turned around and looked at the god behind him. He said, "Something is missing." Hearing that, the god squinted his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" "The reproduction of living beings cannot be endless. Life, old age, sickness, and death are the Tao of the heavens and earth," the Nether King said calmly. The god looked at the great world and nodded. "Makes sense." For saying that, the god raised his hand. Chaos divine essence spread out and entered the great world. Roar. At that moment, a giant desolate beast appeared in the starry sky and swallowed the stars. When the Nether King saw this, his face turned cold. He gripped his right hand and a 6-foot-long sword appeared. With a slash, the wild beast's head flew off. The falling blood dyed the starry sky red. The desolate beast fell, smashing into the stars. Time flew by. In the starry sky, the two strongest chaotic godfiends stood quietly, watching the evolution of the world. Gradually, between heaven and earth, the rules of the great Tao evolved, mountains and rivers took shape, and the great river flowed east. In space, the two chaos godfiends also began to petrify and transform into great Tao. After an unknown number of years, bridges of the great Tao appeared one after another in the void, taking form. Within the time restriction, Ning Chen observed the evolution of the great Tao of heaven and earth. His expression grew more and more shocked. So this was the origin of the great world. Just as Ning Chen was trying his best to deduce the changes in time, Yin was playing around in the human world. In 100 years, she had traveled to several large planets. Gue was not a mortal. Even though 100 years had passed, she did not look much older. She only walked and spoke much more nimbly. "Sister, I want to eat tang hulu." On the bustling streets of the North Star, Gue stretched out her tender little finger and pointed ahead, her childish voice sounding like a child. "All right, whatever Gue wants to eat, sister will buy it for Gue. Yin said delicately as she led the little rascal to a stall in front. At this moment, two sneaky men rushed over from behind. They picked up Gue and ran forward. Yin was stunned before she revealed a strange expression. "Snatching a child? Snatching a child. Quickly catch the robbers." Yin looked at the two people running away in front of her and shouted in a very cooperative manner. In the crowd, the two men carried Gue and ran with all their might. It shocked the crowd, causing chaos and chaos. However, Gue, who was snatched away by the two men, did not cry or make a fuss. Her big eyes looked at her sister, who was following behind unhurriedly. She said in a childish voice, "Sister, my tang hulu." "All right." Yin nodded and smiled. "Sister will buy it for you." With that said, Yin walked to a stall by the side and bought a tang hulu before continuing to follow. After walking for 2 or 3 streets, the two men were so tired that they were panting and could not run anymore. Behind them, Yin walked over and looked at Gue in one of the men's arms. Her expression was gentle as she said, "Gue, tang hulu." Gue broke free from the man's arms and flew to Yin. She took the tang hulu and happily ate it. Seeing this, the two men were so scared that their faces turned pale. "Gue?" Yin glared and softly reprimanded, "You said you wouldn't use magic." Gue heard this and embarrassedly stuck out her tongue. "Sister, I'm sorry. I forgot." Yin's face revealed a smile. "All right, sister forgives you. Let's go." With that said, Yin took Gue's little hand and walked forward. "Sister, I miss Daddy." On the street, Gui Gui said as she ate the tonghulu. Hearing this, Ener suddenly felt a headache. She pointed ahead and said, Gui Gui, look. It's so lively ahead. Gui Gui looked in the direction the former was pointing, and her attention was immediately drawn over. In the celestial realm, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years passed. In front of the great hall, not far from the celestial palace, Fan Lingyue continued to wait for 200 years and did not leave. On the side, the Chongling female supreme, who had returned from the Grand Primordium ancient battlefield, walked over and said, Still waiting? Fan Lingyue nodded and said, Female supreme, look at this celestial realm. Now there are you and me, 2 saints, plus knowing destiny, and man who has yet to return. 4 Genesis realms are still unable to control the fate of the mortal realm. Why? The heavenly Tao is heartless, treating all things as dogs. Saints are heartless, treating all beings as ants. The female supreme said calmly, In these years, we have suppressed the primordial demon realm and set the great calamity of the world. Now we are facing the saints of the heavens. I don't know when the chaos of the mortal realm will truly be quelled. However, I believe that all of this will end very soon. Female Supreme, there is something that I have always wondered. Has the Nether King really died? Fan Lingyue asked seriously. In the past, I had never doubted it, but now I have doubts. The female Supreme said with a serious expression, You said before that the Nether King appeared before the saints of the heavens. Perhaps he is different from the saints of the heavens, and very likely has not died. You said that if the Nether King is not dead, then where is he now? Fan Lingyue looked at the distant world and asked. I don't know. The female Supreme shook her head and said, I entered the demonic path, but still could not see the end of the demonic path. When I stood on the demonic path bridge, I discovered that I still could not escape the shackles of this world. So, he created this celestial realm. A strange look flashed across Fan Lingyue's eyes as he said, Perhaps, when the celestial realm completely breaks free from the shackles of the great world, we can truly see the truth of the world. Chapter 16:16. At the end of the world, in the ancient battlefield of the primordial era, in the divine restriction of time, Ji Ming personally experienced the changes of time, and his heart became heavier and heavier. The divine restriction of time was completely different from the outside world. As a saint of the Great Path, Ning Chen's physical body began to age under the astonishing passage of time. Even an immortal saint was not absolutely immortal under the erosion of time. However, Ning Chen's consciousness was still trapped in the long river of time, witnessing the changes of the world in the primordial era. At the beginning of the primordial era, after a great battle, gods and demons died in battle, and their bodies turned into everything in the world. After the great battle of gods and demons, the Nether King who survived the battle appeared. His incomparably holy power shook the world and created all the laws of the world. The world evolved step by step. The gods who survived with the Nether King bestowed the laws of time to the world, allowing the living beings that might appear in the future to experience the reincarnation of birth, old age, illness, and death. After the world was formed, the Nether King and the gods gradually petrified and merged with the world. Gradually, in the new great world, the laws of the Great Path evolved one after another. 50 great path bridges stood between heaven and earth. After the evolution of the Great Path, living beings gradually appeared in the world. Eagles flew in the sky and fish swam in the river. Next, the world began to have humans, demons, barbarians, ghosts, and so on. The myriad races appeared in the primordial era, and the glory of the great world began. However, when the myriad races appeared, battles also appeared. In the great world, the myriad races began to fight for benefit. In the primordial era, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, the living beings were abnormally powerful. They fought until the world was almost destroyed. The greed of the myriad races gradually attracted the disgust of the Nether King. The Nether King appeared and stopped the war. Intimidated by the power of the Nether King, the myriad races gradually stopped fighting and returned to peace. The Nether King left and returned to the above heavens. However, everything was just the beginning. As time flew, the myriad races forgot the deterrence of the Nether King and began to fight again. The tragic war lasted for nearly 10,000 years. One by one, the great races were exterminated in the war and completely disappeared from the world. The war that could be called a catastrophe dyed the sky red. The greed of the myriad races had truly angered the Nether King above the 9 heavens. Above the 9 heavens, the gods watched the war in the human world, but they did not stop it. They even added fuel to the fire time and time again. The survival of the fittest. The gods wanted the strongest race, and they did not care about the calamity of the human world. Finally, the differences between Pluto and the gods were irreconcilable. Pluto descended and destroyed the human world. The pure and holy creation god had completely turned into a devil god of destruction. His pure white divine wings turned black and turned into the 12 wings of sin that blotted out the sky, shocking all races. The terrifying number 1 martial god of the heaven realm had displayed his most terrifying power, directly wiping out tens of thousands of races, leaving behind only a small amount of life flames for his inheritance. The darkest history of the absolute beginning era wasn't recorded. After hundreds of thousands of years, the flame of life that the Nether King had left for the 10,000 clans gradually grew stronger. The energy of the 10,000 clans was restored bit by bit. The Netherworld King, who created this world, couldn't bear to completely destroy it. He gave the human world a chance to change its ways. However, the myriad races that had just experienced blood and pain had once again disappointed the gods of the 7th heaven. Where there were people, there would be fights. Greed and ugliness were everywhere. For the sake of fighting for resources, the myriad races once again erupted into a great war. Blood flowed for hundreds of millions of miles. In the 8th layer of heaven, the deities were watching the great battle in the human world. However, they remained silent and indulged in the battle. The Netherworld King was completely disappointed with the attitude of the deities and didn't say anything else. The Netherworld King once again descended into the human world. However, this time, the Netherworld King didn't attack the myriad races. Instead, he used his supreme cultivation to create the inner realm. The Netherworld King's Pure Land was a brand new world. It was the last hope of the Netherworld King for all living beings. The Netherworld King created the inner realm and completely separated it from the outer realm. He didn't want the greed of the 10,000 races to affect the inner realm. The development of the inner realm was very slow. The Netherworld King didn't interfere. He just watched the evolution of the inner realm from the sky. In the time restriction, Ning Chen watched the scene of the beginning of the world. His expression became more and more gloomy. The Netherworld King and the deities of the 8th heaven weren't saints of the Great Path. They were gods and demons that created the Great Path. In that case, even if the bridge of the Great Path was destroyed, nothing should happen to the Netherworld King and the deities of the 8th heaven. The Netherworld King isn't dead. Ning Chen escaped from the river of time. He looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Although it was just a guess, the Netherworld King shouldn't be dead. However, the aura of the Netherworld King and Senior had disappeared together. How could this be explained? Ning Chen couldn't figure it out. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart and continue to deduce the changes of the time restriction. The Netherworld King's attitude towards the 10,000 races was completely different from the deities of the 8th heaven. However, compared to the Netherworld King's anger towards the 10,000 races, the attitude of the deities was meaningful. In the time restriction, Ning Chen used all his strength to break the time restriction. His speed became faster and faster. As Ning Chen broke the restriction, the time restriction was also rapidly evolving and changing unpredictably. Billions of changes were endless. In the blink of an eye, countless traces of time flowed by. Time passed year after year. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. In the time restriction, violent vibrations sounded, and time flowed backward. Ningchen walked out. The wind and frost on his body were more and more difficult to hide. In the celestial realm, in front of the main hall, not far from the immortal palace, Fan Lingyue and Nu Chang felt something. Their expressions froze. He came out. Daddy is back. Daddy is back. In front of the immortal palace, Gue Gue, who had long returned from the mortal world, also felt her father's aura and said happily. At this moment, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out from the void. After hundreds of years, he finally returned. Daddy! Gue Gue flew up and pounced over. Ningchen reached out and hugged Gue Gue. He smiled and said, Gue Gue has grown up. Daddy, Gue Gue misses you. Gue Gue's beautiful big eyes were filled with tears. She was about to cry. Isn't Daddy back now? Ningchen reached out and wiped away the tears from the corner of Gue Gue's eyes. While speaking, Ningchen carried Gue Gue to the front of the hall. Looking at the woman in front of him, he said softly, I'm back. It's good that you're back. Qing Ning nodded and said with a calm expression. She had said countless times that as long as he came back safely, everything would be fine. How is it? At this moment, not far away, Fan Lingyue walked over and asked directly. The Netherworld King and the Eighth Heaven deities are not saints of the Great Path. Ningchen replied, They are Chaos Godfiends who created the Great Path. Hearing this, Fan Lingyue narrowed his eyes and said, In that case, the Netherworld King should not be dead. Perhaps that's true. Ningchen said seriously, however, there is indeed no aura of the Netherworld King in this world. If the Netherworld King is not dead, where is he? Or, in what form is he alive in? In the eighth heaven, in the time-sacred palace, the deity opened his eyes. Looking at the demonic aura that filled the world, he murmured softly, Netherworld King, are you really not dead?